If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Test of Wills. In the end, we are deadlocked to a situation. We couldn't exactly, kiss while knowing her familia is within our radius. No matter how hard we tried to brush it off, we couldn't have the same atmosphere as that night. I see. We got too conscious of ourselves. That reminds me. Do you feel the spark between us? That. Artemis' face rapidly turned red. She couldn't keep up her dignified look. She stuttered several times as her eyes frantically looked at the surroundings before eventually ending up to me. Cute. My joke backfired. I found myself wanting to reenact that kiss from last night. And so we did. It was brief compared to our minute-long kisses, but it was enough. I reminisced the soft touch on my lips. This is bad, isn't it? I might be getting too addicted to this. This is how love feels like. Too bad I didn't capture that moment. Oh wait, I could turn it into a video. Orion. I'm kidding. Seeing her pout, I felt fulfilled and lost. That was too destructive, if I may say. Add to that her blush. An unprecedented surge of energy came from nowhere. I feel like fighting special grade curses in this state. I haven't tested the Orionids moon hunt yet, but I tried to simulate it with Hacker. I discovered that Orion and Orionids fused into one. I could still use the original Orion, but it is like a downgraded version of it. Moreover, its chant remained the same, a dedication to the goddess of hunt. I could modify its liturgy to be cast in varying degrees. It reminded me of Sukuna's flame arrow technique. Instead of flames, I could be pulling stars. That genuinely sounds cool. About the chants? I plan to use it tonight. You want to see the future again? Yes. Remember Atropos-san? Atropos. The prophet whom you suspected to be with Zeus. Artemis added, is it her vision? That's right. It is one of the major causes of my doubts before. Atropos-san told me about the disasters Kakai would face. Best chances is that the one-eyed black dragon would cause it. It should be akin to the king of curses and demonic god of our world. You might see a bad future, again. She remarked. Can you hold it for a couple of days? I apologize, but it is gnawing at me. At least, I want to confirm it. You'll be by my side at that time. I would be fine. All right. A thought popped up on my mind. I need to settle things with Philvis too, hey. All of my worries disappeared when she held my hand. Soft. Sis. Am I not allowed here? No. Welf was startled when he saw Tsubaki inside his forging room. It is smaller than the usual rooms for blacksmiths. He recognized the need to improve himself after realizing how he relied on his blood for his so-called talents. His efforts bore fruit as he could now do the basics properly. The timing's just right. I've heard Sirius got a date? Does it happen to be? Nay. You're mistaken. What? Confusion clouded his face. Welf could still recall how Hephaestus looked like every time she talked about Nobu. As long as he isn't as dense as a block hole, he would notice it. That, and the fact he wasn't as obsessed to his goal compared to before. How could this happen? A different girl? He asked. If Sirius is aware that Hephaestus-sama feels that way, he wouldn't have done it. I admit. T is our fault. Hephaestus hid it too much, to the point Nobu couldn't notice it. The boy's perceptive, that I know. Welf is well aware of how regrets taste like. Not valuing his time with Phobos is one thing he deeply regrets. Seeing Tsubaki, he knew they are still up for a fight. Unlike Nobu's world, polygamy is a part of their culture. Just Rakia's king alone has several wives. Hephaestus-sama needs help, right? It's just about time to repay the favors I owe to them. Unbeknownst to everyone, the shippers of Hephaestus' familia rose up. Right after Kazamitsu met Nobu, Miku went on a frenzy to retrieve the data from probability distortion. It is vastly easier to have a lead instead of randomly scouring in the ocean. Tou-san. Did you? Yes. I met Nobu. He's doing well in that world. Phew. Swime heaved a sigh of relief for his friend. With his status confirmed, he could rest easy. You have to work hard. He is already catching up to you. Really? Other worlds are like that, hey. Swime gained a misconception, something that would fuel his disappointment when he goes to a journey of his own. Half an hour later, Kazamitsu and Swime arrived in the Akasaka household. The one who opened the gate is a boy with bluish-black hair. His maroon pupils scanned the visitors for a moment. He is wearing a decent pair of shirt and shorts. If Swime hadn't known Ryu Unosuke, he would have definitely mistaken her for a girl. Swime? What brings you here? Tou-san is here to talk about business. I tagged along. Alright. I was just about to tell you about Magical X's newest volume. I finished reading that. Oh, Revive World and Mahukaido too. Swime visibly trembled upon hearing those. They are the stories he liked the most. Magical X has a detailed magic system, Revive World entailed the potential of technology, and Mahukaido showed how it is to be elegant. I can lend them, but don't touch the computers. Ryu Unosuke reminded him as that painful moment lived inside his mind. The 10-year-old boy recalled the moment his custom PC setup broke down the moment Swime touched its power button. It didn't end there as more than 12 devices broke down every time he held it. Sure. As a being of mystery, Swime couldn't properly use technology, even the ones made by Nobu. It proved how big of an anomaly he was in this world. Swime looked at his father before the latter nodded. It left Kazamitsu alone in the living room. Though, he didn't have to wait long as CG arrived from their branch in Higashiyama Ward. A 15-minute-long travel is easy with private vehicles. As for Eri, she became slightly busy organizing their company from the attacks on their technological front. Dishing out new designs is a piece of cake for Miku, but she has to be there to assure their employees. That's right. She left her previous company and took the lead along CG. Legally, they are the founders of their company Akazakura Tech. They dominate the market of smartphones, laptops, computers, and so on. As long as it is related to technology, it is firmly grasped by this company. They are at least 5 years advanced compared to their competitors. When their enemies bring out 2060, they bring out 3080 Ti. iOS 8? They welcome Android 13. That's just how absurd Akazakura is. Yakagi-san. About Nobu. He's fine. I briefly met him during one of the experiments. Kazamitsu began telling their meeting. It was short and brief, yet he discovered many things. The gods existing on Gakkai. Nobu having one of their blessings and becoming far stronger than before. His connection to a goddess. And lastly, the dangers present in that world. Of course, he left the last one from CG. Still, that was enough to make him feel relieved. A fantasy world and a goddess. I could already see where it is going. Indeed. Nobu might bring her back in this world. Kazamitsu remarked. Then, we better be prepared, no? Who knows, he might bring an entire harem when he returns. Thinking about Swime's future, which Kazamitsu heard from Swime, it didn't seem far from the truth. In fact, he is aware of the girls' names. With the worries for Nobu's safety gone, at least for now, their talks turned lighter. B.A. Thump. The man who's a splitting image of Nobu opened his eyes. He have been staying in this flower field located in Wales. For 12 years, he watched the journey of himself without his previous characteristics. Nobu is not the perfect knight or the epitome of kindness. He didn't have his immovable will. However, it is because of lacking these things could he live a life different from his. He will see it. Inside the phantasmal space, Galahad could vaguely see the tracks of destiny. It is something caused by none other than a legitimate article of a heavenly treasure. It is apt to say Nobu hasn't fully achieved its potential. Another challenge, it seems. Galahad stood at the peak of virtue. What he honed are the qualities of mind and spirit. It is completely unlike his fellow knights who honed their body and martial prowess. There is a reason why Galahad is the perfect knight. Sadly, it is because of these qualities that he became inhuman. As a paragon of virtue, he wasn't the slightest bit affected by evil. Yet, he couldn't fully understand them, for there is no reason to do so. He became a robot who followed his program of doing good. Nevertheless, it had certain advantages. One of them was his indomitable will. If it was him, he wouldn't be affected by dark emotions. Meanwhile, Nobu is vulnerable to such things. Another path, another journey. Knock. 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 After knocking thrice, I saw Philvis opening the door to their room. Nobu-kun. Hey. I came here for that time. I see. She opened the door, revealing Ain, who is diligently studying Magicka. She is reading one of the more advanced books on numerology, Kabbalah in particular. Oh? Nobu. She stopped reading the book. Upon seeing Philvis' serious looks, she understood what was going on. Ah! It's gonna happen already. Earlier this morning, I decided to give the two of them head UPS. I told them it would be today. Honestly, I mentioned it to them right before I dived into the dungeon. Why the long face? We're not even sure yet if I would disappear. Right. Though, the possibility of Ain disappearing couldn't be removed. This kind of operation is what I am bad at. I don't like it due to its unpredictability. As for whether I could revert things I used my cheat on, I haven't tested it before. I would definitely do this if the need arises, however. I will find another way to solve her problem if it becomes just that. What do we need to do? Nothing. I'll only need to touch Philvis back for 5 seconds. To prevent further complications. Yep. I'll be leaving now. We fell silent. This step is necessary to revert Philvis' body to normal. Being a creature wouldn't help her. As long as this hidden danger isn't dealt with, bad things could happen. Don't worry. You'll come back soon. It won't take 5 minutes. I said. And Philvis shouldn't worry much. It's only your body we would be reverting. Okay. I am not as calm as I portrayed outwardly. Ain is a product of Philvis becoming a creature. If I reverse this cause, would her magic Ainzel disappear? I haven't experimented with this cheat much outside of research and combat. I don't even know what'll happen if I reverse time on someone with Falna. Philvis and Ain will be my first case. A few seconds later, Ain disappeared in motes of light. Her clothes fell to the ground. Philvis' appearance became reminiscent to a creature's once again. I'll be going. I touched her back. Reversal. Body. A familiar itchy feeling welled up my chest. My heart started beating faster with its presence. Change the body's state to 2 months ago. That thought was strongly implanted to my mind. Phew. My vision narrowed due to tension. I am akin to surgeons entering their state. Confirm. The itchy feeling in my chest disappeared. No fancy effects took place inside the room. Philvis' body started reverting to her prior state. Her features as a creature receded in a flash. The branches and veins all over her body disappeared. Her pale blue skin returned to a healthy glow of white. Nobu-kun. She eagerly touched her chest rather, the crystal embedded to it. It's gone. Hearing her words, I knew it succeeded. She is no longer a creature but an elf once more. Ain. Philvis didn't wait longer. She recited Ainzel's chant swiftly. She didn't worry about having an Ignis Fatuus due to her tutelage under Nobu. 1. 2. 3. Nothing happened. My senses couldn't pick up Ein's appearance. Fylvis didn't give up. She recited her magic's chant again, and again, and again. Ein. She clenched her fist. I could see the disbelief, sorrow, and helplessness in Fylvis. Just then, I noticed something. A distorted aura surrounded her. It gradually died over time. It is my first time seeing something like it. Kazumitsu-san's words about time magica entered my mind. It is something that distorts the normal causal nature of the world. A distortion. Wait. Keep trying. What? Ein's not gone. Despite her confusion, Fylvis heeded my words. It still didn't work after 2 tries, but after the 3rd. Shine. A magic circle lit up inside the room. When I opened my eyes, I saw Fylvis, no, a carbon copy of her. She smiled teasingly upon seeing us. You kept your word, Nobu. That was quick. Our worries are proven to be unfounded. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Rewriting a Legend. You're about to cry, don't you? No. I shook my head at Ein's teasing words. True to my words, Fylvis did wipe her eyes with the sleeves of her dress. She was silent throughout our banter. Her relieved smile flashed every now and then. About what we agreed about. This shouldn't be let out. Got it. 2 identical voices overlapped upon one another. It's too unique. Is this your unique magica? That's right. I smiled at the 2 of them. They understood I didn't want to talk about it anymore. We've settled your problem with the demi-spirit. You can look forward to Mana Furnace. Yes. Mana Furnace. I knew they could learn it. In the first place, it should be my creature state that helped me activate my Mana Furnace. If not, I wouldn't have taken the form of Sirius every time I activated my dream organs. These evidences pointed out spirits being the answer. With their nature to exist as a higher order beings in my world, it made sense. Fylvis and Ein has the experiences of being turned into a creature. Even if their body forgot it with the reversal, their mind subconscious should be able to retain bits of them. Coupled with the fact they don't have limits due to fauna, it is possible to learn Mana Furnace. It is definitely one of the things people of my world would wish to have. Fauna might be seen to be slow in terms of growth, but adding my world's magic system solve those problem, and magicians have the ample amount of experiences to do so. We'll start tomorrow. Inside Hephaestus-sama's office, the 3 of us gathered. Somehow, it feels much different from the last time. Nevertheless, both Hephaestus-sama and Artemis acted the usual. They kept solemn expressions while looking at me. Hephaestus-sama was the first one to give in. Would you see something horrible again? She sighed as she asked. Perhaps. But it is something I have to experience. It is better to see that kind of future to prevent it from happening. Suddenly, Artemis added. If you happen to see it. Yes. I smiled at them. I would be counting to the 2 of you. The 2 goddesses wore a relieved smile. I could see a hint of affection from Artemis, and Hephaestus-sama? Wait a minute. I halted the absurd thought. Is the reason for her oddness this morning? I will settle it later. For now. Modify the combat experiences to 10 years later. The familiar itchy feeling filled my chest. It is a rare occasion to feel like this twice in a day. Confirm. That sensation disappeared. Just then, the distortion wrapped around my very being. The arms of the clock started moving forward. Nobu picked up the Nota key on the ground. The one dubbed as Dragon Slayer managed to slay a monster from the 45th floor. This unease. It has been days since he lost his cheat. It is a well-known phenomenon from his memories. Somehow, it disappears whenever he uses them. Then, they never come back. That's what happened to him in all the iterations save for the first one. His biggest reliance was gone, but it didn't render him useless. With his current accomplishments, he went up to level 4. It has been 4 weeks since he last reached level 3. It was extremely difficult to raise his stats to the maximum SSS 1599, hence it took him another round of explorations to level up. I shouldn't worry about it. I'll have to deal with everything first. The horde of monsters from the deep floors encroached him. For the next 2 weeks, all Nobu did was to dive in the dungeon. Ishtar Familia was dealt with a long time ago. He didn't worry about everything else but the dungeon. It became more difficult to earn Excelia without his cheat, but Nobu's Child of Constellations and Miracle Maker shone brilliantly. Rumble. A pillar of fire pierced the floor he was standing on. He predicted the incoming projectiles a long time ago with Arbiter's detection system. Once the fire pillar died, he used it to counterattack. It's time. Nobu stuffed whatever he could in that hole. Missiles, grenades, self-destructing magic swords. A few seconds later, the ground rumbled once more. Boom. Rumble. This is fun. 2 more months had passed. Nobu fought against the abomination of the 60th floor, the Titan Alm. It is one of the remaining demi-spirits that could threaten level 7 adventurers. Unfortunately, it fought against the wrong person. Dea. Absinum. Fatas. O goddess, I seal my fate. The dark dungeon welcomed the descent of brilliant stars. The ground rumbled as the destructive meteor shower rained upon the demi-spirit. The attack left it with no choice but to focus on regenerating. Abrid ad habra. I will create as I speak. An archangel descended inside the dungeon, brining over divine lightning that purges all evil. Bzzzt. The magic crystal crumbled. It didn't stand strong against the holy magicka. Just then, he felt a gaze. The subsequent alerts from the combat suit alarmed him of a new arrival, a robed woman. She cast several spells with ease and sent it to his way. Although, it seemed more of testing than anything else. Her spells. It is by far the most exquisite magic he saw in Gakkai, even surpassing Riveria's. He opted to use Mana Furnace. With his level 4 status, it should be enough to deal with her. What the heck? Exactly 6 months after his prior level up, Nobu reached the limits of his status. He dove into the dungeon as a legitimate level 5 and easily ran through many floors. This is it, level 5. Ugh! Nobu saw nothing but endless darkness. Stars glimmered dimly in the cosmos. He entered the crack made by Kazamitsu, and the next thing that happened was his vision turning upside down. Nobu underwent severe nausea as he felt himself freefall. That's right, freefall. Shit! He cursed before realizing its graveness. The surrounding space. It is the same dilemma he faced in his descent to Gakkai. His body was compressed while waves of sharp cracks decorated his body with severe wounds. Worse, everything happened within 5 seconds. Archeatus overload. Buzz. Crackle. The rainbow-colored magic circle appeared behind his back. Instantly, his slumbering dream organs awakened. The bleeding stopped before reverting to normal. His arm, which was supposed to be severed, reconnected itself. I could. Nobu was surprised to find out he could now control himself under this state. He didn't linger on this thought anymore. He immediately deployed militaries fortalicia around him. Golden magic circles surrounded his body. They fizzled for a few moments. The turbulent space in the gap between worlds was blocked as a result. It gave him a leeway. Would this place cause mystical entropy? If so. No, I should act as it does. Mystical entropy causes the clash of spells. If too many spells were cast in a single place, it would cause the subsequent spells to fail. The clash between physical and mystical laws turned it into such a place. Nobu knew a single mistake would end him dead even with Mana Furnace. He continued his fight within this endless darkness. Clang! The dulled katana blocked the incoming strike from Lefil-san. It was my first fight after the rehabilitation. Clang! Clang! My dynamic vision isn't what it used to be. I caught her traces despite the talisman in her. She would look like a scarlet wind to others, but I could see her clearly. La Filsan's swordsmanship, it didn't change. Just like before, it is a sword of vengeance of wrath. Lily. Briefly, I wondered how my student is faring in the other world. Clang. I parried her downward vertical strike. In the midst of her surprised look, the katana's tip reached her neck in one go. After that, I heard a comment from Swime. You really became that strong, but what about those ears and tail? The corner of my mouth twitched. Kudrak, hey. Wardrobe. I made eye contact with Swime beneath my combat suit. He brought me in this other world to defeat Kudrak Ghosthide. He is the man behind the cross-dimension magica. With that, my arsenal didn't weaken with the lack of mythologies in a certain world. Heck, Swime could probably decimate this guy alone but asked for my help just to make sure. Archeatus overload. Maximum load, release. My body transformed into something transcendent. It is on a whole another level of inhumane as before. Being a level 6+ modifying it worked wonders. Using Hacker, I cast my newly developed batch of spells. BZZZT. Boom. A mix of fire and thunder pillars went to Kudrak. I knew it didn't have much effect on him, but it fulfilled its purpose. My hands made a bow drawing motion. Phantoms of constellations gathered on the tip of my finger. It glowed light blue before being released in his direction. Bam! The mini-meteor did its job. The partial activation of Orionid's asterisk moon hunt is far stronger than my swift chant magica. However, why am I feeling this way? Swime. On it. I couldn't believe it. The man fighting us is none other than Nietzsche himself. I didn't expect him to be this strong. To be comparable to magisters. You are barking at the wrong tree. I shook those thoughts. I recalled the memories of my future iterations before I responded. I am aware. What? Nobu. But we would like to challenge you, the man who challenged this world's god. Ah. I apologize, Swime, but I have to do this. I haven't seen my limits with my current strength. I know Nietzsche wouldn't kill someone on his side and I knew about his ideals. I'll explain later, but it's all about those future visions. I said. He is someone who could help us. I see. You better explain everything later, all right? Yes, yes. Swime understood my intent. He readied his magica and unleashed his dream organs. Act as you see fit. The man's words rang inside the castle room. This one might be destroyed. It succeeded. The plan for Shibuya is to let everything go as it is, but there'll be a mirror dimension set up. It is a space where reality is reflected, yet it can't be affected from the inside. The entire Shibuya station along its radius was affected. It is the grand-scale magica I prepared over the course of years. Swime helped me take action by placing my preparations all over Shibuya. Hey! I couldn't hold back my boiling bloodlust. The one-eyed volcano curse was surprised to see me. I wore the magician's suit as I walked towards him. You are. You don't remember. I didn't see the expression I was making, but it should be closer to a murderous smile. I envisioned this exact day for so long. It finally came. Archeatus overload. Maximum load, release. I didn't have any other thoughts. I made a bow drawing motion and sent a semi-formed Orionids at his face. Boom. I leaped to a certain place. The maximum output of my repulsors imbued with holy gathered in my palm. When the smoke cleared up, the volcano head became visible. He happened upon my opened palm. Fuck you. BZZZT. Sizzle. The searing heat tried to invade Arbiter but to no avail. HOH. You are one delusional mortal. You will die, and that's what you would do. I am inside his domain. My zero-cursed energy physique does grant me resistance and a certain level of concealment against the sure hit effect, but it is not as thorough as Fushijirotoji or Maki. Even so, you're the one who's dying. How arrogant. Coordinate confirmed. Activation programs online. I felt a virtual connection to a faraway satellite. My connection with Arbiter allowed this thing. My power increase became proportional on the strength of the magicka I use on judgment. At this moment, it reached an all-time peak. Confirmation. Finished. Judgment will utilize Exodus. It was an instant. Crack. Shatter. A pillar of fire and cloud descended into Yago's domain. It immediately broke it from the outside. The holy magicka engulfed him whole. Fire fought fire. This time, he wouldn't be escaping. Shit. Please don't let it be that. Shit. 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 Bzzzt. I crushed another small cursed spirit. There are dozens of them in my surroundings. I didn't expected this sight after the perfected dimension transference spell. Fuck. Looking at the dark dreary sky, I couldn't believe this is Gakai. What in the world happened to it while I was gone? Those plans aren't enough. First of all, I should find Miko's Laplace in this world. To do that, I need to find my way back to Orario. I will deal with everything at once. Dozens of golden lightning bolts manifested out of thin air before cleaning all of the cursed spirits at once. No. Nobu's heart skipped. He never stopped encountering cursed spirits every few hours. The same went when he arrived at Orario's location. What? Chills were sent to his spine. The strange sensations he felt from the moment he woke up made sense to him. He couldn't feel the goddess power on his back, nor another goddess support on his magic. The towering Babel that pierced the clouds with its height of 4 kilometers. What did just? It has fallen. This is my fault. Fuck. Nobu threw a deformed goblin several buildings away. It's me. Again. Why? His stomp cracked the roads in the northwest district. It shattered several ruined buildings nearby. Nobu vented the frustration within him by doing exactly just that. I refuse to accept this. His correspondence went through the entire city, but there is not a single sign of life present. Soon, fatigue overwhelmed him. He flew straight to Orario for several hours and never got tired, but this revelation nailed the coffin. Silently, Nobu walked towards a familiar building. He entered the rundown store that used to be a luxury store. The display cabinets are all empty, and so are the crates behind the desk. Only dust and fragments of rocks and wood remained. Small cursed spirits in the form of flies bothered him, but he killed them off in a single go. Nobu looked at the door to the forge. It was previously filled with spells. Now, they are long gone. The desolate store of Hephaestus Familia amplified the despair he felt in his heart. Orion. Nobu followed the voice he'd heard since he returned. Out of all the twists and turns, he met her again. However, I will save you. Artemis is in a strange state. The special grade cursed spirit on the form of a black scorpion enclosed her on its chest with a crystal. Definitely. Nobu doesn't understand if it was his coping mechanism or something else. However, he refused to believe that possibility. Deploy everything. Understood. Sending signals to Jury. Connected. Jury is the second satellite he made. It is smaller and less complex than Judgment, but it could hold immense firepower. Automated combat suits online. Nobu's entire armory was brought out to fight the special grade curse. He came at it with full preparation. I will save you. Fate. It is something elusive yet affects life. Satoru Gojo was born to handle a strong fate. The coincidence of having 6 eyes and infinity gave way to it. Yakagiswime was born to prevent the world's end by his fate that makes anything possible. Ironically, he is the one who could stop the Twilight Syndrome, not Reiji, his Lapis Judaicus, or anyone else. I could see a pattern to it. Artemis. Orion. Scorpio. Everything should have been clear already. Orion died to the Scorpio. The hunter became the hunted. That was how Orion's myth went. It doesn't take someone's vast knowledge to arrive at this conclusion. Yet. Orion. I lost my strength. The huge gaping holes made by the black scorpion were something my dream organs couldn't deal with. It is an absurd being nearly on the same level as that ancient dragon. It is to be expected by the cursed spirit born out of the god's fear. Before I fell to the ground, someone caught my body. A transparent Artemis hugged me. Sorry. She said with overflowing tears. I failed you again. Mn. It is not your fault. It's mine. Orion. My body is slowly losing strength. It is such a foreign concept after awakening my mana furnace. It is far different from the sensation when I died as a creature. It is cold. A single glance was all it needed to know. My ephemeral body, the soul and basis of myself, is on the verge of collapse. I manifested the single strike to end everything. My dream organs are overloaded to attain the power akin to that ancient dragon's. At that moment, I stood at the top. I rewrote the legend. Yet, it wasn't enough to influence everything. While I am dying, there is still the one-eyed black dragon. I tried to stand up but to no avail. Don't force yourself. My sight started narrowing, darkness consumed its edges. This is bad. I am starting to lose consciousness. One last time, I touched her cheek. Didn't you say it? We would meet again. We will. I will make sure of it. The last thing I saw was a person wrapped in viridescent wines. I'm glad you're in a place where Nobu couldn't see. Everything ensued. Rias. That bright falling star caught the attention of the remaining adventurers. The ones who embarked on the journey against the one-eyed black dragon were the ones who lived. Orario and the people living on it were the first ones to fall. It wasn't known how it could easily reach Orario despite the distance between it and the northernmost part of Gakkai is immense. Hatsune Miku, the sentient artificial intelligence brought by Nobu, was the one who discovered how. Using cursed energy, it traversed space and immediately arrived at the dungeon city. It is exactly through her help that they know many things about it now. Currently, the most shocking thing that happened is the appearance of Arcanum. An attack bordering the god's Arcanum appeared as a moon in the sky. The energy readings indicated how strong it was. Being the fastest, Eyes was the first one to arrive. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. It didn't take long before Artemis turned into motes of light. Be it a coincidence or not, Nobu's body followed suit. It left a broken and battered combat suit on the ground. Thud. During the last moment, Eyes knew her eyes met Nobu's. The latter showed his relief upon seeing her. Nobu. She got close to the armor before touching it. Since then, she never moved. Eyes stared blankly at the piece of armor until the others arrived. Eyes-san. What was that? The second one to arrive was Lily. She noticeably wore a closed pocket watch on her neck. She doesn't need it with the addition of his final gift, a combat suit, yet kept it like a precious treasure. It's Nobu. Ah. Your teacher. He was the one who fought just now. Lily was caught off guard. Her disbelief turned into anxiety as she asked. Where is he? Seeing her silence, her world was overturned. She weakly fell to the ground as tears began to build up on her eyes. In the end, she chose not to ask Eyes further. It is simply deluding herself. Her teacher is dead. Connection to local intranet detected. Connection successful. A mechanical voice rang on her waist. A silver orb hung tied to it. Ga Shujin-sama. Miku followed suit to Eyes' silence. Her humanity shone at this moment in such bad timing. Coincidentally, she recalled the special song composed by them. Odds and ends. Throughout the iterations she'd heard the times Nobu lived, why did she always fail to keep him? Miku wanted to be the voice, the entity that would raise his strength. He entrusts his intention to the voice and she accomplishes it. For the 9th time, the odds and ends wore a sorrowful face. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, A Knight's Return. It was unexpected. Since that day, the world has been overturned. Orario was the first city to fall. The concentration of adventurers present in Gakkai died. It is the greatest calamity that culled more than 70% of Gakkai's fighting force. The remaining 30% are spread in several countries such as Rakia, Alton, and the school district. If not for those, Gakkai would have already fallen. The school district's principal, Leon Vardenberg, belongs to the top of their fighting force. Coupled with several level 7 and a level 8, they could barely fight. The magic belonging to the Sun Priestess became the crucial turning point for the war. Through her, they could have a level 10 adventurer, the second coming of Argonaut, Belcranal. However, nobody expected that light. It came from one of the forbidden areas, the territory of the cursed spirit dubbed Antares. It took the arcanum of Artemis, the goddess of stars, and could freely use it in this world. It was an exception to the rule made by the gods. That light. It has the same signature as if it came from the same source. The grand magica on the level of God's arcanum was unleashed into this dreary world. Sirius. Asfi was the third one to arrive. She heard everything from Miku, including Nobu's arrival and the extinction of Antares. The flight magic tool she made, Hades, was improved over and over again until it could rival the combat suits. Since they are strategic resources that could allow a level 6 to fight level 7 and even 8, it is reasonable for them to not be easily taken out. The remaining 3 suits are what Nobu left before he returned to his world. I've heard everything. It's that boy, no. Yes, Lord Hermes. The voice on the other side of the earpiece was grave serious. The death of Sirius, an otherworlder, is a great concern. Ironically, he was already considered a strong fighting force despite not being here. The boy told him that he would return and the god took his words seriously. Nobu did come back, but he sacrificed his own to exorcise Antares for good. What should we? Go back. Use the displacement tools. That dragon could be coming into that place. Understood. Swoosh. Asfi's green robe fluttered. She wasted no time in pulling the 2 girls back before retrieving the usable equipment around. The satellite would orbit in the district's airspace. Miku's robotic voice came from the earpiece. Got it. After settling everything, she took out a black rectangular medal. She activated the magic within it before dropping it to the ground. Moments later, a magic circle manifested before their figures were sucked in. They reappeared inside a bright white chamber. A wave of white light went up to the 3 girls. It is the purification zone used to remove a curse's remnants. Soon, they were cleared to go. They are currently in the school district. A bricked hallway could be seen up until the control room. Both Eyes and Lily still haven't completely snapped out of it. Asfi. Lily and Wallenstein. A short goddess greeted them. Her outfit is, strangely enough, revealing. However, her chest far contrasted her small stature. The goddess, Hestia, is well known as an Apai Loli. At this moment, she was surprised to see eyes like this. She always wears a stoic expression. Never had she seen eyes this sorrowful. Asfi. That was Artemis Arcanum, wasn't it? What happened? Lady Artemis. She disappeared after Antares' defeat. She did? She might have returned to Tenkai already. Hestia had long been worried for her best friend. Not only was she devoured by a cursed spirit, her arcanum was also used to cause untold amounts of destruction. That was not something Artemis would want to see. I hope she's fine. She mumbled. Did she? It was not her. Ah. Asfi knew Hestia would ask for this. That light was caused by Sirius. The answer caught her off guard. Sirius? He is her boyfriend, no. Yes. Sirius is an otherworlder. He returned several hours ago and encountered it. In the end, he successfully exterminated Antares. Hestia was surprised. That cursed spirit's other Ephetet, God's lair, embodied its terrifying prowess. They didn't actively go to its territory to avoid a conflict. Handling the one-eyed black dragon was enough. If Antares didn't sit still in its territory, they would have been more battered. Nevertheless, hearing someone who could defeat it alone is a huge surprise. How about him? That. Asfi's expression changed. He couldn't make it. Hestia fell silent. All her hopes of meeting that person died. In the end, it is simply one of the interactions that occurred after Nobu's death. Galahad saw the dreaded outcome. He was unaffected by it. His sharpened mind wouldn't easily feel something like sadness. The further he went, the less he was affected by adverse emotions. Although, the same couldn't be said to the boy in front of him. Nobu blankly stared with his eyes wide open. He was still under shock due to the iteration he had experienced. It is extremely bad to the point he didn't notice Galahad in front of him. He was immersed on the lingering emotions his ninth iteration has. The mix of sorrow, despair, joy, sadness, glory. All of them messed up his mind for a moment. Wake up! The familiar yet unfamiliar voice took Nobu's attention. He finally realized the existence of his subconscious. The man wore something akin to a knight's attire. His sharp look is something that'll catch everyone's attention. We could finally have a proper talk. You. Nobu realized many implications. You're different. You should have seen it. The future's entailed to you. For the second time, Galahad surprised him. It is natural to know this much. I am you, and you are me. What? Even Nobu couldn't process that revelation easily. No, we are promised to have a new life. It is a life far from our previous one as Galahad of the Round Table. Galahad? The Knight of the Round Table? Lancelot's son. That is right. Galahad isn't the type to leave out answers if he could easily answer all of them. However, something occurred. I never awakened in that life. As a result, the connection to the Holy Grail couldn't be established. What? Holy Grail? Nobu recollected the things he knew about it. The Holy Grail from Arthurian legend. Much to his surprise, Galahad nodded. It is a long story. We don't have the time for it. He spoke. Tell me. Are you willing to save that world? Yes. Despite his confusion, Nobu muttered his honest answer. He could barely get a grasp as to what is happening right now. One moment, Galahad appeared and talked to him right after that dreadful future. The next moment, he is questioned whether that world was worth saving. Nobu realized something as he pieced everything together. There's a way to return? Does it apply to all those iterations? Yes. He was offered a new path, a new possibility. If those worlds continued as it was. If they existed in reality as a form of alternate timelines / parallel worlds. Nobu has way too many things to correct. We don't have time left. Galahad said. Returning to that world's most significant moment requires your remaining chances. There would still be debt to be paid after that. Even so, you would only have 30 seconds. I will take it. Nobu recalled the events that would happen later. Everything is already set properly. His absence for a certain time wouldn't affect it that easily. Most importantly, he couldn't leave the problem he left behind. It already claimed Hephaestus and Artemis along with millions of Gakai's populace. If he could help exterminate the one-eyed black dragon that turned into a cursed spirit, that would ease his wrongdoings for that iteration of Gakai. Seeing this, Galahad merely nodded. He understood Nobu's personality, which is somehow reminiscent of his. It wasn't as extreme as his mindset, but it was still there. Well then. Your physical body wouldn't work. He spoke. You'll need a substitute. It was at this time Nobu noticed his peculiar state. He is currently in a dreamscape. His physical body wasn't truly present in it. His physical body in the 9th iteration was destroyed when he fought Antares. There's no need to worry. I have a solution to that. Click. Vaguely, both of them felt that the opportunity to re-enter that iteration was about to disappear. You would understand everything. All right. Nobu saw the distortion around him once again. It was only recently did he notice the mystical power he calls his cheat. It isn't as simple as reverting the target's state to normal or experiencing the future through his combat experiences. It has the potential to do something beyond that. Both Nobu's and Galahad's wish is the one thing that turned it into something that could manipulate time. Just as Nobu disappeared, so did Galahad. The dreamscape turned silent all of a sudden. One-eyed black dragon. It is the final boss, the last of the 3 great quests created by the dungeon for its inhabitants. It was something to be overcome by the mortal's might, but everything went wrong after cursed energy was introduced to Gakkai. The black dragon, which is already feared and revered as the greatest calamity, gained even stronger power. It even surpassed the manifestation of the god's fear. In a sense, one could reach its level if its vileness was established to the entire world since 1,000 years ago, something not even Ryuman Sukuna achieved. Vast amounts of evil emotions gathered to it. The one-eyed black dragon was supposed to be injured due to Albert Waldstein's attack from 1,000 years ago, yet it managed to completely heal it within 5 years. Through that, the black dragon gained a cursed technique skip. The said technique brought forward the future to its present. It was through it could the dragon heal itself. Its injuries that should have lasted for several decades were cut short to 5 years. The already powerful dragon became even stronger. Now, it could emit poisonous miasma around it, have the strongest physical body and resistance to magic, and the access to vast amounts of cursed energy from the world. Fortunately, it hasn't developed stronger ways to mobilize cursed energy. It could only mobilize it to use the cursed technique awakened upon its instincts as well as what it had learned since a decade ago. The foreign energy was completely new to Gakkai, and as such, it had to start from scratch. Boom! Rumble! Shatter! The black dragon's domain expansion was broken for the second time. However, they couldn't come unscathed. Most of the level 6 are severely injured. The level 7 lost their mobility, and the level 8s from Loki Familia barely blocked its monstrous attack. If not for the information acquired in their previous battles, they wouldn't even be able to wear it down like this. Otter-san. Continue what you're doing. We will hold it off. Bell Cranel fell silent. He saw his fair share of sacrifices in this battle. The school district was sunk before they could even enact the Otherworld plan. Miko's satellite, Jury, barely allowed them to react on time and survive its first strike. Since then, they engaged in a disastrous battle against the Black Dragon. It possessed the power to skip and immediately gain the intended result. If it wanted to destroy something, it would be instantly destroyed with skip. If it wanted to go somewhere, it would immediately arrive within a second. Its cursed technique is simply that powerful. Its only downside is the burden placed onto the Black Dragon, hence it couldn't abuse it. With the addition of Mana Furnace being taught to everyone, it increased the adventurer's survivability. The legacy of Nobu's world contributed a lot to Gakkai even after he left. Leave this responsibility to us. This is what we've agreed upon, no. The blonde-haired principal of the school district, Leon Vardenberg, grinned as he went into his striking position. The power of the sun merged with his entire being. The dream organs continuously supplied him with the necessary mana to use it at the maximum output. Bell Cranel. I could hold it off one last time. Suit yourself. Riviera declared as her holy magicka started being mobilized. It is their weapon against the domain's sure hit effect. It contributed a lot as to why they are still alive right now. Everyone. Bell steeled himself. He focused on charging his skill, Argonaut. He hadn't used it fully due to the sheer destructive power it had. A level 10 using it could give them the strength needed to defeat the Black Dragon. Only, they didn't take the gamble until now. It wasn't as if the dragon would simply stand still while he charges it. Clang. Boom. Rumble. Shatter. Another round of fighting had begun. The world's strongest gathered their entire power to buy Bell cranial time. This moment would determine the fate of Gakkai, and the responsibility to protect it lies on Bell Cranial's shoulder. Bam! Seeing them slowly lose, Bell nearly unleashed the Argonaut skill. His willpower had been tested over and over again. Should I use it? Should I wait until it is completed? When only a few remained standing including Otter and Leon, he was about to use it. Until... Crack! Flutter! An archangel descended from heaven. The blindfolded archangel unfolded her wings. Immediately, the white light devoured all the miasma present in their radius. The domain expansion that was about to be used broke down completely. Shockingly, the archangel accompanied a boy, no, a man. His pure golden pupils stared at the huge black dragon in the distance. Tap! The knight wore his garb once more. The ends of black cloth fluttered along the wind. His pure soul shone brilliantly. Golden motes of light converged on his waist and right arm. They took the form of a sheathed longsword and a huge circular shield, respectively. I shall hold it off. You. The knight gave a swift glance to the remaining combatants on this battlefield. His sight stopped for 2 seconds before he faced the terrifying black dragon. I remember it. His mind does not remember it, but his body does. Galahad. The Knight of Heaven. The chosen one of the Holy Grail. At this moment, he had returned. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Massive Gains. I am confused. Extremely so. I haven't even processed the memories of the 9th iteration when Galahad appeared out of nowhere and told me many things. I couldn't process everything completely. Like, for example, what is the Holy Grail? It is the cup that Jesus drank once. It is said to give immortality to those who drink from it. In the Arthurian legends, only Galahad and Percival could see it. The former immediately died upon holding it due to his nature as a saint. I shook those thoughts off. When I returned to reality, not even half a second had passed. My processing speed became extremely fast to the point my perception became like this. I turned to look at the black dragon. Its overwhelming visage, suffocating aura, and nigh infinite reserves of cursed energy. I would have had trouble if it was from before. The black dragon is comparable to the ancient red dragon. Only, the latter is much more flexible. It could use grand-scale magicka on the level of gods. An image overlapped to it. A pure white dragon. Albion? This is what those new memories told me. Due to this body, sporadic memories popped out of nowhere. It includes Galahad's fighting style with the shield as well as the power phantasm it holds. As long as I recite its true name, I will be able to mobilize it. After composing my thoughts, I didn't have any hesitations left. Based on my perception, a second had passed in reality. I should have spent more than 30 seconds. Just like Satoru-san, hey? Serious? A silhouette of a girl stood up. Her dirted long golden hair swayed slightly. Covered in wounds, she still possessed sharpness in her eyes. She's completely different from the Ai-san I knew. MN. I briefly nodded before the archangel's wings surrounded me. Bam! A black pillar of light descended upon it. It didn't leave any activation warnings or the like. It's as if it happened out of nowhere. Storing the shield to somewhere, I unsheathed my long sword first. Sword of the Strange Hangings. A holy sword once wielded by King David himself. That is enough to know everything. Its sanctimony is only below the Longinus itself. Sheeting. Just by drawing it out, the phantom of the archangel solidified more clearly. It dispelled the cursed energy from the nearby radius. The black longsword has two strange flags hanging from its guard. I twisted the longsword and wielded its edge against the black dragon. Swoosh! Cut! It was a simple swing. A downward vertical strike anyone could do. Yet. PSSSHK. Arg. It managed to reach its foe. I see. 27. Upon this verification, I didn't hesitate to deal my strongest attack. With this body accustomed to mysteries, I could finally execute my swordsmanship properly. Once. Twice. Thrice. The swings I did became extremely swift. I made several dozen cuts targeting the black dragon in a span of 2 seconds. The first strikes made their mark, but the rest of them missed when it reacted. Its cursed technique allowed it to dodge everything with ease. Suddenly, its tail appeared out of nowhere and lashed at me. Swoosh! I didn't waste the Archangel's phantom. I deftly dodged it with a split second left. Phantom Sword of Kurikarid Hirani. For the second time, my strikes became intangible. They attempted to shred the black dragon's neck but to no avail. It had adapted to my attacks already. Even so, I haven't brought out my trump cards yet. Gate para parasam gate bodhi svaha. Going on beyond, always going on beyond, always becoming Buddha. It was a downward diagonal strike. Swoosh! With my advanced processing speed, I saw its cursed energy about to be utilized. It is the activation signal before a sorcerer or a cursed spirit uses their cursed technique. However, it is more than that. I noticed the anomaly within this signal. It became concentrated at one point. It could only mean that its domain expansion is about to be utilized. PSSSHK. My attack reached it. It didn't affect anything physically, only spiritually. It was enough to break the cursed technique as well as its planned domain expansion. Its thinking was interrupted for a second. 20 seconds left. It's time. I pulled the sword closer to my face, its flat side facing me. I wouldn't give it the chance to react. Veritas luxury. The truth enlightens me. At that moment, mysteries are twisted. The physical laws bent under the pressure of the sword technique. I twisted its grip and dealt another downward strike to it. Swoosh! PSSSHK. Crack! The very first thing that occurred was space shattering. A few dozen dimensional cracks are produced with the sword alone. The next thing was purification. The attack utterly obliterated the remaining cursed energy within its direction. Lastly. Arg! Thud! The black dragon turned into the one-winged black dragon. Its right wing fell to the ground with a huge thud. 19. The holy longsword turned into motes of golden light. Soon, it was dispersed by the wind. Summoning forth the huge circular shield at my right hand, I continued to fulfill my responsibility. At this moment, Galahad Nobu shone brilliantly. It is not in a metaphorical sense but literally. Holy light converged around him as the archangel stayed at his back. His sword struck the black dragon and cut one of its wings down. Ironically, that attack resembled the black dragon's. It occurred out of nowhere, without any prior warnings. Such is the nature of the Kukuba swordsmanship, the technique renowned as Phantom Sword of Kurikarid Hirani. Flutter. Eyes was about to throw desperate in Nobu's direction when she saw him wield a shield. Strangely enough, it suited him very well. Bam! Crackle! Nobu stepped to his right before the dragon breath came at him. These were followed by a black blur, its claws aiming at his body. Clang! The circular shield perfectly defended against it. I see. Nobu understood the nature of its cursed technique. Skip could reverse causality and immediately go to the effect without the cause. Only, it couldn't directly affect someone. The black dragon could only use it to boost its attacks until it is only a split second from reaching him. He sidestepped before spinning his body. Swoosh! Suddenly, the shield flew straight at the dragon's face. The latter flickered before easily dodging it. After a serious injury, it became vigilant against Nobu. Fizzle! Crackle! The swathe of black miasma and pillar of light clashed against the archangel's wings. 12. Swoosh! PSSSHK! The archangel's phantom weakened before disappearing upon shielding Nobu from harm. Swoosh! The circular shield came flying to his direction. A blur appeared on the black dragon as it dodged the sneaky attack. The shield swiftly came to Nobu's side after its failed attack. Seeing him without any protection, the archangel, it decided to pull no stops. Its eyes swept the injured adventurers from below along with him. Without any prior warning. BZZT. A hail of black pillars of light descended. It aimed at the defenseless adventurers. The one-winged black dragon wanted to settle everything here and then. Nobu could deal with the black dragon, but his time is limited. If he was given more time, he could have defeated it. Unfortunately, luck weren't on their side. His time is limited. He could only do this and that decisive strike. Meaning, if Belcranel loses his charged magic for 5 minutes, they would lose hope in defeating it. A shield that protects. Such is the nature of Galahad. Without caring for himself, he protects those who needs to be protected. It is the highest form of heartlessness towards oneself. PSSSHK. The round shield was stabbed to the ground. Lord Camelot. A soft whisper was carried by the wind. BZZZT. Sizzle. A magic circle with the shape of his shield manifested. Along with it is the pure ivory white fortress walls. Hum. The two forces clashed. The hundreds of light pillars against the castle walls. Everyone are simply enamored by its sight. Underneath the shield that protected them is a boy no less than 18. 5 seconds later, the attack died out. Under the dragon's astonished gaze, they remained protected under the fortress walls. Several memories came to my mind. He is a pure knight. When it came to protecting someone, nobody came closer than him. Galahad is the most ideal knight. However, pitiful. If I were to be asked, I wouldn't want a life like this. It would have suffocated me deeply if I was in his position. I came back to reality. It's over. With my final moments, I looked back at Gakai's hero. I met his scarlet pupils filled with determination. That charged attack would settle everything, or most things. I am not the type to leave without any guarantees. Artemis. Above the starry sky, the crescent moon revealed its true form. It is an amalgamation of blue magic circles. They are in their active state. The things I could achieve right now is not limited to proper swordsmanship. In this state, I could reach the highest form of known magicka. I hope it could. Suddenly, my vision darkened. Thud. My body felt extremely tired. The next thing I knew, I found myself laying on something. Orion. Are you all right? I moved my head and saw Artemis face up close. MN. I'm fine. Even my legs gave up. My face slid further in her embrace as a result. You're not fine at all. Nobu. What are you feeling? My mind involuntarily recalled the sensation of having our connection broken. The fauna on my back felt close and foreign at the same time. Yet, I expressed nothing but gratitude right now. I don't want to experience it again. I could still speak. My voice became muffled due to her chest. My rational side stood over my flustered side and tried to deal with this dilemma. Can I sit on a chair? Yes? Yes. Artemis' flustered voice reached my ears. I could imagine how she would look despite seeing nothing but darkness. She let go of her embrace and carried me on my arm. My entire body is totally unresponsive except for the small balance I could retain. With her support and my wobbly legs, I finally sat on the chair. Both my arms fell to my lap right after I did that. It's a long story but I saw Scorpio and the Black Dragon turn Gakkai upside down. What? The two goddesses became surprised at my revelation. It should be my fault. Really? I am the one who brought the problem over. Bits of information entered my mind. After several cross-validation, there is a high chance that I caused everything. When I came back to Gakkai, I didn't encounter any problems. That means I must have perfected the world transfer spell. It is the only difference that set my accidental visit and second visit. Going in this train of thought, something must have gone wrong in the first visit that presented cursed energy to this world. It looks like I will need to talk to Aranos later. Hephaestus-sama was exiled from Gakkai. Artemis, she disappeared after a huge battle. I began telling the memories I received in the 9th iteration. Honestly, it is full of satisfaction at first. I took revenge against Dionysus as well as Yago. I crushed Kenjaku's plans by stealing the prison realm and freeing Satoru-san with the inverse spear of heaven. I also fought Kudrak and several other greed of 10 in Swime's otherworldly journey. Everything went downhill after I rushed to Gakkai. I was too hasty to return to Gakkai. After losing Hephaestus-sama's connection, I sought for Artemis. It isn't wrong to say I ran to my death. Nevertheless, I understand why I did those. Personally, experiencing those things would make me go crazy. After that, I had the chance to return. I clashed against the Black Dragon to buy the strongest adventurer's time. The end result was this. Silence filled the room. I am reminded of that time I revealed everything I saw on the 8th iteration. The 9th iteration is far more shocking and devastating than that. That's why you look like this. Right. Artemis and Hephaestus-sama pointed out. As expected. I mumbled. Just like what I could remember. I smiled wryly as I looked at the two goddesses. Who would have expected that? I would have it too. Even now, I could hardly believe it. How did I even? What is it? Artemis was the first one to ask. It's complicated. I replied. Hephaestus-sama, could you update my status? All right. After some difficulties, we finally managed to update it. I haven't felt anything since I am tired, but the feats I had accumulated in those 10 years should be able to make me level up. As for the fight with the Black Dragon, it's better to see for yourself. She gave me the paper with a resigned look. Level 5. Strength, I0 Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Hacker, FD Ubiquitous, FD. Orionid's Moon Hunt. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, E, 87% to be upgraded. Curse Hunter. Knight's Resolve. Pure Heart. I fell silent upon seeing my new status. I exchanged glances with Hephaestus-sama as she let out a smile. You still have 2 developmental abilities to choose. Ah! I should have expected this completely. I am on the verge of leveling up to 4, yes, but to directly level up to 5? From what I know, only Ryuhu-san did this feat. She went from level 4 to level 6 in one go. That was the result of her achievements materializing, which allowed her to skip 2 levels. Fighting against the fabled one-eyed Black Dragon is just as big of an achievement. They are 2 selections, each with 5 abilities to choose from. I listened to Hephaestus-sama's words. In total, there are 10 abilities to choose from. They are separated as 2 5-item choices. Trap Maker. Abnormal Resistance. Healing Power. Mysteries. Luck. Metalwork. Mechanic. Chain Attack. Shielder. Knight Physique. Hearing this list, I fell into deep contemplation. The only new thing in the first one was luck. This should be self-explanatory already. On the other hand, the second selection looks more colorful. Metalwork is already documented as an ability of item makers. The same goes for chain attack and shielder. Only the mechanic and knight physique are different. The former should be something similar to mage but with technology. As for the last one, that should be something from Galahad. I recalled how strong I was in that body. I could do many things which I couldn't do before. If knight physique gives me just that. After a while, I made my decision. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Broken Cognition. In the end, I wound up choosing luck and knight physique. I haven't felt any tangible changes as of yet, but I might be able to do so later on. The former should be something related to destiny, more so, fate. It is the intangible luck that could redirect me to a good outcome. It should be akin to Swimay's fate which I overheard from Lord Nettishim. Meanwhile, the latter is something from Galahad. I haven't heard much from him, but I could infer several things from the body I used on the 9th iteration. For once, his body is attuned to high levels of physical strength. There is also a strange connection to mysteries that enabled me to perform the sword technique and the highest level Grand Magicka properly. Even with that, I could still utilize technology. Proof of that was Miku's aid in casting the final Grand Magicka near the end. In the first place, I am not considered as a being of mysteries as much as Swimay is. It gives magicians insane firepower when it comes to spells. It is one of the primary reasons why I am limited to using technology to make up for it. With that transformation, I would be able to utilize both Magicka, technology, and swordsmanship to another height. I saw the view from the peak once. I longed to possess power comparable to Galahad to me on the 9th iteration. It was something I only saw on the sidelines, something close yet distant. I had seen Satoru-san and Swimay pull off unbelievable feats one after another. I admit. I yearn for it. You're spacing a lot. I will bring you to your room. All right. Just then, my sight throbbed slightly. I felt lightheaded as I lost control over my body. On. It's bad. Thud. My body uncontrollably fell to the ground. My lungs started desperately heaving for air. My chest tightened. This is Kazumitsu-san, revival. MN. Soon, everything turned black. In a distant world made of facades, a night spaced out. Galahad. MN. Are you spacing out again? Galahad looked at the youngest addition to the round table. The girl cut her hair short to remove a hindrance during battles. Her knighthood is bestowed by none other than Sir Lancelot. As his son, Gareth's attention to Galahad came off as no surprise. It's nothing. He spoke. What are you saying? You aren't listening at all. I asked you about that journey. The search for the Holy Grail? Indeed, I have been chosen for it. Britain's current situation is far from ideal. Mysteries from the world began to recede a few hundred years ago from the moment the king of magecraft, Solomon, died. The disappearance of true ether removed its everlasting glory. Camelot remains unaffected due to a certain court mage. The sewer systems, agriculture rotations, clean water systems, and so on. True ether is added on top of that, turning Camelot into the most ideal city. However, the same couldn't be said outside it. Britain recently went to war with the Roman Emperor, Lucius Tiberius. The Knights of the Round Table held their reputation as high-level powers. In the end, King Arthur reigned victorious with his Excalibur. Even so, that only settled a part of their problems, hence leading to the journey to claim the Holy Grail. In this time and age, it is the sole miracle that could turn everything around. More than half of the Round Table's knights are assigned to undertake this mission. His Highness included me among the ones participating. He paused as if realizing something. Are you perhaps regretful you aren't chosen? You're still the same as always. Teasing with that straight face. Galahad silently looked at her. It made it hard for Gareth to know what he was honestly thinking. The two bantered for quite some time before he was left alone. What was that? Galahad felt something strange. It's as if he forgot about something important, like he already lived this life once. Strange? MN. You're all right? Yes. Galahad received Percival's inquiring look. He is used to his brother asking about his condition whenever he doesn't feel right. He was the first one to notice his complex relationship with his father, Lancelot. I'm fine. I simply thought of something. Something taking your mind? I wonder what it is. As usual, Galahad replied with silence. If it is something related to women, I hope you won't follow your father's path. Galahad's face went stiff upon hearing that. He wondered how their conversation even went in that direction. Infidelity is bad. Say it to Sir Tristan, or even father. The majority of the Round Table's knights are womanizers. That is a well-established fact within their inner circle. Oh? It seems you are growing a sense of humor. That's good, that's good. Galahad felt like he understood his words, yet he didn't. This sword. The three knights, Percival, Galahad, and Bors, was sidetracked on their quest to find the Holy Grail. Percival's sister led them to an ancient ship which contained many historical records and relics from the time of King Solomon. Along with it is a map to an island which housed several relics. In the end, they decided to undertake the journey purely because of Solomon's name. If there is someone close to God, it would only be him. He is their clue to acquire the Holy Grail. However, what they didn't expect was to find a long sword instead. Can I touch it? Surprised by Galahad's proactiveness, Percival and Bors couldn't react for a while. It's fine. The former said. Perhaps it is fated to be with your hands. Yes. It's the first time you wanted something. Being nearly the same age as him, Bors saw his peculiarity. He never wanted to have something for himself. He always fought for the other's cause. Such selflessness is something he admired. Galahad didn't know how to react. After a while, he nodded to them and grasped the sheathed longsword. The two flags hung on its guard fluttered as he drew it out. At that moment, an aura of sanctimony surrounded the stone room. Suddenly, a strange set of memories entered his mind. Using a certain swordsmanship, he cut a black dragon's wing before its shrieks of pain resounded to his ears. Again. Amidst the broken rubbles of stone lies an unaffected room. It formed a natural barrier that pushed back everything save for the chosen ones. Are you all right? It's just a scratch. Galahad wore a stoic face that said, Are you really saying that? As he pulled him back up. Percival looks beat up and tattered due to the battle against the castle's usurper, Klingsor. His strange mage craft and holy spear Longinus were enough to cause him trouble. However, it was the latter that settled everything. Longinus acknowledged him as its rightful user. It was then used to defeat the evil Magus. We did it. Bors came to them with a bright smile. It was very long, but to think we would find it. After many twists and turns, they discovered the legendary Holy Grail. It was housed in the Corbenic castle under the safekeeping of the Fisher King. Only when Klingsor forcefully seized the castle did it change owners. Nevertheless, the Grail refused to acknowledge a vile man such as him. With that, it was left untouched for decades. As usual, Galahad wore his expressionless face. I wonder when I'd see an expressive Galahad. That sounds good. Percival replied. We shall celebrate when it happens. We will see. The two laughed at his stiff reply. They had been together for nearly 2 years in search of the Grail. It was a common sight to poke fun at him, which Galahad doesn't mind. They entered the Grail room. Just as Bors continued to walk towards it, he was met with a sudden hindrance. Ah! It was an invisible wall. It didn't have any form of aura. It was nothing, yet it could affect reality like that. So that's how it is. Percival understood everything. This invisible wall thwarted Klingsor's attempts to utilize the Holy Grail. Even though it is a few steps away from them, it suddenly felt distant. Galahad. Bors was shocked to see Galahad walk towards it. He was about to stop him when he saw how he passed through it easily. With normal strides, he came closer to the Grail. When they could finally react, all they saw was his back facing them. They didn't see his dazed look. The moment Galahad touched the Grail, a path to heaven was pierced through. In this brief moment, time became exceedingly still to him. Images of humanoid figures shifting to an incomprehensible being with countless eyes appeared on his sight. Galahad was confused at this moment. He didn't know what was happening right now. What? The last thing he could remember was approaching the Grail. Somehow, he felt like he could do it, and so he did. Just then, a vision, no, a message descended upon him. It didn't involve any voices, texts, and the like. It is something that transcends language itself. It belonged to something far more complex than it. He showed a surprised look. He tried to process everything in resignation, that is. He understood the nature and implications behind the miraculous Holy Grail. It was destined to be a failure. Their journey to the Holy Grail was nothing but for naught. Even if the heavens won't take back the Grail, the overseeing counterforces would correct everything and lead to Camelot's downfall. It is necessary for history to progress. Camelot is destined to be the brightest legend that would inspire kingdoms and empires of the future. As such, their downfall is destined from the beginning. Your Royal Highness, I failed you. When the pathway to heaven closed, the Holy Grail and Galahad were nowhere to be found. What, did just Gareth, Percival, Father, Tou-Sen, CG, Artemis. Huge chunks of memories entered my mind. They disrupted my experiences and tried to enter through the gaps. In turn, it blurred my perception, my sense of self. Am I Galahad? Am I Akasaka Nobu? What are our differences? What is happening? What just happened? Who am I? In the midst of this dilemma, I found myself standing on an execution ground. There, I saw two figures fighting. One of them is the knight, Gareth. The other knight sported short purple hair and bloodshot eyes. PSSSHK. I witnessed him crush the defenseless Gareth. She didn't wear any armor nor her usual gun lance. Just like that, her lifeless body fell to the ground. Hey? Before I could react, I was transferred to another place. This time, it was the same man fighting against a familiar knight. Sir Gawain. Clang. I understood everything. Clang. That, my father killed Gareth. Gareth. That fucking bastard. No, he's still my father. Chaotic thoughts began entering my head. Perhaps it is due to the dissociation I was feeling, I let out many curses. Before long, my mind entered a state of stillness. The chaotic thoughts receded just before I saw Gawain leaving the battered Lancelot behind. Since then, I kept staring blankly at the scenes I saw. Maybe I was too overwhelmed to be able to react to them. I felt nothing. Crack. I am aware of how absurd this is. Crack. It is inhuman. Crack. Why am I like this? It's not right. It is. I turned my back and saw Galahad. He is completely identical to my appearance. You are extremely confused. Nobu couldn't believe what was happening to him. Even with 200 years of memories. It is different. A lifetime's worth of memories is far different from the incomplete memories the cheat gives. The influence it brings is bigger than snippets of memories. Moreover, Akasaka Nobu is someone considered to be a normal human. Although he experienced numerous traumatic events with his cheat, he retained his normal self. In a sense, Nobu is an anomaly amongst all magicians who lose their previous selves. Meanwhile, Galahad is a special human. He is someone who does not hesitate to help others, even at the expense of himself. Thus, he is dubbed the perfect knight. Both of them lived contrasting lives with different experiences. Galahad's mindset, in particular, is as inhuman as it could get. It became problematic once it mixed with Nobu. Putting two separate worldviews could potentially cause what he experienced just now, a cognition collapse. We are fortunate to have this moment. There is still a chance to correct this. Galahad spoke with a stoic face. Strangely, Nobu also calmed down at this moment. You will forget most of it until you are ready. I see. I understood everything from his words. That move caused this. I am pertaining to meddling with the 9th iteration. It was a sudden decision at that time, but only now do I feel its after effects. Most of it. I presume I would still remember bits of it. Yes. It wouldn't affect you like it did now, however. There ends. I would forget about it. Gareth, Sir Percival. Her Highness. I met Galahad's complicated gaze. When the time comes, let us meet them again. All right. I bid my farewell to the night. Amen. I got out of a blurry dream. My body felt light yet unfamiliar. When I opened my eyes, I was greeted by a dim ceiling. The rays of moonlight cascaded over the gaps of the curtain. My senses started returning. The status of a level 5 allowed me to perceive many things clearly. It is way sharper compared to before. One such example is a steady pattern of breathing on my side. I looked at it and saw a brown-haired girl sleeping beside the bed. Lily. Something strange about her. It feels like dream organs. Lily could finally use mana furnace. As if sensing my gaze, her body shook before her head rose. She looked back at me with a sleepy look, but it disappeared a few seconds later. Teacher. You're finally awake. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, When the Seasons Pass By. Upon hearing Lily's voice, my heart skipped a beat. An absurd possibility came to my mind. How long was I out? Teacher. Half a year. Ah. The tip of my mouth visibly twitched. Half a year. Was this the price that had to be paid when I decided to enter the 9th iteration? This was a huge price. The Holy Grail brought by Galahad is nothing short of miraculous. But, it seems like I won't be able to handle it in full. It is even stronger than the Lapis Judaicus on Reiji's hands or even the complete Philosopher's Stone itself. It was split into 3 parts, yes, but it'll possess even unimaginable power if they are recombined, or so the legends say. Lapis Philosophoris gave the created homunculi perfect knowledge regarding mysteries. Lapis Judaicus served as the weapon to end the Twilight Syndrome in its roots. Lapis Candidus, which purified all targeted things through the supernatural biblical events. Using such power as a weakling made the outcome evident. Really? I made everyone worry. I'll talk to them later. I said. You could use mana furnace now. That's a great achievement, Lily. It's not a big deal, teacher. I couldn't properly use it yet. It's about the output and prioritization, no. While mana furnace deserved its spot as a magician's ultimate trump card, it is extremely difficult to practice. One has to create a dream organ, a conceptual part, in their body. The more dream organs they have, the greater the output. They become closer to mysteries as a result of it. My mana furnace seems different from the rest as it could upgrade on its own. I felt a tinge of excitement. Now that I am a level 5, it should be stronger, no? When I snapped out of my thoughts, I became slightly dissociated. Not much time had passed when I went into a daze. That is the problem. My mind seems overactive today. Is this the increase in my processing speed? I understand how Isan sliced half a dozen times within a second. I tried to stand up. Some of my bones made a popping sound when I did so. Then, I stopped the attempt and chose to stretch my upper body. Pop! Pop! After I'd done it, I felt more refreshed. It was also at this moment did I notice the changes in my body. Pushing these thoughts aside, I stood up from the bed. Can you help me meet everyone? 6 months ago, Nobu showed no signs of waking up. Hephaestus and Artemis knew he had come back from the 9th iteration and had an encounter with the one-eyed black dragon. They are aware of his power akin to Arcanum. Yet, it is precisely because of that were they unable to do anything. The DEA saint once came to check on his condition but to no avail. Since then, he has been taken care of during his sleep. One such person was Philvis. Ah! Akasaka-san. The very moment he stepped out of his room, Philvis noticed him. She didn't hold any reservations as she held him in her embrace. I'm glad, you're finally awake. Strangely, Nobu didn't feel flustered. His mind became clear, all the whilst being perceptive of her emotions. He reciprocated it by patting her back. At the same time, he noticed how huge his growth was. Nobu grew up to 168 centimeters, as a 13 years old nonetheless. His birthday was supposed to be in October but he slept through it. It was turned as a belated event which everyone would celebrate once he wakes up. I apologize for making you worry. No. You don't need to apologize. Philvis looked up to him, her face close to his chest. It was then did realization hit her. She felt embarrassment creeping up to her face. Her smooth white skin was overrun with a blush of red. When Philvis saw his eyes, she was momentarily mesmerized. Something's different. Before she could ponder over it, she separated herself from him. She felt she wouldn't be able to handle any more of this embarrassment. Perhaps, only Ain could do so. This is good. We were worry-stricken when you didn't wake up after 2 days. Artemis-sama was fidgety while Hephaestus-sama used her connections to make you wake up. Hearing all of that, Nobu could only heave a sigh. He paid dearly for the decisive 30 seconds of a dreary world. Nevertheless, he doesn't regret it. With his integration to the Night of Revelations Galahad, many things changed subtly on him. It didn't affect his identity as Akasaka Nobu. It merely gave many improvements related to willpower, one of the fields Galahad specialize. Meanwhile, Lily pouted slightly before she reverted to her calm expression. Teacher. I should have done that too. Hephaestus-sama. Nobu looked at the direction of the entrance. From the moment our eyes met, her eyes trembled in surprise. Tsubakine, who accompanied her to the familiar home, gave me her usual smile. Before I could see Hephaestus-sama's expression, she swiftly held my hand before she led me to the office. Bam! The door automatically closed itself. I saw a semblance of the security system from my world. You are back. I am. That's good. Hephaestus-sama had her back facing me. I couldn't see the expression she was making at this angle. However, I am no longer constrained to such limits. I could see her messy crying face. She is trying to compose herself, just as usual, before facing me. Several memories entered my mind. While I was fighting, I would remember Hephaestus-sama. I used the blade she forged, Sora, until the end. It broke down when I fought Scorpio, Antares, when I made my final sword strike. It was a facade that led to the finale, Orionids. The thing is, I knew we entered a romantic relationship. That's right. That was the time when me and Artemis were official. In short, a polygamous relationship in even more familiar terms, a harem. Thus, I couldn't believe it. I firmed myself to not be like Galahad's, my other father. He was a womanizer who made love with my biological mother before leaving. Until her death, I quite resented him for it. Complex thoughts entered my mind. The increased processing speed showed its wonders at this moment. Should I? Shouldn't I? Nobu and Galahad. It was clear we weren't the type to leave someone important suffering due to our decisions. Somehow, my decisiveness changed after the blurry dream Galahad's life. I am aware I forgot many things due to an important reason. Nevertheless, some impactful memories remained with me. Tap. Tap. I went to Hephaestus-sama swiftly. I gave her a hug from behind. Being slightly taller than her, I saw her neck up to her chest. I immediately averted my gaze from it and focused on her shoulder instead. Nobu. There was something I left out from before. I started speaking. I told you about the support you gave during the 9th iteration, that you had my back. What I didn't tell, however, was that I steeled myself to take the final step. We became lovers. Hephaestus-sama's body jolted the moment she heard my words. I felt how it trembled while being on my embrace. It somehow happened. I said. That's why. I feel more guilty making you suffer again. I'm sorry. Silence overwhelmed the entire room. Neither of us spoke as an odd tension arose between us. After a while, Hephaestus-sama moved. She faced me, with an abashed look, that is. It is reminiscent to Artemis' look during our date. Damn it! Did my future self really handle a harem? Because Hephaestus-sama was not the end of it. I don't know. I am feeling different right now. Artemis doesn't know about such things, as I plan to reveal it after a good night's rest. Only, that turned out to be a 6-month-long sleep. This could be considered as infidelity, and Hephaestus-sama knows it. Still. A soft sensation was pressed on my cheek. That's all I could do, no. Her coolness and bashfulness mixed into one. It became a deadly gap-mo that I wasn't ready for. She separated from me after she'd done that. I'll set everything straight. I will. Nobu. You look cool. Ah. Just as I was about to react, she shifted to a different topic. Ahem. We need to catch up with everything. For example, Dionysus and Thanatos. I sat down on one of the chairs with familiarity. Hephaestus-sama did the same as she reverted to her calm expression. It went according to the schedule. Dionysus was executed by Artemis while Loki took on Thanatos. They went to Tenkai after that. The remnants of Evilus were caught one by one during the course of 2 weeks. Everything ended with that. Hephaestus-sama slowly explained things one by one as if nothing happened. It should be her way of recovering from her previous embarrassment, or so I am inclined to think. Orario hadn't faced any threats since then. It went back to its usual hustle and bustle without Evilus. Loki also took care of the publicity of us capturing 2 evil gods. Aside from that, there is only one more thing worth mentioning. I had a feeling as to what it could be. Philvis and I dove to the dungeon after that incident. It was there did they met a creature. The woman. Hephaestus-sama nodded before she asked. How did you know? Dionysus spilled some things while he went crazy. One of them is a creature whom I haven't considered yet. It seems she died within the next 2.5 years. For someone as crafty as Dionysus, having certainty that she could turn everything upside down was enough. I am expecting a threat with the prowess of a level 8 at the very least. After that, she didn't appear anymore. However, Philvis was asked to pass a message. She intends to meet you. I see. With my current strength plus mana furnace, I am confident I could hold my ground at the very least. I recalled portions of Galahad's battle experiences as well as the ones I faced during the 9th iteration. Unsurprisingly, it is far richer than the rest of my iterations simply because of my strength. I faced stronger beings head-on, special grade curses included. I talked with Hephaestus-sama until it was decided I would visit Artemis. She would be surprised by your appearance. Perhaps. It's not that. You. Her voice started to lower until it became a low mumble. You look a lot more handsome, and cooler. It made me pause for a second. Hearing the same thing twice, I wondered what changed on me. It's more of your aura than anything. Like a reliable knight. I might have understood. In actuality, Galahad's charm is high enough for him to have female pursuers. In a conservative era where men made the first move, Galahad has his own fan club. He stood out from the rest of the knights due to his childish countenance compared to the usual mature looks they had. Galahad could have been a lady killer if not for his personality. A womanizer. Sir Percival's words remained in my mind. If I had the chance to meet them again, they would make fun of me, wouldn't they? No, I'm sure they would. Certainly. Go. Don't make her wait for too long. Hephaestus Sama said. It's best you meet her now. If you've seen how worried she was over these days. All right. I stepped out of the office. I didn't see Filvis nor Tsubaki nay, only Lily. Teacher. She greeted. I'm going to the Artemis Familia. Can I come with you? It's fine. Seeing Lily's upbeat self, I was reminded of the days I missed teaching her. I know she must have learned Mana Furnace with Miko's guidance, maybe the digital recordings I habitually made while studying something. I muttered my thoughts out loud while studying. It should have been enough as a learning material. Coincidentally, I glimpsed the chains of the pocket watch in her pocket. She really liked it. Swime accepted a student 4 months after they subjugated the rank A Calamity Dragon. She is a homunculi who learned about being human as she spent more time with him. I recalled how she became one of his lovers. I halted my thoughts before they went in a weird direction. I stepped out of the Familia home after 6 months of sleep. The blinding rays of sunlight welcomed my eyes. They processed the brightness, leading me to not need to squint. Summer's already nearing. So this is how it feels to miss 2 seasons. My sight shifted to the towering ivory construct made by the gods. The 50-floor Babel with a height of 4 kilometers still existed during this time. It is not the same as the broken rubbles that I saw in the future. Speaking of which, Atropos-san. With her current state, it'd be a miracle if she lived for long. If things didn't go against my expectations. She must be dead. I softly exhaled under my breath. What's done is done. There is still the chance to change everything. While I thought of the omnipotent wish-granting cup, I strode to the streets of Orario once more. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Foreseen Revelation? Nothing much changed. Yes, except for people clamoring to buy your magic swords. When I was asleep, there was nobody who could replace the magic swords I made. It was imbued with the Miracle Maker skill plus the technicalities I learned in my world. Miracle Maker. Does it have something to do with the Grail? Considering its name and nature, I have a feeling it does. As we walked in the northwest street, I saw many familiar establishments one by one. While I may have perceived everything as a swift but long dream, the memories of the 9th iteration made me feel nostalgic at its sight. A ruined Orario. That day should never come. I'm curious. Other than Filvis, Ein, and you, who else had mastered Mana Furnace? Lily's Gientrope ears perked up. There's Land-san as well as Haruim-san. I see. Land could definitely do it with her talent in magic. All mages had inherent advantages when practicing this spell for the first time. Felminia-san was one such example. Since they have their own viewpoints on magic, their foundations are deeper than the beginners. But, Haruim-san? Hephaestus-sama, Filvis-san, and Miko-san decided on it after seeing her persistence about being stronger. She wants to be of help to you, teacher. Sun Priestess. Knowing Haruim-san's character, I am not surprised they decided on this. She is one of the few who survived until the final battle as well as became a strong support for the team with her ability to level up statuses. Is she diving the dungeon as we speak? Yes. She's with Ein-san. There goes the reason behind their absence. Just as we were talking, we bumped into a familiar acquaintance. Serious? The green-haired elf wearing a hostess uniform looked at me with surprise. Greetings, Miss Ryuu. I greeted her. It has been quite a long time. Indeed. She replied. I assume you are heading for Artemis-sama. That's right. I had been a cause of worry. As we talked, she reverted to her usual self. It was also at this time did the murmurs of the surrounding people caught my attention. Serious? That's him. Who else? Isn't he in a coma due to a failed magic experiment? Hey? I heard it was caused by a new magic sword he was developing. Rumors has it the sword is unparalleled in the entire Gakkai. He's awake now. He's far different from before. Wait, it's not just me. Me too. Seeing the murmurs grow louder, I sent an apologetic look to Miss Ryuu. She understood it and bid her farewell. Until next time, Serious. Take care. We left before the crowd could even grow more interested. This is a norm for gods and adventurers alike. Lily. Yes. Are you aware of the combat suits present inside the Familia home? The one safekept by Miko-san? I saw it once. I'll give you one of them later. Teacher. It is just enough. One of the suits is dubbed Squire. It specializes in close combats, unlike Arbiter that balanced both. You're already on the 35th floor. I'll help you catch up with Mana Furnace later. I said. We missed many lessons. Were these fine for you? Yes. Seeing her excited look, I was reminded of Gareth. She is the happy-go-lucky one out of us 13. She could even compete against Merlin in terms of liveliness, though that guy is something else. Gun Lance. Should I let her try it later? While the sightings of Sirius spread, the duo arrived in front of the Artemis Familia home. It looked the same as usual. There weren't any changes despite the Familia's rapid rise within Orario's ranks. Stepping within the barrier's range, Nobu found out they were far different from before. They are improved according to its controller's wishes. It has a touch of personal preferences compared to the textbook placement it has before. Ba dump. All of a sudden, his heart thumped loudly. He looked in a certain direction and felt a strong gaze from a goddess. Teacher, I will. It's all right. I know the password. The moment his fingertip touched an empty space, a dozen magic circles were revealed. Runes are written within their layers as they add up to the barrier's overall purpose. Firstly, Nobu created his unique signature. Although, he noticed how it was slightly different compared to before. Galahad. It didn't pose a problem. All he had to do is to call out the remnants of his previous signature inputted before it served as a master key. Even though it was upgraded and lost most of its previous syntaxes, Nobu bypassed everything and opened the gate. There wasn't anyone who welcomed him. It was a sudden visit that nobody could have predicted. The first person they came across was none other than their healer. Serious. She dropped a part of the rifle she was doing maintenance on. She abruptly stood up from her seat, causing everything to fall down and in turn, break into several pieces. It didn't matter to her. You're awake. Yes. You're not hallucinating or dreaming. He replied. I couldn't seem to find the others. Did they do something? They went out. Buying ingredients, condiments, and stuff. Nana answered blankly before she could regain herself. Noticing her current state, he decided to give her some time to process it. Then, I'll be seeing her. When he left, Lily remained. She somehow knew about the special relationship between her teacher and their Familia's goddess. She was extremely surprised at first, but she was able to process everything after 6 months. Lily-chan. Was it only just now? Yes. Teacher insisted on coming here the moment he woke up. Lily replied with a complex look. From the looks of it, he wanted to see Artemis-sama immediately. For the past 6 months, everyone in Artemis Familia got to know Lily. It is inevitable due to her identity as Nobu's first student. As such, she was not surprised when the revelation about the two did happen. All right. Nana ended up accepting everything. Thus, the two started conversing regarding the incidents this morning. I could feel it. It is a vague connection at first. It didn't help much as it turned most of our interactions awkward. Having someone whom you don't know perceive your truest feelings is embarrassing to both sides. But, ever since that day, this connection was strengthened. My magic Orionid's moon hunt is proof of it. In a sense, it is a vow of our hearts. Upon opening the door, someone jumped in front of me. A familiar fragrance invaded my nose. At this moment, Artemis is shorter than me. It resulted in having our roles reversed. Orion. I'm back. All the words I previously ordered ended up in 2 words. I'm sorry for making you worry. Much to my surprise, she fell silent after that. I could feel drops of lyocod on my chest. These are tears. I didn't think much. I patted her head while hugging her waist with my other hand. No feelings of embarrassment and the likes appeared. It felt extremely natural to do this. While this made me feel guilty, it also felt warm. Perhaps, this is something Galahad hadn't experienced. In such a manner, we stayed still until a few minutes later. Artemis wiped the tears on her reddish eyes. I saw her fragile side. I'm not doing something like this again. A sudden thought struck me. If Artemis already felt like this, what could of our other versions? I shook off that thought. It turned into a strong conviction that swore not to repeat this again. It's not your fault. Artemis spoke. You saved a world, didn't you? It's not in my position to hold you back. I knew Artemis enough to know it'll be like this. Just like Hephaestus-sama, she never held me back on my decisions. Instead, they supported me thoroughly. Artemis wouldn't hold me back even if she knew my decision during the 9th iteration. I fell silent for a moment before a thought entered my mind. Without hesitation, I pressed forward. My lips made contact with hers. The familiar sensation of warmth during our first date appeared once again. She was caught off guard at first, but she accepted me. We delved into something deeper. This time, she took the initiative to invade with her tongue. It was only our 5th time, yet it felt vastly different. It's as if we could perceive our emotions in a deeper state, something that brought a sense of satisfaction. After a while, we managed to regain ourselves before we parted. You still owe me much more. Yes. Her words coupled with the look on her face made it a critical hit. It felt complicated seeing the usual Artemis being this clingy. Perhaps she changed after we affirmed our relationship. Something changed on you. Was it your aura? My aura? MN. Your gaze as well. It didn't take me long to realize where it came from. Galahad. It must be due to my dreams. I started explaining the things I could remember to her. In my sleep, I dreamt of being Galahad. However, the finer details are too vague that I could only remember several events, such as the moment I found Sword of Strange Hangings and fighting Klingstor in the Corbenic Castle. Nevertheless, I knew the reason why I forgot them. Galahad was right. I wasn't ready to accept everything in full. I experienced one shocking thing after another that my mental state isn't up to par. Galahad. You're previously a knight. And nothing. Don't mind it. I'm interested. I didn't back down from her slightly flustered look. It is cute, yes, but I am genuinely interested if I heard things right. After receiving her look, I knew I was right. With a faint smile, I knelt on the ground. I gently held her hand before kissing it. I shall protect you with my life, my lady. It is a knight's pledge. A vow that shouldn't be broken even at the cost of a knight's life. After a while, I stood up. Artemis is visibly embarrassed with the cheesy stunt I pulled over. Although, no matter how cheesy it is, that was the norm in Galahad's time. There is a high chance that Sir Tristan and Sir Lancelot pulled it over the same stunt over countless women. Thinking about the future I saw in my 9th iteration, I fell silent. Would I really do that? I can't imagine how everything ended like that. I don't even know how to break the news to Artemis. Orion. Phew. Why would I be afraid? In the end, all I have to do is to trust her completely. Actually, I left out something in the 9th iteration. I didn't manage to say it before I went into a coma. At this moment, the pure heart skill made my mind clear. I saw its description when I woke up. Pure heart grants immunity to invasive powers to mind. Increases the intensity of willpower. Increases damage against evil entities. The sanctimony of the holiest night. That was the phrase that appeared on my mind when I saw it. Galahad has unprecedented levels of spirit and willpower that it is considered inhuman. It is the reason behind Galahad's inability to express himself properly. Fortunately, I have what he lacked. In that time, besides you. Her countenance changed to that of a surprise when she heard it. She knew what I was about to say with our connection. Nevertheless, I finished the sentence properly. I had another lover. As if it was an instinctual move, she asked. It's Hephaestus, isn't it? Now, it was my turn to be surprised. When you were not looking. I saw how she looked at you. Come again? Since when? 3 weeks after becoming her familia member. Hey! Truly, I want to smack my past self for overlooking those details. Accidental summoning, non-canon. Chaldea's makeshift summoning system glow brightly. With Mash's shield as the core, it was able to summon heroic spirits from all ages. It was good Aiko's another day of hoping for someone shocking to come out. She stored the energy prism Saint Quartz to spend everything in one go. Someone good. Please. Unfortunately, her luck was rotted to receive freshly cooked mapo tofu from somewhere. It was a flaw that they hadn't fixed as of the moment. As for saving the Saint Quartz until the flaw was repaired, it is not possible. The next singularity they would enter has a difficulty of X, the holy city of Jerusalem. Thus, many fighting forces are welcomed. The light from the shield died down. Just then. Beep. The security countermeasures inside Chaldea activated all at once. What? Senpai. In the center of the shield stood a man. His ashen white hair and golden pupils were unfamiliar to good Aiko, even to Mash, but she felt a strange familiarity out of him. I see. In an instant, the pressure that threatened to destroy everything disappeared. The dream organs possessed by the man gradually went to an inactive state. You might have mistakenly summoned me, but I shall help you one time. The man said. As long as you give me 3 of those defective grails, that is. Ah. Seeing their confusion, the man immediately said. Apologies. I haven't introduced myself yet. You can call me Sirius and I am what you consider as a caster. He paused before continuing. I am more known in this place as Galahad. At this moment, the elusive shielder met one of his parallel selves. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Untying Knots. Despite my pure heart, I couldn't delay about the things I'd known in my 9th iteration. Artemis would definitely notice something wrong if I kept doing so, and that'll make me guilty. It is also a question of her trust, and I am not the one to do such a thing. In short, things would become complicated if I held back from talking about the girls in that iteration. Since I couldn't recall a fight, something that'll be significant enough to vent emotions on monsters, it could only mean that it didn't go wrong. I think. Nobody said anything after her remarks about Hephaestus-sama. I know her well. Hephaestus. Do you remember her situation in Tenkai? She asked me to hide it from you, but it's better to tell you now. Something asked by Hephaestus-sama to remain hidden? She didn't simply remain closed doors or evaded by the gods. She didn't have any friends and interactions outside of Hestia. I thought even shut-ins would have a select number of friends. If she lived like that for thousands of years. I know what Artemis is pertaining to. It is better here in Gakkai since we could restrain our arcanum. That included it. She said. But the number of people who remained after seeing that could be counted on one hand. This possibility should have come into my mind when she revealed her secret that day. Before the dungeon dive every night it became a norm to talk with Hephaestus-sama. It is mainly about the matters we are currently facing such as evil us, but there were also many times where we talked about mundane things. Right now, the topic of discussion has shifted to the magicians of my world. Codes. It is not difficult to imagine such a thing, but they do contrast this world's mages. Yet, it started as a trend during the Renaissance era, though everyone stuck with it as it seemed more practical and cool. I fully admit in having the same broken sense of fashion. Nobu-kun in a robe. Her words suddenly made me remember something. My mouth twitched as some painful memories popped up. There was a time when my childish side took over. Upon donning the magician's uniform for the first time, I thought it was very cool. Fighting bad guys with clothing akin to those Secret Service felt cool. Hephaestus-sama seemingly noticed that pause. Did you perhaps do what I am thinking? I was a child back then. Doing embarrassing things is excusable. I began to regret why I led everything to this topic. With Chiyunobu, magicians in black coats, and cosplay pointed to this exact thing my childhood memories. Backed with her calm smile, she stopped teasing me about that matter. Regarding secrets. Aren't you curious about something? I could tell how the atmosphere turned into a serious one. Is this about your eye patch? I am interested, yes, but Hephaestus-sama should be the one who decides to show it to me. Just as I expected. Without a word, she stopped leaning on her desk and placed both of her hands on the back of her head. I realized what she was about to do. The moment it went undone, I saw another manifestation of her myth. Hephaestus, the god of smithing, is known to have an unbearable face, an honest yet pitiful man who kept being ignored by his wife. Some portions of it remain true in Gakkai. One such thing is the patch of dead black skin surrounding her right eye. It is a hideous sight for most people. Of course, I am not a part of them. I see. For a moment, it became awkward. It is quite difficult to let out my thoughts at this moment. It is something akin to cursed body parts in my world. It is completely possible to help Hephaestus-sama to remove it. That is something you find unpleasant, isn't it? Ah. She kept her composed look, but she couldn't conceal the shock on her eyes. Did Hephaestus-sama think I would be bothered by such things? No. Her direct response surprised me a bit. Sigh. You're right. I just thought it'd be bad to keep it a secret. I got too ahead of myself. Even with that, I believe Hephaestus-sama is beautiful. I met her gaze as I explained. Out of all the gods in Tenkai, you are definitely one of the best. After that, we parted normally. But now, thinking of the words I left made it sound like something out of a slice of life manga. You must have realized something by now. Yes. I replied. Artemis. I couldn't actualize the words I am about to say. I am aware of the place I am diving on after revealing the matter regarding this. While I was caught in a dilemma, Artemis took the initiative to come closer and hug me from the back of my neck. Orion. I trust you. 3 words. That was all, yet it felt vastly comforting. Without waiting for her to make a move, I made the initiative. Nobu was in a daze. The things they were doing bordered on contradicting Artemis' authority, yet she didn't mind it. She didn't mind the kisses and hand-holding despite her chas-tight authority. He was concerned at first that she would feel uncomfortable, but that went to smoke when she herself took the initiative. From hand-holding to kissing, these were new experiences to him. Of course, they haven't come close on doing the real thing. Even so, Galahad hadn't done any of these actions before. If any of the 12 Round Table Knights saw this, they would have thrown a celebratory party. Galahad having a girlfriend would be a total shock to those who knew him before. I like it. Every time he gets closer with her, a sense of fulfillment washes over him. It is akin to an addictive drug, but in this case, it is not harmful. Hey! Nobu was sent back to reality. His increased processing speed stopped mulling over those moments. When he turned around, he saw a white-haired werewolf. The latter's gaze turned into a surprise as he realized Nobu's identity. You? Since when? Greetings, Bet-san. Unsurprisingly, things became quite stiff between them. Bet suffered a beatdown and a reality check from him, after all. You're fine. Yes. I woke up a few hours ago. Bet briefly scanned his current appearance. He is far different from what he could recall. The boy became taller over the span when he fell asleep. He also possessed a sort of unworldly air around him that akin to a dedicated knight. I will open it. Confused by Bet's actions, Nobu looked at Bet, who led him inside Twilight Manor. He didn't have the same snarky attitude from before. Nevertheless, he didn't forget to thank him. It's no big deal. All right. When Bet left, he came across many Loki Familia adventurers. Although, they are not that many due to how they went on an expedition a week ago. He didn't find any familiar faces. After a while, he came across one. Serious. Greetings, Loki-sama. The redhead goddess was silent due to the surprise she felt. For once, she never believed Hephaestus and Artemis' announcement regarding him falling into a coma due to a mistake in his magic experiment. Although, Riveria was unable to find anything that could be of help. That was why Sirius' trend slowly died over the past 6 months. Though, Loki somehow felt that it would begin to rise once more. Your timing is terrible. The expedition, no. He replied. Only Bet-san was left. It's a punishment. A punishment? Loki's look towards him changed. Let's say he was beaten up for saying something he shouldn't. Knowing Loki Familia, Nobu thought it might be something related to their internal matters. Anyways, you came here for the girls, right? They all went from the 45th up to the 47th floor. Fin-san prepared for a long expedition, I see. Part of it was also caused by you. Loki said. You are so outstanding that you sent everyone in a frenzy to become stronger. At first, it was only Eyes and Tiona. Then there's Lefia and Riveria who saw his attainments in magic. However, the final straw was Nobu defeating a level 7 cursed spirit on his own. It was something shocking, a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Everyone felt a spark longing within their hearts upon hearing of it. Finn, in particular, is the most affected by it. This was Finn's plan, which everyone agreed to. Loki shrugged. I could tell it'll be chaotic once they return. A glint passed on the goddess' eyes as she recalled something. Since you already have Artemis, you won't have any intentions with my girls anymore, right? I didn't have such a thing to begin with. Ai-san, Tiona-san, Lefia-san, and the others are my friends. Inwardly, Nobu scrolled through his memories to verify if they did have something to do with him. Much to his surprise, several of them did. Just what did my future self experience? It seems like wrapping around his future memories would take a while. This was quite the day. I had to visit everyone whom I knew to let them know of my situation. Since I am feeling well and the aftermath of the cheat usage was long gone, I could do this. It would be a shame to my level 5 status if I couldn't do this. I strolled to the stairs leading to the basement. The symmetrical cuts in it indicated it was built quite recently. Under the Hephaestus Familia home, there lies a high-end multi-purpose room. It has a mix of white and black steel plates that aesthetically enhanced the basement. The one who manages it is none other than Miku. Welcome back, Ga Shujin-sama. Hello. It's been a long time. It is exactly 194 days, 12 hours, 56 minutes, and 43 seconds since you entered a comatose state. In total, there had been 14 notable events judged by the conditions mentioned by you. A hologram appeared in front of me. The entire room is filled with something similar to Gnosis control room orb. Although, they are located all over the room, which made it possible for. What would you like to hear first? Miku to manifest in her full body form. After that, a list popped up. December 28, 1014 Ishtar Familia Raid. February 10, 1015 Complete Extermination of Evilus. February 29, 1015 Discovery of the Demi-Spirit Leader. From Hephaestus, Artemis, and Loki Familia's expeditions up to the Ishtar Familia Raid, which I completely missed, are all recorded here. In the modern age, processing information at extremely high and efficient speeds defines the winner, more so when Gakkai is lagging in terms of technology. I selected one of them before being greeted by a well-detailed report. Ishtar Familia Raid. Overview: at exactly 3:14 p.m., the joint familia accused the Ishtar Familia of cooperating with Evilus. A series of evidence was taken out to prove their statements. The said accusation was witnessed by hundreds of adventurers in the red light district. In the end, a fight broke out on the two sides. Ishtar was sent back to Tenkai while her remaining familia members suffered varying charges. The operation was a complete success with the help of Hermes Familia. Specific details. I see. It is just as usual. Miku had been a huge help in organizing my research findings into a proper paper. Then, I could read it and understand more of it. I became preoccupied with the written reports. It served as the knowledge that filled my gaps when I was in a coma. After reading everything, I gave a new task to Miku. If we would fight a demon on the scale of the ancient dragon, what would be our chances of winning? According to the current data gathered, there is 5.62% chances of winning as of now. Add a potential level 9 on PAR with the best grade 1 sorcerers. Modify their current levels to. Basing off my dream, I adjusted the perimeters in which she predicted everything. That included the forces which I saw. It included the portion of their powers I saw. Now, what would be their chances of winning? Without any outside intervention, it is 36.71%. If the ability of Bell Cranial is successfully launched, it increases to 60.2%. If a magister from our world arrives and intervenes in the battle, it would reach 77.54%. I know this kind of computation is inaccurate due to the lack of information regarding Bell Cranial and the others, but it is still a good basis for a rough estimation. I see. Can you come up with a plan to increase Gakkai's current fighting forces? Affirmative. Drawing several possible plans. Knowing I caused the Black Dragon to be absurdly powerful, I am more than willing to take the responsibility of making them stronger. As such, I thought of this operation. Complete. There are a total of 159 ways of increasing Gakkai's fighting force with the given resources. Select only the ones for the ones closest to me. Filter complete. There are a total of 14 possibilities found. Creating a suitable training plan. Complete. It is time to catch up with Filvis, Ein, and Lily's lessons. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Second Run begins. Nobu. The very moment Ein returned to the familia home, she made a swift lunge at me. I saw it coming and received it calmly. Akasaka-san. Behind Ein, a golden-haired kitsune greeted me. The moment our eyes made contact, I saw the dormant dream organs formed inside her. To do such things within 3 months. Haruim-san might be even more talented than Felminia-san. The court mage wife of Swime managed to learn Mana Furnace and Namina Barbara, barbaric names, within twice that time span. She became a rank A magician on the verge of being a semi-magister. If my intuition serves me right, Haruim-san has enough output to match rank A magicians. Though if we're talking about knowledge foundation, she might not be able to compete against them directly. Rank A should be equivalent to level 5 to 6 in Gakkai. In the first place, it breaks the usual level convention with dream organs. As expected of the Sun Priestess who hard-carried everyone in that dreadful future. If not for her magic to bring forth one's completed self, i.e., a level boost, they might not have any chances of winning against the fully healed Black Dragon. She's also... I don't know what to do. You've been sleeping for too long. Yet. I apologize for that. Ayn swiftly added. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. It was an accident, wasn't it? I troubled everyone, nevertheless. I shifted my look to Haruim-san. I've heard you took care of me every day. Thank you. And no. It's no big deal. I should have been the one making up for it. For a moment, I sighed inwardly. Haruim-san is a good person. She wouldn't rest easy with all that happened to me. I also know about her genuine care during the 9th iteration. She is the type of person to have a clear conscience, a rare characteristic in this challenging world. How was the 37th floor? I asked Ayn. MN. It was only a bit troublesome. There are too many undead who attempt to corner us every 30 minutes. But you did defeat them. Of course. At this moment, Philvis came from the kitchen. Ayn. Stop doing that. What exactly? The latter responded with an innocent look. There's nothing wrong with greeting Nobu with a hug. You. Seeing their banter reminded me of the 9th iteration. The start until the middle was filled with memorable experiences which were indirectly recalled during combat. To think of them, I am sure they made a considerable impact on my life. If not for my abrupt return and recklessness, I might have lived beyond Antares. It's just that everyone was busy at that time and that they are required to stay in our world to hold down their match. Satoru-san is pinned down by Kenjaku, Kazumitsu-san is pinned by the revived Greatest Curse, Swime is fighting a goddess, and Lord Netishime disappeared after attempting contact with the Akashic root. The power to protect. Akasaka-san grew even taller than I expected. I'll have to thank you for those preparations. I was surprised to see larger clothes in my closet. Turns out, it was Haruim-san who prepared those. She was one of the people who took care of me. In fact, everyone made a cycle on who would take care of me. Philvis, Ayn, Hephaestus-sama, Haruim-san, and Artemis are the ones who did so. Wait a minute. Vaguely, I caught on to something. It was a huge development. Haruim couldn't even undress you properly at first. Ayn's words rang in my ears. When I looked over Haruim-san, I found out her face was tinged with deep red. She avoided eye contact with me as it wandered around the multi-purpose basement room. Abruptly, I recalled Artemis. Earlier, she was sporting the same vibe. Never had I expected to be overwhelmed by this matter. It felt as exhausting as dealing with Knossos and Dionysus on the same day. Shaking these thoughts off my mind, I thought of the purpose behind this meeting. Miku. Employ the training room template. Affirmative. A synthetic voice resounded from all over the room. With this simple command, the metal plates around acquired a black sheen. Hundreds of magic circles were activated to enhance the plate's durability and resistance to magic attacks. That included the physical pressure that comes from mana furnace. Everyone learned from the materials given by Miku. Although, it shouldn't be as detailed as what I am about to teach now. I spoke. Philvis. Can you unseal your mana furnace? All right. Slowly, a magic circle emitting a rainbow glow appeared under her feet. A moment later, a psychological pressure came from her. The winds on our radius crackled with the dream organ's composition as mysteries. Good. You prioritized copying the heart first. It gives a huge output when its potential is fully unleashed. That's what Miku-san told me. That we shouldn't create a dream organ similar to a brain. That's right. It came from dozens of studies in my world. When Miko was revealed along with the high-end equipment, it became apparent I didn't fit well to this world. Miku chose the option with the highest probability and revealed this matter to them. I believe in Miku's judgment capabilities. She is capable of judging everyone with an apathetic look before. Coming to that conclusion meant she trusts them to a fairly high degree. Of course, she isn't like that anymore. During every update, her humaneness increases. It is a fairly complex thing to program an artificial being to understand how to become human. Fortunately, it is a simple yet complicated thing to become unpredictable at certain times. Dream organs are basically the soul, ethereal body, taking shape. I trust you know of this matter already. All three of them nodded. However, it is still minimally affected by the shapes where they came from. Failing to create a heart might cause complications, but it wouldn't be as bad as a brain. Socrates mentioned the soul as an omniscient thing. It is merely held down by our physical bodies that erased that aspect. Meanwhile, Plato proposed the realm of forms that supported that previous belief. The two states that the soul is perfect while the body is the one dragging it down, a negative correlation between the two. In the end, it tells how the soul is related to the body. Such is true when creating dream organs to be used on mana furnace. Failure in that regard could affect all three bodies, physical, astral, and ethereal. Aside from that, you completely become a being of mystery. It is far beyond the ability to regenerate severed arms or even reconnect a cut neck. I started discussing the core concept of beings of mystery. I am the only exception due to the Grail's protection. It acted as a safeguard that prevented any cursed energy nor turned me into a being of mystery. Only when I reached that state outside the Grail's influence was I able to learn mana furnace. Now that I didn't have that problem anymore, it wouldn't be difficult to progress in an extremely fast with it. Then again, if other magicians knew I possessed a sacrament, it might have been troublesome. The same goes if that force managed to find a way to retrieve this Grail. Perhaps, the luck ability also came from my experience on fusing with Galahad's body the Holy Grail as well. My luck shielded me from any real harm in the real world, save for those that would benefit me. Yago's attack is one of those. I became this strong due to my travel to Gakai. Now, come to think of it, Lord Netishim used to do the same with Swime. He foresaw his world travel from a long ago, yet he didn't meddle for him to grow, in which he did. I see. As I realized these things, I continued teaching. Watching a pre-recorded discussion is not as effective as teaching in person. With the help of holograms as blackboards and illustrations, they all easily grasped what I am teaching. Nobu. How did you learn all of these? Even the carefree Ain was surprised. I cheated a little bit. Then. How about your mana furnace? They were made on their own. I haven't completely grasped the mechanism behind its automatic update, but I am inclined to think that it was my body following what I know. I learned a lot before being able to use it. They became silent. Somehow, they made a face I was familiar with my look whenever Swime answered some of my questions. It is the one you make when seeing a total freak of nature. Of course, they are more respectful than my deadpan. If you didn't mind, I could show it. Yet. Ain responded. I have this feeling you're far stronger than before. Both Filvis and Haruim-san nodded at her words. I felt the same. Akasaka-san. You have already completed most of the dream organs in the body, right? Facing Haruim-san's question, I examined my body and found out it was nearly the same as my 9th iteration self the time I fought the Black Dragon. It is the level of strength that could go toe-to-toe with Yago and other special grade curses. I merely fell short when I fought the Black Dragon. As for Antares, I should be able to completely deal with it. In short, I am as powerful as a level 9, or in Sorcerer's unreliable ranking system, a special grade. As for being a Magister, that has to wait until I complete the infinite conversion of Mana Furnace. By then, I would be able to reach the same level as Swimay's peak or Lord Netashim's strength of fighting the evils of all evils alone. Despite the foreign feeling I got, I am aware that I have it in full control. Those experiences from my return to my world wouldn't lie. Yes. Upon answering, I formed a visual image, the activation sequence of my mana furnace. My entire body entered a state of slight numbness. Mana Archaeodius, Ekes. Mana furnace, activate. In that moment, the world slowed down in my perception. It is brought by the dream organ based on my physical brain. I felt everything coming to a standstill. I need to get used to this, really. After adjusting the spell, my perception turned back to normal. The first thing I noticed was the magic circles working in maximum output. They fully manifested on the metallic walls as they held the pressure produced by mana furnace. Feeling the immense mana filling my ethereal body, I felt I could cast up to the highest level of grand magicka I currently know. It would only fall short compared to when I used Galahad's body. The air stagnated. Haruim-san was the first one to come out of her trance. Akasaka-san. You're very strong. You could also reach this level in the future. Maybe. It wasn't a consolation at all, but one based on hard facts. Haruim-san became an impressive figure in the future I saw. Nobu. You became strong while sleeping. I want to learn that too. As usual, Ain let out her thoughts completely. Stop it. He earned everything through his hard work. That's why you should study more. If only we could share our knowledge. Wait a minute. Philvis. Have you ever thought of modifying your magic? Ah. Another round of silence befell upon us. One night later. All systems online. Scanners online. Sending real-time visual component changes. Inside the suit, I never truly feel like I am wearing armor. It is vastly different from the set of armor I created alone. Combat suits didn't impede my vision. Set the destination to the 39th floor. Establishing link to the 39th floor checkpoint. Success. A compartment opened up on the suit's arm section. It revealed a sleek rectangular metal that fell to the floor. It seemingly disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the ground. Moments later, a magic circle appeared underneath my feet. Once the light that enveloped me died out, I found myself in a familiar place. It is similar to the White Palace in which I fought Udius. I'm back. After waking up, the agenda I chose for today is to dive into the dungeon. I visited Artemis and Hephaestus Sama first, of course, before I started. Regarding the matter with Hephaestus Sama. We talked about it last night, though things remained the same. I could tell she felt something similar to Artemis when she couldn't make our relationship clear. With this harem thing in my mind, I began fixing my previous mentality. This is another world. There are many people with multiple wives. I should have come to this realization when I stuck with Swimei and his wives for so long. If things arrive at this point, I wouldn't act passively any longer. Rattle. Several undead skeletons spawned around me. The Spartois held swords and shields. They acted in a disciplined manner while surrounding me. The shielders went up front while the rest were on their backs. Unfortunately, BZZZT 33 Sidon were casted simultaneously. They originated from the tertiary system I previously set up before raining down amongst the undead. Boom! A small-scale explosion occurred as they all exploded simultaneously. A few seconds later, all that was left are their remains, magic stones and several weapons. Those are level 4. I need to dive deeper. I wanted to try out many things in this dive. There are those things I learned in my 9th iteration, such as the more advanced use of hacker, that is, converting magic activation sequences into computer language. I achieved this level before. All I have to do is to test them out, which could be destructive. I might meet them. I thought of the Loki Familia expedition team. Since I am planning to dive on the previous floors I conquered, I might pass by them. After all, I reached the 79th floor alone just by relying on everything I have. The terrain-deployed artillery could barely help me, though satellites might help me reach until the 87th at the very least. The lower floors are no joke after passing through 50. Many sudden things could happen, starting from ambushes to a sudden change in terrain. The 51st floor is a nice example. You would be treading it normally until an attack from 8th floor's lower, 59th floor, came heading straight to you. Those types of traps are abundant starting the 59th floor. Hence, the guild restricts information regarding those unless you have the strength to be on those floors. For today, I want to reach the 50th floor at least. My second run on this deep dungeon began. Chapter 90, Maximum Output. The very first thing I felt after waking up was a sense of incongruence. I went through many things during that short span of time. The memories of my 9th iteration aren't that bad, but the sensation of using Galahad's body as a medium to interfere in that iteration greatly affected my senses. That moment, I felt how it was to be at the top, to be in the position of the people who I previously looked up to. It felt vastly different after I returned to this body. The mixed-up senses from those two occurrences jumbled everything. Hence, I decided to adjust everything through battles. To be precise, I need to find a strong enemy. However, where would I be able to find one? Just from my memories, only those from the 70th floors are strong enough to pose a threat. PSSSHK. In the midst of this burning land, dozens of spheres of dry ice shot down the surrounding enemies. The goats with red wool dropped down to the ground lifelessly, blood pooling out from the holes on their heads. 49th floor. Roughly level 5 to 6. I could recall the dungeon's information from that iteration. Aside from Zeus and Hera Familia 12 years ago, I was the only adventurer who could reach the 79th floor. At that point, I developed many autonomously deployed artillery that served as my mobile army. This is my true fighting style whenever I fought in a battle I knew beforehand. Me, an equivalent of a level 9, and hundreds of mechs overturned one floor after another with great difficulty. Although, it was able to provide me with a lot of valuable information. At this moment, more than 33 monsters spawned around me. Their spawn rate became higher as I cleared many floors with ease. Set Ordnance 1's spell to Nivelis Truces, Snow Drive. Understood. Behind the combat suit, a compartment opened. An elongated diamond shape came out of it. The object floated above my head. Suddenly, it unveiled itself from all sides. They separated before mana started gathering towards it. A small sphere of light was formed from it before turning into a dark blue magic circle. Hum. Fizzle. Only a low sound was heard before the spell exploded. The surroundings were instantaneously filled with clear ice. The hot temperature caused by the dungeon's surroundings are replaced with chilling cold. All of the monsters were enclosed in a clear white coffin. Califactus candidus lux esse numquam phenolitas. The warmth of this white light shall know no end. Crack. Shatter. The ending sequence was recited. The coffins that enclosed the monsters crumbled to pieces. It is the capability of the ice magicka. The spell system I created allowed a greater scope for it. Basically, ice magicka and flame magicka are combined to create heat magicka that allows for manipulation of temperatures. It formed the concept for the thermodynamics branch on my Akasaka system. A/N, heat is the energy stored that makes something hot, while temperatures are simply a byproduct of it. The less heat, it becomes colder. The more heat, it becomes hotter. Nivelis Truces simply contains the heat present on things and makes them drop to near absolute zero before injecting it again, thus breaking them into frozen pieces. It is merely one of the spells I improved in the 9th iteration. Click. The elongated diamond returned to its back compartment. After picking up their magic stones, I headed to the monster wrecks on this floor. Since nobody had reached this floor yet, not even Loki Familia, it should be alive. Should be, since there is someone strong enough here to kill it. It took a while to leave the area influenced by my magicka. Once I did, the temperature detected by my suit shot up. Tap. Tap. Beep. A strong hostile force has been detected. Comparison check. It is approximately 20 times weaker than the special grade curse Yago at the very least. Yes, there's no mistaking it. That's Baylor. If the sea terrain had Amphes Bina and the White Palace had Udius, the volcanic terrain had Baylor as its ruler. The sight of a more than 30 meters tall skinny spider-like creature greeted my eyes. It uses its 2 arms to crawl on the ground. Its grey skin is a mutation caused by this terrain, turning him extremely tough against high temperatures. A heavy pressure bore on me. Its sole red eye stared at my direction. Take our ordinances 1 to 5. Load Exodus. I said. Ordinance 6 will be set to militaries Fortalicia. Understood. Roar. The monster Rex greeted its new challenger with a roar. Its red eyes glowed fiercely before a beam of red light headed to my direction. Immediately, the 6th ordnance opened up from its tip before a magic circle emerged. It became the militaries Fortalicia I was familiar with. Fizzle. Bzzzt. The first and second layers were broken, but it was severely slowed down on the third layer. It is inevitable as I've only used my current capacity as a level 5. I wanted to see the limits of myself in this state. Clearly, it wouldn't hold up enough for this monster Rex. Shatter. I see. It is comparable to a level 7 monster. If I do this. Fidelis Canis Major. A moment later, I felt the familiar sensation in my body. The semi-opened dream organs started filling me up with heaps of mana. An intangible sensation wrapped around me, the power of mysteries. I could clearly feel such things after I attained the upgraded dream organs. Even though I shouldn't be supposed to receive any drastic physical changes, my mana furnace keeps on evolving every iteration. It could be an instinctive pattern formed after I received all the reflexes in those memories. It could also be a result of Galahad's gift when he accessed the thing inside me. Anyways, it saved me the time required to operate on myself. Perhaps, it is the biggest reward I gained during the 9th iteration. Flop. My tail swayed slightly as I empowered the defense magicka. At that moment, the 4th layer held up strongly. It wasn't as fragile as before. Miku received the parameters from my serious state. With that, it'll be easier to gauge my current capabilities. The further refinement could be done during the simulations processed through Alice's Wonderland. This is it, then. Mana Archaeodius, Overload. Mana Furnace, Maximum Output. A moment of stillness occurred on this dungeon floor. My altered sense of perception helped me process the necessary data for this grand magicka. I didn't say a word about it, but unsurprisingly, Miku could keep up with my thought process. My tail and ears were dispersed as golden motes of light. It is my final form that rid Sirius S need to have a spirit form. Connection established. The main magic circle is ready to be deployed. General perimeters set. After a second, I exited from my hyperactive state. Crack. Crack. The igneous rocks started cracking merely by the pressure emitted by my fully unleashed dream organs. The pressure brought by my existence couldn't be held by this floor. Unfortunately for the dungeon, this isn't everything yet. Sheeing. I let the 5 ordinances float all around me. 5 bright red magic circles appeared on their open tips before the 6th magic circle manifested beneath my feet. The mysteries became more and more noticeable in my eyes. They are these unknowns that are theoretically present in all worlds. Numquam defut columna nubis per diem nec columna ignis per noctem coram populo. There never failed the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, before the people. Swoosh. The 7th magic circle appeared on top of Baylor. Consequently, a thick pillar mixed with flames and fog struck Balor down. It completely engulfed it for a moment before everything returned to normal. Phew! I felt my beating heart. Was this excitement? In the past and now, I longed for power to protect those whom I hold dear. The amount of frustrations, despair, and sorrow I felt along the way clouded myself several times. There were times I felt insecure despite the cheat being on my side. Only now, when I held tangible power, did I feel liberated from them. Really? I noticed the pile of ash in which Balor turned into. That single attack turned the level 7 monster Rex to ashes. It is a testament of how strong I became since the day I accidentally fell to Kakai. If that didn't happen, I might still be struggling in my world to have a larger influence against the impending calamities. Rumble. Just as I was thinking, the dungeon shook. Instinctively, I saw the huge destruction I caused on this floor. The walls are crystallized if not melted by the attack that originated from the biblical source. A whole dozens of meters deep existed on where Balor used to stand. The dungeon's walls began being enveloped by a black fog. It formed a huge silhouette that couldn't be more than familiar in my eyes. Yet, it's just about time. I fought this abomination twice in my 9th iteration. Possessing an extremely high magic resistance, it was able to thrash many monsters above its floor. Its version on the 65th floor is nothing short of terrifying. If it didn't have a weakness to physical attacks, which I spotted with Miku, it would have been a hard battle. The only reason behind its appearance could only be due to excessive destruction inside the dungeon. It is a monster that couldn't be more than familiar to Ryuhu-san. Juggernaut. Screech. It made a high-pitched scream before its tentacles headed straight to me. Bam! It was blocked by a newly cast military's Fortalicia. The spell under my current state became nigh unbreakable to most lower-leveled monsters. I have been waiting for its appearance. I wanted to try something out. It is a workaround to my inability to properly use sword techniques imbued with mystery. Ordnance 1 to 10. Load mystery distortion. Understood. Distortion initiation. Confirmation of the necessary variables. Miku and I worked together to manifest the said workaround. Unsheathing Sora on my waist, I took a vertical sword stance. The Juggernaut's charge seemed extremely slow in my eyes. Both my processing and reaction speed went off the charts with Mana Furnace. The same goes for my body, it became extremely fast. Many things ran over my mind. It felt disorienting at first, but I was able to handle it after referencing my previous experiences. Does levels affect dream organs? I had a random thought. Everyone was using Mana Furnace at that time. It serves that my dream organs are almost completed, but I could feel that Bell Cranal is still stronger than me. The same went for Otter and the school district's principal. If it was not about dream organs, perhaps there is something that could be achieved once they reach the maximum level, the state where one's potential is fully unlocked by Fauna. That was an interesting thought. I'll keep it for later. For now. Veritas Luxury. The truth enlightens me. Sue. Cut. The sound of wind being cut into two resounded in my ears. An intangible force left the katana's tip before severing the Juggernaut into two. PSSHK. Crack. It was only a few meters away from me when it was split into two. Thud. Its black bones made a rattling sound while its tentacles sounded like pure flesh. With that, the monster who brought nightmares to both the Astria and Rudra familia was felled, with one blow. I turned to look at one direction before speaking. I believe it is time for a proper introduction, isn't it? The coat worn by the woman has its concealment function worn off. It revealed a beautiful yet mature face under the hood, which I saw with my enhanced eyesight. Her heterochromatic eyes met with mine. Before she could speak, I took the initiative to introduce myself. Greetings, Lady Althea. You may call me Sirius, or Akasaka Nobu. How? Facing her shocked and inquiring look, I nodded with a smile. I don't want our first meeting to repeat. She tested my strength due to her curiosity on my magicka. I was a level 5 at that time with less developed dream organs. I could barely match her with the suit. A level 8 seemed formidable at that time. However, things have become different now. I showed an overwhelming strength, one that shouldn't have existed right now. Her familia captain was on the same level as the current me. That's what I could tell with all the stories she told me. During those 6 months, I assisted her in increasing Orario's overall combat effectiveness. She was the one who gave me the idea to empower the select responsible people who would fight the said dragon. Atropos-san. You should know about her, no? You're telling. Yes. I nodded. I am the same as her. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Extra Hand. Atropos-san. I visited the Moyari sisters right after settling things with everyone. Just as I had expected, she didn't last long. She died 2 weeks after I went into a coma. Although, it isn't much of a problem. Her remains are buried in the adventurer's graveyard. As long as a speck of her ashes remains, I would be able to resurrect her. That's what I usually did to change the trajectory of my world. Just because I was weak back then doesn't mean I couldn't do something to change the future. Halting my thoughts, I focused on the silver-haired woman in front of me. Althea the Silence. In Gakkai, she has one of the highest talents ever recorded. She excels both in physical and magic combat. She is a well-versed magic swordsman that has a unique skill set in comparison to the mages whom I met before. I dare say, she's even more talented than Lady Riveria. Her only problem was that she has a curse, or rather, an illness. She fights under that state. Although, she managed to turn it into something akin to a binding vow. In exchange for her lifespan, she experiences an all-around gain in her statuses. Keyword, lifespan. In a sense, she is similar to Atropos-san. Who are you? She asked with a surprised look. A magician. I spoke while the suit opened up. A simple wardrobe was all it took to change to my magician's uniform. You? How could you become this strong? Despite not saying anything, her intentions are clear enough. Seeing her startled expression is quite refreshing. I believe you'll notice this sooner or later. I will say it now. I paused before continuing. I came from another world. For a long time, Althea has been interested in Nobu. His feats are one thing. He did many impossible things one after another. His greatest one so far was him defeating the cursed spirit on Par with level 8 monsters. It is simply inconceivable that someone could do such a thing. The division between levels couldn't be easily bypassed. Only limits off could do such miracles. Nevertheless, she didn't expect him to fall into comatose 6 months ago. It was said to be the result of an experiment, but she has doubts about it. What she didn't expect, however, is his appearance on the 49th floor. The moment she noticed him, an overwhelming pressure went off. It was something akin to the Black Dragon's coercion that day. How? Many questions ran atop her head. It was purely unexplainable that someone this strong appeared only now. They were aware of the school district headmaster's strength, yet Nobu could be easily compared to him. Even, he could match Hira Familia's strongest empress. I came from another world. What? His response left her dumbfounded. I am a magician from another world. For a moment, Althea was reminded of the theories related to that matter. Since Tenkai exists on another plane, it is not impossible to encounter other worlds. However, they were preoccupied enough with the Black Dragon that they couldn't assign too much manpower to it. Perhaps you could recognize the magicka I used before. It is indeed something out of this world. Riveria might not be able to fully notice their uniqueness, but Althea could. She is the crowned incarnation of talent itself. Seeing it once was enough to see the subtle differences it has in contrast to Gakkai's magic. Simply, it is comparing a well-refined piece of art to an adequate line art, more so when it was Nobu who utilized them. How did you know it was me? She asked. You arrived here in order to make this interaction possible, no? Precisely. Nobu replied. I am aware of your current state. Being turned into a creature and suffering from your curse. Hearing his words, Althea fell silent. She couldn't fathom how far-reaching his future vision is. I might as well tell this in advance. From this moment onwards, we were supposed to do everything to prepare against the Black Dragon's inevitable descent. To be precise, it could happen 3 to 4 years later. Nobu gave her some glimpse of the world he saw. He pointed out the power-up the Black Dragon received, that it'll be more terrifying than before. I would agree to your plans and assist Orario in becoming stronger. However, things wouldn't turn out like that easily. Nobu stopped at that point. Telling her of the bleak future he saw might affect her adversely. What happened beyond that point? You have seen it, haven't you? The ending. Surprisingly, Althea was able to notice these points from his words. Indeed. What I saw at that time was dreadful. He added. Your nephew grew up to be a hero, which is what the world needed. Well. Nobu nodded at her inquiring words. He became the final hero who fought against the Black Dragon. As for the outcome, I am not able to glimpse upon it. After that, Althea processed the information given by him. Many doubts sprang on her mind at the same time. For example, why did you tell this to me? Nobu looked at her silently. His thoughts remained unknown to Althea. His fully activated mana furnace added another sense of solemnity at this moment. You already died for your beliefs once. Wasn't it enough proof you could be trusted? He said. But of course, it doesn't excuse you of the things you had done in the past. Althea was one of the main players for the great feud that occurred 5 years ago. She helped Erebus, Evila's head, to cause as much chaos as possible in Orario, all to plant a sense of danger and turn themselves into experience bags who would propel the current generation of adventurers. That incident was the main reason why Otter, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria leveled up to their current status. Out of everyone, only Zalt, Althea, and a select few survived. Empress died due to the miasma and direct attacks from the one-eyed Black Dragon. In the end, the survivors decided to plan this attack along with Evilus to make full use of their dying selves. Your decision was understandable, but it isn't just for the people whom you have killed, be it directly or indirectly. Nobu's golden pupils glowed dimly. Both his beliefs as Nobu and Galahad converged at this moment. Neither of them could excuse an evil thing. Then again, it's that dragon's fault. Crack. The ground cracked at the mention of the Black Dragon. Nobu involuntarily recalled the silhouette of the dragon who sent Hephaestus back to Tenkai, or perhaps she wasn't even able to return at all. Its current level made Nobu doubt as to whether it could affect divinities or not. Due to the suffocating pressure, the dungeon was on the verge of creating another juggernaut. Seeing this, Nobu withdrew it. Althea marveled at the fine control he had over his power. She wasn't even affected by it despite their proximity. Looking at her, he asked. To atone for your sins or simply for the sake of this world, would you join me in this battle? She was momentarily stunned before she came back to her senses. Her high processing speed wasn't even necessary for her to decide. Nobu is far stronger than her and has an aura of solemnity and nobility akin to a knight's. Simply put, he wouldn't go back on his words. I will. After that meeting, I descended to the deeper floors. I fought several monsters with only my semi-opened mana furnace, yet it was a breeze. The inhuman state it places me in could endure the high temperature on this floor. If my arm was cut off, I could simply reattach it. If I was burnt to a crisp, I could recover in a few seconds. With this level, I far surpassed most magicians in my world. I don't want to be overconfident, but the ranks of magisters might only be a few steps away from me. That reminds me. Mojito. There was a personification of fear of death called Mojito. He is a special grade curse that could manipulate a person's soul with a touch. He could turn them straight into cursed spirits as he wills it. He is also the one responsible for Nanami-san's death in the third iteration. I was helpless against his means. But, if it was now, I might be able to match him. For a moment, the will to return to my world rose up. I couldn't wait to screw up everything in Kenjaku's palms, or take revenge on that bastard ancient red dragon. Phew! I cleared my mind. I noticed these thoughts became more frequent the moment I woke up. It is completely different from my position as the passive one. With the power to change things actively, I am slowly becoming careless. Fortunately, I noticed it now. I'll wait a while longer. My cheat has a problem along with Galahad. Unsurprisingly, I found out that I couldn't absorb energy as of now. I couldn't reach Galahad nor the thoughts that activated my chances. Now that I knew it was not that simple, I wanted to explore it further. I shouldn't become impulsive. In the first place, I am somewhat aware of my limits through my 3 or so years of experiences. I dove to the 79th floor alone only with my mana furnace. While engrossing myself in this thought, I strolled the streets of Orario. The flashes of those memories came less often. I am able to easily extricate myself from my memories completely unlike before. It must be the effect of pure heart. I know Galahad has an unshakable mental fortress, and the only moment I felt it shake was during one of my vague memories. For some reason, it was more of anger. I really need to revisit our previous world. I grew curious about that other world. Magic based on the amount of miracles present in an era. It is inversely proportional to the progress of civilization. When people believe less in the supernatural, it grows weaker, thus magicians' powers grow weaker as well. As for Camelot, it had 13 knights along with Her Highness. I believe they could defeat the Black Dragon and the Ancient Red Dragon without much struggle. There's also him. The enigmatic and inhumane court magus, Merlin. I could recall he viewed Galahad as a sort of interesting specimen before concluding that I am heartless. Serious. Anya-san. I came across an acquaintance. A woman with short brown hair and a pair of cat ears and a tail greeted me. So that's really you, Naya. How did you change drastically, Naya? Her familiar habit of adding those words resounded in my ears. Things happen. I smiled as I replied. Did you head out to buy something for the hostess? It's still your shift, I believe. Sharp as always, Naya. They need some stuff, so I headed out, Naya. I see. If that's the case. I pulled out a bag of valis from my pocket. They were part of the ones I kept as cash for some expenses. They total around several thousand valis. It's my treat. This should make up for my months of absence, no. But serious. We could keep it a secret between us. You can keep the money you originally have for the future expenses of the hostess. With several words of convincing, I succeeded in making Anya-san accept those valis. Seeing her rush away from my position, I thought of the good times I had in Gakkai. To protect. In a prune timeline where external forces don't exist, humanity struggled to exist. The lone organization who made it possible is currently fighting against the King of Mages in a desperate attempt to prevent humanity from being wiped out. The huge ring of white light on the sky is a constant reminder of why they are fighting. Its current head, Romani Archimon, is the man responsible for providing support from the back. London, America, and Jerusalem. The orange-haired man sighed at the mention of a familiar place. Things could change but not these. Sheba could only predict the locations of the next singularities. Even, it couldn't reach the 7th singularity, hence planning for it becomes quite useless. Nevertheless, Romani archived the data belonging to the future singularities the last master would face. For a moment, everything on his screen became jumbled text. It instantly roused him from his sleepiness and started debugging it. Romani-san, it's an influx of information from Shiba. Yet, we couldn't handle this amount easily. Romani encountered one of the events that he originally imagined with his overthinking. When things could go wrong, it goes wrong. Granted, it was the first time he experienced this, but he skillfully maneuvered through some points and stopped most of the connections from Shiba. As of now, it is the thing that always goes wrong in Chaldea, from the inaccurate predictions outside the common era to the changing details it gives them in several singularities. Fortunately, they were able to deal with it. What is this? Romani couldn't help but notice a certain line of syntaxes. Summoning. Saint. At first glance, it seemed as if something tried to summon a heroic spirit on the level of a saint. However, there exists deeper meaning to it, and Romani thinks along that line. Just who could be? The servant from a decade ago flashed in his mind. He was the servant responsible for the pseudo-success of the demi-servant experiment, in which he promptly stopped. If it's on the same level as him. Romani ended up overthinking all night long. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Across Worlds. A day after he woke up, Hephaestus Familia officially announced Nobu's return. The patrons of his unbreakable magic swords started swarming the northeast shop. The accumulated wealth of hundreds of people for half a year is enough for Nobu to cut off another wave of income. Things became surprisingly easy with Miko's help. Through the modernization plan she implemented while he was in a coma, many useful precision machines and assembly lines were born. Only, she couldn't fully reproduce the magic swords that Nobu creates with his miracle maker skill, hence it was only used for personal transactions until now. Now that he is here, they were able to produce such magic swords with ease. It's done. Nobu exhaled lightly as he looked at his 50th magic sword on this day. He didn't feel any fatigue at this moment. His natural state as a level 5 and the dormant dream organs made him far stronger than what he used to be. Nobu removed the round sunglasses, which removed his personal connection with Miku. It is one of the ways to connect with her processing speed. It is also a way to apply his miracle maker while receiving her assistance. After putting his glasses on a special case, he exited the multi-purpose basement. The workbench and the storage area receded on the ground. It reverted to its previous appearance akin to an empty room. Placing a contact lens on his right eye, his sight was briefly filled with guidelines before the projection of a virtual idol appeared. This time, she appeared in her Sakura form. Her long blue hair turned pink as well as her pupils. Her braids were replaced by cherry-themed ones. The daily tasks have been completed. The magic swords are sorted by orders. What shall I do next? Rest for now. I do not require it, Ga Shujin-sama. Nobu was about to speak when she immediately added. Just for now. I want to assist Ga Shujin-sama as much as I can. How about the process of deriving the coordinates? Miko's synthetic yet humane voice resounded in his ears. It is 60.77% complete. The cause of the accident was traced into a sudden shift of space. It overran the previous point stabilizer. According to the data, there would be several dangers that has to be tackled. Even if Kazumitsu-san was there, things are really unpredictable there. Nobu recalled the experience of having your 5 senses distorted while free-falling through that space. It didn't even take more than 5 minutes when Kazumitsu rescued him. Yet, it left him with enough injuries to be unconscious for a long time. Fortunately, the point stabilizer Magica is one of the things he received from his 9th iteration. Turns out, it could fundamentally reform the basic reinforcement Magica. From forcing the body's processes to be sped up, one could simply create a fixed space before they strike their enemies. Gojo Satoru does this and so could Nobu. A/N, it is similar to the reinforcement type magic used in Mahuka. At this moment, he had too many cards he couldn't wait to test out. After settling several matters, Miko disappeared from his sight. He also arrived in front of a door to the office. It's time. Click. Despite 6 months passing by, everything nearly felt the same. The same went for our usual private time whenever Hephaestus-sama updates my status. Level 5. Strength, I0H168 Defense, I0H159 Dexterity, I0H157 Agility, I0H156 Magic, I0H198 Hacker, D Ubiquitous, D Luck, G Knight's Body, F. Orionid's Moon Hunt. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, D, 9% to be upgraded. Curse Hunter. Knight's Resolve. Pure Heart. Nothing changed. She said. Your improvements are still the same as before. No, not really. Something changed. I dressed in my black t-shirt once more. When I glanced at Hephaestus-sama, I caught a glimpse of her bashful side. Ever since that day with Artemis, she no longer hid her feelings. She became much more expressive than the previous Hephaestus-sama. You've really changed. Since when are you this straightforward? I learned new things. During that recreation of Galahad's life, I came to several realizations, with one of them accepting his straightforwardness. I might have been too passive before. There are things I could have resolved by being more straightforward. My relationship with Artemis is an example. It took us a month before we came to terms with everything. I was too passive before. Hephaestus-sama. Do you want to go on a date? That was all it needed to worsen her occasional flustered look. Seeing her completely detached away from her previous dignified looks reminded me of Gapmo. I felt a tinge of embarrassment from seeing her like this. Artemis is like this too. I couldn't help but think how they are similar in this aspect. It was noticeable with Artemis, but the way I looked at Hephaestus-sama gradually turned different, until I reached this point. I respect her as my goddess. But now, it has become complicated. There is still that sense of respect, though there is something else mixed onto it. Loving two girls at the same time, it turns out to be like this? Nobu. Honestly, I never wanted to go between you and Artemis. Hephaestus-sama calmed down and gave her actual thoughts. Hestia thought Artemis wouldn't find her fated lover. When you came, I believed it was best to conceal this thing. That's why you hide your emotions. She nodded before continuing. Now that we came to this. Before she could finish her words, I interrupted them. This went well in the future, I saw. I could still recall the bits of memories we had during that time. Occasionally, memories flew on my mind during the combat experiences. These included snippets of my daily life, and one of them is my romantic experiences. There are times I went on dates with her. I saw a part of her which she hasn't revealed yet. I already made you happy once. Among the futures I saw, that is the thing I won't change. Her eyes widened upon hearing my words. You made up your mind. I did. I replied. Hephaestus-sama. Before I could say anything, she approached me. Our lips met at that time. It is very soft. A lingerie fragrance danced on my nose. Was it her natural scent? It smelled of something more mature. Roses? Lavenders? My mind went into full overload. It was something I couldn't control much when it came to these kinds of situations. I focused on this moment. We didn't have the profound connection similar to Artemis, but we have something just as crucial, Falna. At this moment, it connected me deeply to my goddess. It is a cathartic sensation similar to that time with Artemis. We separated and repeated it several times. Due to my previous experiences, I wasn't as embarrassed as before. Galahad's aspect helped as well. Just as we were in the midst of it, my senses picked up someone that was about to open the door. Click. Suddenly, the door locked on its own. The presence also retraced her steps and went away. Why would Tsubaki nay? A realization hit me. She wouldn't happen to be. Tsubaki could be seen walking outside the Hearth Manor with a smug face. It didn't go unnoticed by Brontes. The short-statured dwarf had a dubious look when he saw her face. Old man. Only if you knew what was happening. She suddenly said. I knew Nobu had what it takes. She recalled that exact moment Miko warned her when she was about to go inside the office. Goshujin-sama and Hephaestus-sama are currently in an important meeting. You can return later, Tsubaki-san. She noticed the unusual emphasis on the important meeting part. It could only mean a few things. It is what you have in mind. Her face turned to that of shock before shifting to a huge smug smile. So this was it. I owe you one, Hatsunju. We are all prepared for the war, yet we didn't even need to go to war. Is this one of your mischief again? Welf is on this, too. Wait, that young Brontes knew Welf as the stern and serious type. He completely changed from his childish self. Although, there remains childishness within them, and one of them is his blazing desire to forge a masterpiece. Welf was mostly played around by Tsubaki in the past. Knowing he is a part of Tsubaki's supposed mischief felt quite incredulous in his ears. I'll stop playing around. T was something related to Hephaestus-sama. Hephaestus-sama. Yet. She has something going around for Nobu-kun. What? Bronte's entire body froze. His habit of stroking his long beard was halted with this revelation. He stared blankly at the streets as thoughts passed by his mind. A dozen seconds, he seemingly understood everything. He connected the dots with what Tsubaki hinted at before. Yet too, are planning to support them? And it succeeded. We didn't directly support them. They went off on their own. From what I've heard, the boy already got another girl. Well, he must have sorted things out. He won't do that without Artemis-sama's permission. The two paused for a bit. Brontes knew Nobu personally. He is aware how he wouldn't do something that drastic unless Artemis gave her permission or something. He is not the type to hurt the girl whom he loves. What are ya planning to do now? I don't wanna go ahead, Hephaestus-sama. Let's keep T as a secret for now. If that's what you want. Kyoto, Japan. The tightly secured laboratory welcomed an unexpected guest. Greetings, Lord Nettishim. Hello. The head of the Magicians' Society, the #1 magister in the world, made a sudden appearance. He possessed short-cut black hair and a pair of mundane brown pupils. He wore the standard uniform of magicians. However, he possessed a different aura compared to any other magician. At times, he felt mundane and average. On other times, a sense of mystery could be felt upon him. You already made contact with Nobu and are planning to connect to that world again, no? That is correct. Kazumitsu-san is estimated to arrive within the next hour. I see. You completely derived the necessary coordinates. You are truly talented. It is due to my creator that I could act like this. Goshujin-sama should be the one to be praised. You deserve credit as well. Nobu surely believes in this. Nettishim chose to converse with the miracle manifested by Nobu. Miku is similar to the homunculi, yet she is also vastly different. The latter are all imbued with knowledge and spirituality by the Lapis Philosophorum. However, Miku did not rely on it. She is purely a creation of Nobu. Although, there remains an underlying possibility beneath her complexity. To have the power to cross the gaps between parallel worlds on the future. It is precisely due to it that Nettishim praised her and Nobu as such. Nobody in their world managed to accomplish what they had done. I suggest you move this operation back for around 3 months. Nobu should still be a bit busy about certain important matters. Miku assessed his statement. One of the directives she received is to trust Nettishim's words. That was how much Nobu trusted him, as he saw how Nettishim defended the world. In each iteration, he kept on disappearing while bringing down a significant enemy, be it killing the strongest demon or delaying the Twilight Syndrome by a huge degree. Understood. I shall inform Kazumitsu-san of this change. Surprisingly, he made a bow to display his gratitude. A moment later, he couldn't be found within the room. The detection devices couldn't find anything. Witnessing such a thing firsthand, Miku understood how it was to be the world's strongest magician. A burnt battlefield. Craters were scattered all around the place. Dried out blood could be seen everywhere. Anyone could see that it experienced a world-ending battle. In particular, the deep chasm made by a certain power is extremely noticeable. The memories of that fight entered my mind. I recall going to sleep before I. Is this a dream or something else? The weak distortion wrapped around me made me realize something. It's the Grail, but why? Whenever I try to recharge or use my cheat, it comes off as unresponsive. Galahad also didn't show up in my mind. I thought it was slumbering due to the huge effect I caused on another parallel world. Yet, here I am. I tried to interfere with the matter in this world, only to fail. Everything came off as a failure. It could only mean that, my existence in this world is extremely weak. It is a concept often found on astral projection. During that state, a weak projection makes you unable to interfere with the known reality. You are virtually unable to do anything in that state. What is my purpose here? Just then, I heard a low buzzing sound within my mind. It sounded extremely faint to my ears. Jin-sama. Darkness overcame everything. When I opened my eyes, I found myself inside the bedroom. That one. It's Miku. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Meeting in the Dungeon. Every time I dream of something strange, I no longer dismiss it as normal. There is always something to it. The last time I had a strange dream, it was when I first met Galahad. It ended up with me interfering on the 9th iteration with his body. Now that I dreamt of something along that level again, I wouldn't disregard it. First, it was the distortion produced by the Grail. I could tell they were the same due to me directly sensing it. The next thing is Miku's voice. My enhanced memory allowed me to recall such things with ease. Matching that voice with the ones I know is easy. Now, why was I summoned there? Given I am already dead in that iteration, I could guess a few reasons why that happened. She might have attempted something similar to a resurrection magicka. It is a completely theoretical magicka which no one had ever done yet. Even Lord Nettishim hadn't done it according to my current knowledge. However, why was the Grail involved in that magicka? Just because it has miracles. Miracles could make everything possible. It is the reason they are called as such. My interference on the 9th iteration is nothing short of miraculous. I continued deducing everything until the sun rose. My mind remained in an active state, continuously deducing the reason behind that dream. Phew! Even after being active for hours, I didn't feel drained nor fatigued. Just the proof of combat skill alone turned my recovery rate into something absurd. Pop! Pop! After a round of stretching, I felt more rejuvenated. Just like that, another day started. There are 3 things to be done after I woke up from the coma. Production of magic swords. Teaching the magicka system of my world. Spending time with my 2 goddesses. The same thing ensued until 5 days later. Today. I thought of the promised date with Hephaestus-sama. My mind floated in that direction. I could still react against the monsters who spawned around me, however. The dungeon hadn't sent its enforcers after me since I never broke anything. I did notice the growing numbers of monsters spawned. Bzzzt. This time, I didn't wear my combat suit, only my specially treated magician's outfit. I wanted to feel how it was to fight like Swime. He never wore any heavy armors compared to my habit of donning one. The black overcoat and pants were created from one of the highest grade spirit cloth. It is similar to salamander wool. The blessing imbued to it allowed the manipulation of light without any mediums. Although it is quite useless to me, it's not. The amount of mystery imbued on this cloth is a lot. It is to be expected from higher order beings such as spirits. All that has to be done is to amplify the blessings, which was achieved through the Moirai sisters' efforts. Regarding them, I owe them a favor. That is no longer a matter of Valis, but their goodwill. Seeing a dozen minotaurs running in my direction, I summoned forth my blade, Sora. Sheathing. Upon unsheathing it, my body shot forward. The surroundings turned into a blur. I swung my blade several times. I merely felt minimal resistance as it passed through their necks. PSSSHK. Sheathing. I threw the bits of blood stuck on the blade before sheathing it once more. Thud. The minotaurs' bodies fell to the floor lifelessly, their head separated from their body. Really? Snap. The magic stones containing a considerable amount of mana all flew on top of my hand. Consequently, their corpses turned to ashes. I remember it. I stored most of the magic stones saved for one. Examining the stored energy inside these magic stones, I remembered one of my experiments to turn them to one-time combustibles. The sudden release of this amount of mana would work akin to black flash. It could potentially create more than enough force to kill someone. That was something I completed in my 9th iteration. Crack! Crack! I tightened the grip over it. Cracks started appearing all over it. Small amounts of magical energy seeped out from it. The moment I threw the magic stone, the cracks consumed it, resulting in a huge shockwave. A strong gust of wind came from it. Bzzzzzt. I saw something similar to enthalpy. The stored mana became unstable before being released on air. A blue glow accompanied this action. Blue particles akin to bits of glitters rained down in this place. Really? All I have to do is to develop. I saw yet another reason why I became strong enough to take on the 80th floor alone. My technology progressed leaps and bounds with Kakai's abundant resources. The 10 sacraments in my world already had their owners. Mystical materials started to run out due to the impending Twilight Syndrome. Even with my cheat, I could only make the current arbiter with it. That mystical material is none other than palladium arenate. It is a variant of the usual palladium that made it more conducive to mysteries and magical energy. It is the reason why Arbiter vastly stood out from the rest of the combat suits. I wouldn't have been beaten easily if I had it. Thinking of this reminded me of the materials down the 75th floor. There is a crystal I called Frozen Night that allows for large-scale battlefield alteration. It could turn the surroundings' temperature to absolute zero. It was used on many interesting applications back in that iteration. I cleared off my thoughts before I headed to the deeper floors. I didn't have Miku's assistance nor the suit, yet I could still handle things easily. My exhausted mind recovered at the same rate I consumed them. It showed how absurd this skill was once it became rank D. As far as I could recall, my skills went up to rank A the moment I went up to level 6. When I was about to reach level 7, my ubiquitous reached rank S. It is a completely different state where my usage of weapons is complemented by a strange power. It increased my capabilities to a huge degree, more so when I fought against Antares, Scorpio. It proved how drastic the improvements brought by skills could be. As for magic, it is even more absurd. Just like now. Bam! The hordes of Spartoi were burnt to ashes by the star's power. It is the swift cast mode of Orionid's moon hunt. My level 5 status supported its full firepower, decimating these level 4 monsters in an instant. Things became more convenient. Is this how they feel? Satoru-san always had this confident look whenever he went out for a fight. Though, I am aware that he seeks to be even stronger. The presence of Lord Netashime Tenjin-sama's friend became his driving force. It constantly reminded him that he is not the strongest. Thus, he was terrifying during those times. A constantly improving Satoru-san is the last thing his enemies would want to see. Soon, I reached the 40th floor. The monster Rex, Tudius, was eliminated by the Loki Familia during their expedition. I only encountered monsters after passing through. Along the way, I tried a few dozen magicka. I refreshed my knowledge and experiences from the 9th iteration. It'd be a waste to let them collect dust without being used. Suddenly, two presences entered my senses. It's them. I haven't come across them due to the sheer size of the dungeon's deep floors. Only now did I come across them. Sensing the monsters on the way, I started casting. Tertiary codes manifested out of thin air before being converted to ice spears. They headed straight to the short magma golems. After making another turn, I finally met with them. Serious. My gazes met with the familiar golden-haired girl. Momentarily, I recalled the times we fought together, and our final meeting. Ah! Long time no see. The surroundings fell to stillness. It is a tranquil and serene moment inside the dungeon where the unexpected could happen. Growl. Such as monsters interrupting this moment. Pruina Arquus. Frostbow. The tertiary numbers were converted to frost arrows. It possessed a greater spell than when it is cast without any chant. Bam! Bam! PSST. The horde of monsters were obliterated immediately. Adding liturgy to the programming magicka still works. I still couldn't fully encapsulate all the mysteries into those spells, hence a chant is still required. Although, its casting speed, allocation of perimeters, and the activation programs could be cast extremely fast at this moment. The same thing applied to the grand-scale magicka that I know. My future self studied enough to convert them for hacker. Serious. Tiona came rushing at me. I didn't choose to avoid her or anything. The force gathered by her charge could be nothing short of powerful. Even so, I held my ground. I watched her bury her face in my chest. I'm really not dreaming. Tiona, San is still the same as always. You are the one who changed a lot. How sharp. Even back then, her senses were sharp enough. Tap. Tap. Serious. You're really back. I met I's golden pupils. It is filled with shock and astonishment. It is one of the few times I see her expressionless mask fall apart. In other terms, Gapmo. I could see a pattern. Suddenly, her image overlapped with her version from the future. It is a far cry from her childish self. She has a sharp countenance and looks that contain bloodlust. Her mature self looks vastly different from her current self. After all, she managed to control those black flames, a skill manifested out of hatred to monsters. Since when did you wake up? She asked. 2 days ago. Actually, I tried to find you and everyone else. All right. Her gaze turned to Tiona, who kept her close contact with me. Then, with another look of confusion, she turned her gaze to me. It is as if she's asking why I allowed such a thing. I couldn't simply say that. My future self is really something else. How did I end up with many girls? I am aware of my stiffness in this regard, but to be able to have that kind of relationship is something else. Then again, at least, I am not dumb enough like Swime, who attempted to run away from his problems. He reverted her affection to Reiji, but it still failed miserably. They ended up together. I have already taught Swime not to do something like that a few times. Even Kazumitsu-san agreed with my opinion about it. I ended up leaving Izumidare. I never explained the reason behind my actions. By the time Tiona stopped hugging me, it had been more than 3 minutes. This awkward moment lasted exactly that long. Nobody spoke at that moment. You really changed. You're more approachable. I made everyone worry. Tiona-san can consider it as a form of compensation. You didn't see it like that, no. Unsurprisingly, Tiona caught up to my abnormalities. I knew her from the 9th iteration, yet I am still surprised by her sharpness. Even without something like a connection between us, she was able to do this. Was it a special magic or a skill? Perhaps. I replied. How was the journey? It's good. There are a lot of strong monsters. Yet, Eyes couldn't control herself with the amount of monsters on the deep floors. We started chatting about their experiences on the deep floors. I surmised they haven't reached the 51st floor yet. It was proven true when I heard how they retreated after the 49th floor. Speaking of it, we didn't encounter the 49th floor's monster Rex. It was strange. Tiona said. Captain thought it was one of the demi-spirits who did it, so we ended up retreating. We were only able to handle the 2 demi-spirits on the Gnosis due to the high-end powers at that time. There are more than 20 level 5s and 3 level 6 adventurers who jumped on the demi-spirits. Fin-san is not the type to make a gamble after knowing the potential lethality of the enemy. MN. Just as Eyes agreed with Tiona's words, I saw her flash a curious look at me. Well, that was me. I killed the 49th floor's monster Rex. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Sparks of Flames. The 2 girls fell silent before they reacted. You could have done that with your strength. That's right. Considering they saw me defeat that cursed spirit from 6 months ago, they managed to process it well. Sirius is really strong. Tiona-san could also become that strong. If you say so. Well, I wonder what'll happen if I let them know I could go far beyond the deep floors? But then, I plan to teach them several Magicka-related knowledge as well as Mana Furnace. Since I saw they would fight until the bitter end, their character is unquestionable. That brief connection with Miku is enough to gain more knowledge in that iteration. It mainly contained crucial information such as the school district's principal, Freya Familia's surprising addition to the subjugation team, Loki Familia's estimated strength. Of course, these would take some time. I still have to check on Loki-sama and Auranos. For now, Fin-san might worry if you 2 took a long time here. I would like to meet them. Tap. 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 Nobu's each step carried an invisible prestige. It is akin to seeing one of the most loyal knights to their retainers, and in his case, the king. Eyes and Tiona noticed this not-so-subtle change on their way to the temporary camp. You were asleep the entire time. Was it really an experiment? Eyes asked. Indeed. It is caused by that. Things went wrong, but it still affected me to this extent. Oh. Suddenly, Tiona asked a question. Was it related to knights? Yes. It is a type of magicka that is based on knights. He replied. Your eyes are still sharp as usual. Hee hee. It's just that your image fitted a knight's image in those fairy tales. A knight. A thought went inside Eyes' mind. Knights are synonymous to heroes, the type of people who would rescue the princess kidnapped by a dragon. Nobody knew what was going on inside her head except for Nobu. Her blank expression occurs whenever she thinks about something that elicits her interest. It is a common occurrence during the 9th iteration. What was it this time? It didn't take long for the 3 to arrive at the temporary base camp. There are no tents set up as they are designated to move continuously until they reach the 18th floor. Akasaka-san. The orange-haired elf Lefia came across the 3 of them. Greetings. It's been quite a long time, Lefia-san. Since when? A few days ago. I came across Ai-san and Tiona-san just now. I see. It's a miracle you woke up. Even Ermid-san couldn't do something about your condition. It simply happens. While the 2 were talking, they garnered several gazes from the Loki Familia members. From confusion, it went to shock and surprise. They realized it was Sirius, the boy who went into a coma 6 months ago. Right after shaking Orario to its core with his level-up records as well as inventions, i.e., unbreakable magic swords, he slowly went to obscurity. Nevertheless, nobody forgot his name. Seeing his slightly unfamiliar appearance startled them. It's as if he went on a growth spurt, but 10 times more intense. You're here. One of the Loki Familia's executives came close. Her usual intellectual look was preserved even inside the dungeon. "I apologize for my late arrival, Lady Riveria," Nobu said as he made a bow. Coupled with his unique aura, it became very impactful. "You changed." "Indeed." Their gazes met. Only the two of them knew the underlying meaning behind Riveria's words. She felt the dormant dream organs within him. It is an extremely vague sense, but one that Nobu acquitted on. Riveria is already familiar with their sensation during the time with the cursed spirit. It seems like it is true. However, you shouldn't attempt to do such things again. Duly noted. With that, her reprimanding stopped. Nobu is aware that she treated him just like I's the type to dive into dangers actively. Even though she misunderstood it partly, he didn't bother to explain. In a way, he did put himself in danger when he went to the 9th iteration. Despite the unknowns associated with it, he took that chance. It is not something he would usually do, but he was overwhelmed by many things at that time. While they were taking with him as the main topic, it went off topic for a while. "I remember Betsan staying in the Twilight Manor. Loki-sama mentioned he was grounded due to some things." Swiftly, eyes made a dull look. Leffy Yasan was startled while Riveria shook her head, as if resigning herself to the outcome she saw long ago. "That." Tiona hesitated whether to say it or not. That dumbass shouted something that revealed it to the entire hostess. That included its other patrons. "It's that incident. Everyone was too scared when I-san took the initiative to drink alcohol." Hearing their words, Nobu confirmed it had something to do with him. The strange look Bet gave him when they met a few days ago is proof of it. "I won't ask further," he said before musing, letting I's take on alcohol is the worst that could happen. When she first drank alcohol, a sip of fruit wine, I's went on a rampage that injured dozens of the hostess patrons. That included members from the Loki familia. It took Finn and Gareth to calm her down. It happened one time in the 9th iteration. She resolutely drank a mug of alcohol after thinking for a while. After that, it was easily resolved with Nobu's level 6 status. He was there at that time as it was the first joint expedition of Loki and Hephaestus familia. It is a special occasion as I's let some words of confession slip out of her mouth. Seeing his willingness to diffuse this scenario, Riveria inwardly praised the boy's maturity. He already has someone, she thought. Would Ice have a chance? What she didn't know was that another goddess would be added into the fray. Leading a large organization is just as hard in this place. The communication orbs showcased their value under Finsan's hands. They would be able to return to the surface by tomorrow morning at latest. After meeting with Loki Familia, I spent the entire afternoon doing my usual routine. The magical lessons couldn't stop. Fortunately, everyone is learning at a sufficient pace. Even Lily could match Filvis, Ein, and Haruim-san. She could analyze things and think critically, which is a fundamental talent for magicians. She might be untalented physically, but the simplified and sorted modern magic system made learning way easier than it should have been. It is one of the perks of my world. As long as you have the time and drive, learning magic becomes possible. The same applies to people without much innate power. There is a reason why the lowest rank magicians could reach up to rank C at minimum. In this world, it should be the equivalent of level 3 to 4. The ratio is far higher than here on Gakkai. I adjusted the collar of my beige trench coat. I partnered it with a black turtleneck and gloves. Yes, I am trying to actively fix my distorted sense of fashion. The memories of Galahad had a part in it. When I saw how his formal outfits looked, I knew I was the problem. It is still fine during casual wear, but the magician's outfit for a formal date? I talked about this with Artemis a few hours ago. In the end, she said that my outfit wouldn't matter, my feelings do. Buzz. A virtual silhouette appeared in my sight. Arbiter's upgrades have been completed. The parts constructed by Ga Shujin-sama are successfully loaded into the combat suit. Thanks, Miku. As we spoke, the portion of the floor receded. A black case with the same height as me emerged from it. The sleek case has the improved space magica on my previous bracelet. It contained Arbiter as well as the spare arsenal. I placed it on my newer space bracelet. It joined the other precision machines inside it. I made it a habit to carry these in case I encounter something similar to that scenario with Yago. I wouldn't repeat the same mistake again. Pulling my sleeves down, I left my room. Hephaestus-sama isn't here as of the moment. Tsubakine caught wind of this date and insisted for them to stay elsewhere. It did lessen the awkwardness we would be feeling had she stayed here. I wonder. I hope I can make her happy. Right now, Hephaestus couldn't think straight. What should we? The plan. She was turned into a blushing mess before everything began. Unlike Artemis' case, she had Tsubaki at her side. The latter served as an assistant of sorts that gave advice when it comes to dates. However, it also caused the matter to remain stuck on Hephaestus' mind. As a result, she couldn't think straight for 2 hours. She chose to wear a black long sleeves with a few unbuttoned parts. These types of clothing suited Hephaestus very well. Will he? Her thoughts were cut off when Nobu arrived. His tall stature combined with his new sense of clothing made her dazed for a while. It suits Hephaestus-sama very well. You too. You look great. Hephaestus withheld her embarrassment with her last bit of pride. It created a sense of coolness akin to a mafia boss with her eye patch. You look like a mafia boss. Mafia? It's those people in your world, no. She thought of the mafia/yakuza that she heard from Nobu way back in the past. They are the type to wear black coats/blazers with a gun holstered behind their belt. At this moment, Hephaestus did look like one. Although, she looked far more cool and elegant compared to them. I won't deny it. I am interested in the guns in your world. I could understand the reason behind your choice. Hearing this, Nobu smiled. He didn't tell her the gift he prepared a few days back. It is supposed to be a surprise for today. Soon, the two became more comfortable with each other. Perhaps it is Nobu's experiences from his 9th iteration that he was able to navigate with less awkwardness. While that sensation still exists, it is not as frequent as his first date. He might be walking on a path of his fellow knights. Of course, he dislikes Lancelot's irresponsibility and Tristan's womanizing trait. It is something that Galahad found quite incomprehensible as well. Although, Nobu could somehow relate on how emotions could spiral out of control sometimes. You are experienced with this. Hephaestus commented. Did it come from Artemis? Or was it due to your future? Both. Seeing his complicated smile, Hephaestus chose not to ask further. Nobu feeling troubled only means that he is still not clear on what to do at this point. It elicited a desire to pat his head, but she realized how he became much taller than her. Surprisingly, Nobu reacted and smiled at her. She knew he saw it, making her feel more flustered than before. The two arrived at their destination. It is not a fine dining restaurant inside Babel but one of the more underrated restaurants on Orario. It is known for one thing, steaks. Hephaestus happened to be a fan of them. Thinking about how Nobu went as far as to plan everything, she felt jittery in her heart. She felt warm, and at the same time, flustered. Throughout their time together, it was the first time they went out not as Adiastia and her children, but as lovers. On the way to their seat, she tried to prevent herself from showing embarrassment. She did what she was used to mask her emotions beneath a veil. Hephaestus-sama could be this cute. Nobu. Unfortunately, it didn't work on him. It was effective before, but now. She fell silent for a while. It remained that way until Nobu made their order. In the midst of her struggle, a realization sank on her. Nobu-kun. Was this really fine? You know. Artemis is all ready. Hephaestus-sama might not know this, but we have a connection. We could feel what the other was thinking. Artemis wasn't lying when she talked about this. Artemis understood Hephaestus' loneliness. She saw the latter's loneliness during the time they met each other. Both of them were mutual friends with Hestia. At the very least, they had an understanding of each other. With Artemis' personality, she felt bad about Hephaestus. She tried to help several times but to no avail. That's why Hephaestus-sama should spend this night without any concerns. After Nobu said it solemnly, Hephaestus saw something on him. The trace of fauna behind his back seems to have left specific records the moment they became closer. An image of an older Nobu overlapped with his current self. He possessed greater charm with his innocent yet determined face. Nobu. She might have just fallen harder for him. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Feelings Ignite. After a while, I noticed Hephaestus-sama's changes. She no longer felt guilty and apprehensive compared to before. Nevertheless, her awkwardness remained. It helped that I was not as affected as before. A white castle. Was it similar to the Camelot in the legends here? Quite. Although, it does have a more modern design than anyone could think. It's similar to Orario. Due to Merlin, Camelot has proper sewers, field allocations, architecture, and so on. He is primarily the reason why Camelot remained as it was during the time of Mystery's waning. Another world. Do you plan on going back? Definitely. I replied. Even if they were gone. I want to see everything again. With Camelot's development, it isn't a surprise that it is long gone. Add to that the fact that Camelot's downfall is inevitable. It is safe to say that it has long become history. Nevertheless, I would like to see it again. Suddenly, images flashed within my mind. The most prominent one is a bloody battlefield where only one woman stood tall. Momentarily, it sent me to a whirlpool of emotions. It's during that moment. Before Galahad told me I would be losing my memories when I lived his life, I could vividly recall the breakdown I experienced. It is something far worse than dying. It is akin to my cognition of self collapsing. As for that woman, our king, the one and future king, Arthur Pendragon, the man who led Britain from a small nation previously subordinated by the Roman Empire, our king who led us to countless victories, the perfect embodiment of a ruler. In this case, however, he is actually a girl. Nobu. Ah. I noticed her concerned gaze over me. I'm sorry. I suddenly recalled something. Was it related to the ones you've lost? I nodded before I shifted the topic. About your life in Tenkai. We haven't talked about it properly. Hephaestus-sama looked at me for a few seconds before sighing. Did Artemis tell you already? I smiled at her words. She did. Never mind. This is something that will happen one day. She said. I kept some things from you. I didn't have many friends in Tenkai. Aside from Hestia, only Artemis was the one who approached me. Everyone. They were disgusted by this. She touched the black eye patch that covered a portion of her face. If even those gods who does everything for fun is disgusted by it. Can you tell me their names? Nobu. She noticed my slightly abnormal smile and understood my feelings. Hephaestus-sama shook her head before saying. There's no need for that. They are not the ones to be blamed. It's mostly my fault. I wouldn't go that far, I promise. An injury which would take 100 years to heal is enough. You really? I experienced this kind of anger in the 9th iteration. I used the monsters inside the dungeon as practice targets whenever I thought of those foolish gods who jeered at her. As long as I haven't arrived on Tenkai yet, that anger won't be quelled. Let's talk about it later. Understood. Then, how about our first meeting? That. I could remember how you made your interest extremely visible while looking at Tsubaki's works. It wasn't the first time I saw it, but your passion, it's different from others. Creation is a part of myself after receiving this power. Since the day I saw that dreadful future, I never stopped doing research and development on cutting-edge weapons. The combat suit was a result of that. Although, it did turn into my hobby to create such works. At one moment, Hephaestus-sama went into a slight daze before muttering. A fateful meeting. The night breeze of Orario is slightly warm in summer. Nobu missed a total of 2 seasons before it became summer. To make things more comfortable, he continuously regulated the temperature around them. Such a control over his magicka is something sharpened during his 9th iteration. In that life, he became one of the strongest. Suddenly, he felt a gaze originating from somewhere. He traced its origins, his sight peering beyond buildings before landing upon a black-robed skeleton. Their eyes met for a moment, much to the latter's surprise. How? Later. Surprisingly, Nobu's voice resounded as if he was right beside Fell's. Nobu? What was it? It's nothing. Just a person setting up my appointment. Auranos. Hephaestus-sama's intuition is really sharp. Soon, they walked away. Only Fels was left standing still, dumbfounded. Even. How did he become that strong? Fels could still recall the moment with Empress. He met everyone from the Zeus and Hera Familia during their time 12 years ago. The sensation that bombarded his senses was extremely similar to hers. Was that really caused by an experiment? Magicians' society is far more enigmatic than they seem. Little did he know that there are more than 8 people directly comparable to the one-eyed black dragon of Gakkai. Although, it remains unknown after it received its innate cursed technique. Even if they aren't counted, there are more than 30 people comparable to Empress. As much as the Twilight Syndrome had progressed, it also brought the peak period of their world. While Fels is undergoing the acceptance stage, their date continued. Artemis. I have to thank her. Hephaestus thought. If she didn't allow this. Just like Artemis, Hephaestus is far different from the gods on Tenkai. Both of them knew how to act responsibly. They are far better than most gods due to that sole reason. Their kindness is another part of it. Back then, Hephaestus felt guilty for choosing to clash with Artemis. Nobu is the only person she wouldn't let go. It is different from her previous children. Simply put, she loves Nobu to the point she couldn't bear to let go of him. In the end, everything went more peacefully than she thought. Even now, she thinks that this date is a dream, one that she wouldn't want to wake up from. Again. Unbeknownst to her, Nobu noticed her dazed state. It occurred a few times after they had dinner. With the slight blush on her face, it wasn't difficult to pinpoint what it was. Cute. His heart skipped a beat. He noticed this aspect of Hephaestus way back then. He knew how she would act in a cute manner despite her cool temperament. He recalled her situation with Artemis and realized that they are the same in this regard. Hephaestus-sama. You know. That might really be a fateful meeting. One that I am glad that happened. Me too. A familiar feeling arose from his heart. Affection. Nobu didn't realize it until now, but the boundary he set for himself and Hephaestus broke the moment he returned from the 9th iteration. The strict relationship that the two had as a goddess and her child went beyond that. In other words, it is something between lovers. If he didn't have the memories of his 9th iteration, it might have taken him longer to reach this development. For once, harem is out of his mind in the past. He didn't think that he would be having one, yet he did. His combat experiences were not the only ones given a huge boost by the cheat. Feeling the tension between them increasing, Nobu scouted the surroundings. They had unknowingly arrived near the South City walls. There are some pests. The moment the malintent of several malicious people locked onto them, Nobu silently casted his magicka. Tenebris nox absorbitus. Be swallowed by the night's darkness. His magicka was deployed remotely. It didn't require him to point at the coordinates or do some hand gestures. His dormant dream organs and his current status were enough to handle them. Remotely, he knew that the scum were swallowed by the black magic circles manifested beneath their feet. They were rendered unconscious by the spell, though they would have to suffer more than that. Nobu. It's fine. They plan to rob us of something. We are already quite far away from the lit-up streets, after all. I see. Should we go back? No. Nobu smiled as he said this. Give me one moment. Maren, the coastal city, could be easily seen from atop the south walls. It is a good sight according to my 9th iteration. Of course, that was when I had a spar with eyes. After taking out a solid rectangular metal, I activated the magic on it. I dropped it to the ground, only for it to go through it. Then, a white magic circle manifested beneath our feet. The next thing that happened is our vision changing. From seeing the tall city walls, we were welcomed by the captivating sight of Orario's nightlife. This is the tool that was developed in the future. It is used to instantly teleport to some places without the need of a lengthy chant. It was one of the strategic items made under the threat of the Black Dragon. It has a mix of reinforcement, to fix the coordinates of the user and the target location, and space travel itself. Unfortunately, Miko wasn't able to implement it on a wider scale. What Hephaestus-sama should see is up there. Ah! I saw her looks change after she turned back. The sight of Maren under the night sky is something I found to be mesmerizing as well. The lit-up magic tools formed a contrast on the seashore. The lights refracted to it, allowing us to see everything better. Beautiful. I agree. I said as I stared at her. She made a pause after seeing my glance. She seemed to have realized something which caused her to blush. When are you like this? I changed. Everything could be summed with that sentence. If you continue to be like that. She swiftly averted her face in an attempt to hide her fluster. I will chase you even if I am sent back to Tenkai. My mind turned blank. I didn't enter the hyperactive state. I was left staring at Hephaestus-sama with a blank gaze. Even the Black Dragon couldn't make me react like this. Adorable. That was all I could think of. Unbeknownst to me, Hephaestus-sama was also staring at me at my eyes. It made my heart skip another beat. This is starting to. Wordlessly, she approached me. I didn't react until I felt the soft sensation of her lips on mine. Feeling her hands wrapped on my back, I did the same on her. I felt awkward at first, but it disappeared as this kiss went on. At some point, I found myself wanting more. I wanted for it to be deeper. As such, I used my tongue to enter her mouth. Hephaestus-sama was surprised at the approach I took, though she cooperated by letting it inside. Both of us did a sloppy French kiss due to our inexperience. That, and the tense atmosphere surrounding us made me forget some of my experiences. By the time we separated, she was panting slightly. Her blushing face added another charm to it. Nobu. You can also be this clingy. I didn't show it to other people, only Tsubaki. This cute goddess. To protect the people I hold dear. I think I already have an answer to it. I won't leave you again, ever. Hephaestus-sama understood the meaning behind my words. Leaving me behind by being sent back to Tenkai, or by dying was something she didn't want to happen. I saw that when I first told her the 9th iteration's ending. That is a promise. Yes. The moment this promise was sealed, a gentle heat appeared on my back. Miracle Maker Creation Forge. A skill had unexpectedly evolved. Nobu. Was that? Yes. It happened with Artemis, too. Just like before, my skill had entangled itself to another arcanum. This time, it was Hephaestus-sama's. It also brought forward another change. That is. This connection? Embarrassment. I see. The connection between our souls. I was trying to play it cool. It is cute. This night is destined to be a memorable one. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Another Reason Not to Die. MN. I knew it. Upon waking up, Philvis heard Ein say some incomprehensible things. How did I not think of this until now? What is it? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Ein began explaining her realizations. Nobu and Hephaestus-sama attended some matters for tonight. What if it's their date? At first, their disappearance didn't mean anything. It could be a coincidence that both of them were out for the night. After all, they simply informed them about it, nothing else. Although, Ein had the experience of having a random realization during unexpected times. If it's not the shower, it would be right after waking up. How could we miss something so obvious? Well, even Philvis was startled by her words. We will know about that later. In the future. There are few notable things I saw in that future. Haruim-san lived until the final fight against the Black Dragon. Lily took the vice-commander role just beneath Finn. Otter and Leon entrusted the role of the leader to Finn as he is the most fit to lead them all. Along with them are basically the complete Loki Familia executives. As for Philvis, Ein, and Hephaestus Familia. Damn it! I knew from the information I received from Miku that they perished during the Black Dragon's surprise attack. That surprise attack is the reason why I asked her to program more than a dozen contingencies on the off chance this happens. Although, I am still confident enough that it wouldn't choose to do so. Its injuries are debilitating enough to prevent it from taking the initiative. Until those injuries get healed through its cursed technique, Skip, Orario has the grace period to grow. It has already been a week since I woke up. My schedule was just as constrained as before, though I do not feel it much due to my time with them. By them, I meant my two goddesses. After those dates, our times became a bit more special, and intimate. I could say that my experiences rose up a lot within this period. Then again, neither of us had any intention of touching the next base. For once, I am still considered as 13 years old. They are thoughtful enough to consider it, too. I also didn't want it that much. Our feelings are enough for now. Akasaka-san will be watching us. That's right. I want to see how you would fare in the deep floors. I might be able to do more specialized teaching after I do that end. Lily will be joining. Lily was standing behind my back. Ever since I woke up, she followed me like this, like a protégé. Surprisingly, she was the one who grew the most in my 6-month-long absence. She might not have progressed on Mana Furnace to match Haruim-san, but her willpower and strategies drastically improved. I was right when I thought she has a mentality most suited to be a magician. As far as I know, Haruim-san, Philvis, and Ein didn't have a leader, right? Yes. Haruim-san replied. We took turns on our roles. Then, how about letting Lily take the lead for once? Ah. This time, I managed to see her startled expression. She always kept her emotions bottled up even in the 9th iteration. Perhaps it is something she did for reasons unknown. Even before I went back to my world, she was still like that. She is one of the few people whom I didn't fully understand. Teacher. I'm not sure if I could. You already led the new Soma Familia for 6 months. You are qualified enough. The 3 girls also agreed to my sentiments. Arde-san is a good leader. Yet, I've heard you even led your Familia members to the 24th floor expedition. I agree with Ein. Your achievements are impressive. Hearing their praises, her ear turned slightly reddish. All right. I won't disappoint everyone. I smiled at her upon seeing her resolve. Out of everyone I know, Lily is the one most suited to become a leader. As long as this potential of hers bloom early, I will have less worries when I return to my world. I still have to settle things regarding Kenjaku and Sukuna early on, especially the latter. I couldn't have Sukuna nearing 15 fingers. He has a special cursed technique that could make his body revert to his peak form from 1,000 years ago. Things could get troublesome at that point. I am not sure how everything went in my world, but I am hoping that Miku succeeded in guarding Suguru get his corpse. If Kenjaku somehow manages to acquire it again, things could get more troublesome. Let's go. 37th floor. Udius was recently cleared by the Loki Familia on their 50th floor expedition. Nevertheless, it is still challenging due to the fast spawn rate of the undead. It didn't have much weakness save for holy attribute magic, something that only the DEA saint has. However, it changes when the 4-adventurer team enters this floor. Buzz. More than 15 radius of distance obtained a white sheen from the holy magica cast by Haruheim. The Spartoi and Skull Sheep started to move sluggishly. Sheeing. Filvis' sword beheaded 3 Spartois in one go, leaving their skeleton body and chipped weapons on the ground. Bam! Shatter! Lily utilized her spear in full, activating its magic at times. The sharp side cut through their necks cleanly while the blunt side crushed their skulls. Not a single bit of her movement was wasted. Her attacks connected smoothly until she and Filvis cleaned up more than 40 monsters in one go. All this time, Ain remained at Haruim's side. She acted as the spotter to remind the two vanguard of possible ambushes. That was how they divided their roles. Filvis acted as the vanguard. Ain served as the overseer and Haruim's guard. Haruheim became the overall support of the team. Lily took the role of both the vanguard and the overseer. Lily's responsibility, in particular, has the heaviest of them all. She was accustomed to fighting on the front lines while observing the changes from it, in turn giving more accurate commands for her familia members. In a sense, Finn's commanding style could be seen on her. "Is everyone good?" she asked. "There's still a while before we reach the safer zones, around 2 more stops in total." "I'm still good." "Same goes for me." "Me too." Filvis, Ain, and Haruheim responded positively. The dream organs powering them at this moment removed some fatigue from their continuous descent. Even though they could already start on the 40th floor, Nobu opted to start on the 20th floor. He wanted to see how much they could handle at this time. "I see. Perhaps the 60th floor." Nobu analyzed their overall combat prowess. With the suits, they could get past the dragon's vase. It's definitely possible." At this moment, Filvis and Ain were level 4. Lily and Haruheim also reached level 2 at this moment. In fact, the latter two already did so 2 months ago. Challenging monsters far stronger than them existing on the deep floors as a level 1 was unprecedented. They are only below Nobu in terms of combat prowess as a level 1. The mana furnace gave them enough leverage to do so. They even surpassed Eyes in terms of accomplishment. Only, they chose to not report it to the guild as they possessed magic items that could conceal their level. It was one of Nobu's numerous creations during his spare time. As for their actual strength, it remains quite the mystery. They hadn't chosen to go into the floors deeper than the 45th floor. After all, the floors beyond it are extremely dangerous. Lily glanced at where Nobu was supposed to be. Only, she couldn't feel an ounce of his presence. Teacher's Magica. It became far stronger than before. She thought. He became very strong after he woke up. A mix of emotions were stirred up within her. She thought that her current progress was enough, but it seems that it wasn't. Her best wasn't enough to be by his side. Lily felt a tinge of envy to the goddesses who were able to be by his side. She knew it simply by looking at their current relationship. They were able to do something she longed for a long time ago. When will I be able to reach it? Eli. Ah, yes. Filvis' voice woke her up from her deep thoughts. She then realized that they were about to make a decision about their next move. I know a place on the 38th floor suitable for resting. It was modified a few months ago when I explored up to floor 40. Lily regained her calm and began leading the group as usual. After having their discussion, the 4-adventurer team continued on their descent. They easily took care of the monsters sent on their way, purely with their coordinated firepower. Soon, 15 hours had passed. They managed to go past the 45th floor. At this moment, they are on the 50th floor, the same floor that served as an obstacle to the Loki Familia. Ugh! Even with the ice magicka. I'm sorry. Hey, it's not your fault. No need to apologize. The change in temperature surprised them. The temperature regulation magic item that Haruheim used couldn't fully nullify the heat. The 50th floor. It is different from what I expected. Fylvis muttered. Should we bring them out? Lily shook her head. We need to familiarize ourselves first. The 52nd floor has those monsters living beneath it. You're right. The Valgong dragons are one of the most notorious monsters within this floor range. Aside from the Lambtons and Juggernauts, they were the ones who could break through the dungeon's environment. Their breaths could span from the 58th floor and reach them on the 52nd. If they couldn't fully adapt to these environmental changes, the deeper floors could prove to be more difficult. Just as they spoke, several silhouettes dropped from the ceiling made of magma. Eek! Instinctively, Ein let out a squeal. Some letum pruina. Be eroded with frost. Never had Ein casted a spell this fast. Blue orbs converged at her side before they went after the black-purple spiders. Their 8 purple pupils saw the incoming projectiles and tried to evade. PSSHK. Fuzz. The moment these light orbs came in contact with matter, their heat was deprived. Thick layers of frost calmed the blazing igneous rocks. Some of them stuck on the spiders' legs while the others sustained no damage. There are also a select few who got hit straight into their heads, killing them effectively. Haruim-san. You don't want them to touch you, no. Well. Haruim's smile turned complex as she recalled the times she played with spiders. It is more of her happy childhood memories than the biological terrors Ein viewed them as. Eek! Their furs. She felt a chill as she saw their finer details through her use of mana furnace. Meanwhile, Lily and Fylvis dealt with it more calmly. I'll bring out the rifle. Can Fylvis-san deal with them if they get closer? Lily asked before eliciting a nod from Fylvis. With that, Lily stored her chien and took out an M4A1 rifle. She already switched the regular magazines with the ones filled with ice magicka bullets. She looked at the scope before briefly calculating their trajectories. Bang! 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 A hail of bullets rained down from her. As a result, the spiders dropped dead one by one. Ein deftly dodged the falling corpses and burnt them with flame magicka. It left them with big magic crystals as well as item drops ranging from silk to spider legs. PSSSHK. Fuzz. There are some bullets that were blocked with flame breaths from the spiders. They were then able to land properly on the ground. However, PSSSHK. PSSSHK. Fylvis' sword and magicka pierced through their heads and necks one by one. Haruheim also supported them by casting several AoE spells. She also blocked their attacks by remotely deploying magicka shields, something inspired from Nobu's military's Fortalicia. Their extermination speed was extremely fast to the point the spawn rate couldn't catch up. Lily considered it the moment she chose a more aggressive approach. She didn't forget that they were brought here to reach their limits. Most importantly, she trusted her teacher to have their back. If she didn't mind dying for him before, why would she now? In a sense, it is Lily's side that Nobu missed. He didn't notice her extreme fanaticism towards him. If she wasn't unconscious due to her early rampage before he arrived, he might have seen her wreak havoc on the front lines. After all, Lily's vengeful side took over the moment he died. She became a wraith consumed with hatred. Ah! At this moment, Nobu realized exactly just that. Hatred. Black Dragon. Curses. My death. Could it be? It became yet another reason for him to not die. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Another Helper. Thinking about Lily's current state, I realized how I neglected a part of her development. I wasn't here to set some things straight. As a result, we might have a problem. I am aware that the people I save without any costs could feel indebted to me. It is for such a reason that I wanted to bring moments where they could repay me without them noticing. If that isn't properly dealt with, it could lead to guilt, and even obsession. For example, there were times I let my comrades have my back. That way, there won't be any doubts or guilt about one of us sacrificing for the others. Knowing this, I didn't want to devolve things into something unhealthy. What should I do? While facing this dilemma, I watched the girls exterminate the 51st floor's monsters. I thought they'll have to adjust more with Lily as a new leader. Though, they did not need it. I saw how they adjusted to each other. Lily paid attention to the three girls and vice versa. It seems like they are no longer the inexperienced adventurers from before. Even Haruim-san, someone who couldn't fight properly before, does her part properly, sometimes even going beyond it. In a way, everyone grew visibly during my sleep. Bam! Crack! Suddenly, a large crack grew from the ceiling. The dungeon detected the abnormal deaths of the monsters in this floor. It is one of the mechanisms programmed by it to fix such abnormalities. There are also many other contingencies, such as what happened when Babel fell and the dungeon was opened. Creak! Tick! Eek! I heard Ein's creeped-out voice. Looking at the crack, I saw dozens of spiders come out of it. She hated spiders as if they were a threat to her life. Philvis isn't aware of such a thing until they saw a spider on the ceiling one day. Ironically, it turned out to be Philvis' buried fear against spiders. It showed that Ein embodied her other part, ones she isn't even aware of. Philvis! I'm going to use my full power. Hey! Don't do it! But what should I do? Ein blanked out at the sheer sight of hundreds of spiders coming straight at her. It is a scene reminiscent of her nightmares. While she was stunned, everyone discussed their course of action. I assume we're going all out from a distance? Philvis asked. It is the best choice. Lily agreed. Diving straight into them will be suicidal, unless we use the combat suits from Teacher. I will be casting my magic to everyone. Haruim-san's magic? Indeed, things could get interesting with that. It is already confirmed that levels and dream organs somehow worked in correlation to each other. Simply put, having a higher status helps the dream organs have an even higher output. That was the difference I felt, despite the fact that I have nearly completed the Mana Furnace Magica itself. Fauna and Godhood. Mana Furnace in higher order. I'll need to verify this later. For now, I am about to watch a good show. The dungeon is a sentient entity. Nobu discovered this fact when he knew about its reactions in the future. One such reaction is during an abnormality within any floor. If there is an abnormal death rate of the monsters for a prolonged number of time, their spawn rate would increase. If this continues, it forms something more known as monster parades. May it bestow good fortune upon you. Grow. A phantom of a legendary golden hammer appeared intangibly. Only Haruheim and Nobu was able to perceive its presence. Bam! Upon landing into its targets, it manifested the dormant potential within them. Lily rose up to level 3 while Philvis and Ein became level 5. At this exact moment, their output increased. The pressure emitted by the three girls made the surrounding ground crack. Instinctively, the spiders felt threatened by them. Unfortunately, it is far too late for them to back out. Templum Clausura. Malum Exilium. In Terra ex Lux. Area Lockdown. Banishment of Evil. Into the Land of Light. Ein started chanting her Grand Magica. It is something she had only recently learned. As for its effects. Bam! Buzz! 24 of spiders were struck by a swift thunderbolt. They were instantly turned to ashes a second later. These came from Ein's exclusive magic, Diothersis. It had long been adjusted to match her current needs. By applying liturgy, it was transformed from a short cast spell to a grand magica spanning a dozen meters. Albeit its range is small, its power remains unmatched. Sic iuxta tamen impedio. Esse intus manus complextus pono veritas. So close yet so far. Within an arm's reach lies truth itself. Phylvis grasped her sheathed twin blades. Both of them are long swords that aren't designed for quick draws. However, PSSH. Her blade still reached her enemies. A single strike cut dozens of spiders in half. Space didn't matter as her strike reached most of them. At that moment, space itself was magnified to a high degree. It is none other than the cross-dimension, phase severance magica used by Kudrak the Ghost Hide. He was able to kill 10,000 soldiers within a slash using his signature magica. Unfortunately for him, Nobu managed to learn it a long time ago. He then taught it to Phylvis before the latter improved her usage of it. Not a single bit of blood remained on her blade as it merely served as a medium for her intent. Just as everything became still, a final red spider came from the crack. It has a big stature. The black wyverns of the upper floors seemed a bit small compared to it. Taraka timiram dipo maya avajyaya budbudam. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, or shadows. Lily chanted the sutra at extremely high speeds. Swoosh! Within a few seconds, she arrived in front of it. She held her chien horizontally before doing a thrust with it. Supanam viadihuda bitram ca avam drastavium samskritam. Like dewdrops in a lightning flash, contemplate them as such. As soon as the last syllable was spoken, the world was distorted. Lily's attack didn't affect the spider whatsoever. There is not an ounce of blood nor wound drawn to it. Strangely, her spear went past it and continued cutting it down until it was fully pierced. Thud! The spider's body fell to the floor lifelessly. Out of its 3 bodies, only the physical body remained unharmed. The astral and ethereal body was cut into 2, thus dispersing among the wind. Diamond Sutra. It is akin to cutting a diamond without any physical impact whatsoever. It is cutting all illusions to find the truth that leads to nirvana. By deriving its base meaning, it changed into an attack that penetrates one's soul. If Nobu has the Heart Sutra, she has her Diamond Sutra. Lily, with her current attainments in the Diamond Sutra among other philosophies, was able to do just that. It felt easier compared to before. She muttered before looking at Haruheim. It is only now did she fully understand the girl's value. So that's the reason why she was highly valued by the Ishtar familia. Logically speaking, Lily would never let go of her after knowing that she holds such magic. But, Nobu did the exact opposite of it. He didn't ask her to join their familia nor do anything to repay him back. Abruptly, a gaze met hers. In this heightened state of cutting through all illusions, she saw Nobu's calm face. He nodded at her before smiling as a form of congratulations. Teacher really is. Lily fell one step deeper on the rabbit hole. It has been 3 days since we dove straight to the dungeon. I didn't do much except practice my control over my dream organs. I am still conditioning myself to this new level of mana furnace. I am retracing the reflexes that I had moments before my death, though there are times it didn't work much. For once, the mana furnace I received is stronger than the version during my fight with Antares. I assumed it has something to do with me using Galahad's body before. The Holy Grail is, in a way, extremely similar yet different from the 10 sacraments. It exists at the top of the pyramid. Reaching Akasha is not impossible using it. I'll have to settle some things soon. I snapped out of my thoughts. I separated from the girls since it is my appointed time to meet Arano-sama once more. I walked on the familiar dark alleys. The image of its broken version flashed on my sight several times. This time, however, it didn't bother me much. Upon arriving on the proper doorstep, I smoothly ran my mind on the magic circles engraved in the floor. Within a second, a hidden door to the room of prayers was opened. After entering, I closed the door with my mind once again. I am sure Fels might be shocked right now. At first, I didn't expect for the proclaimed sage of this world to be him. Then again, I saw him as someone who could sacrifice things for the sake of the majority. The torches hung within this hallway turned on. Scanning and proximity magic, plus a connection to another power source. It is only in Gakkai did I see the progression of technology with magic. In my world, they are something that couldn't mix at all. Of course, it became different for me. Soon, I reached the throne room. I immediately felt the pressure from before. However, I wasn't affected compared to before. Telisma. The power of higher order beings sure is complex. I thought before shifting my gaze to the robed skeleton and the old man wearing a similar black robe. Greetings, Aurano-sama. I said. I apologize for my previous unsightly appearance. It is something unbefitting in front of one of Olympus' supreme gods. You have changed. Unsurprisingly, he understood quite a number of things with his gaze alone. You may be interested in what I saw. What is it? With a calm face, I continued explaining. I saw Orario fall. Babel no longer stood tall, the West District was destroyed by its debris. The dungeon unleashed all the monsters until the 60th floor. As for the Black Dragon and Antares, they posed another challenge against mankind. The two of them went silent after a while. Processing these things could take a while. Aurano-sama was the first one to snap out of his contemplation. You have seen more. Indeed. I nodded at his words. Everything remained dire but not without hope. For once, Zeus adopted grandchild, Belcranal. I saw his eyes lit up with the mention of that name. He became the final beacon of light in this world. Even, he fought the Black Dragon until it reached a decisive fight. Did he succeed? Perhaps. Perhaps not. I replied. I wasn't able to see the end. After all, I was already dead by that time. The important thing was that, there's an impending disaster about to approach within 4 to 5 years. It remains your choice to believe my words or not, but Aurano-sama already knows the answer, no. Auranos, the god of the sky. He is often referred to as one of the firmament on Earth's myths and legends. He is also the father of Kronos, the personification and god of time. Add to that the fact that gods could see the truths and lies of a mortal, he might already have an idea behind my magic. Also, I did not choose to hide the prophecies that I see. Since Zeus knew about Atropos-san's magic, Aurano-sama might already know about the prophets. You are telling the truth. A deep voice reverberated across the room. It is then followed by a question. What do you intend to do? I prepared several contingencies for that coming day. However, I will need the guild's assistance to accomplish some of it. It will definitely involve the higher-ranking familius as well as several programs being implemented to the general public. After reviewing the contingency plan generated by Miku, I adjusted some of them. One such plan is to improve Orario's progress as a whole, be it through magic items, potions, magic swords, and so on. Simply put, it aims to increase the higher-leveled adventurers within this city. Very well. You shall receive my full support. At this moment, I secured yet another helper to change Gakkai's future. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Shortening Distances. Fu. After settling with several more things regarding the future I saw, I headed to the Artemis Familia home. Summer's about to fall. I wonder what it looks like back there. It is the season where cherry blossoms fall. Seeing many foreigners visiting Japan for that sight is completely understandable. If even us natives are mesmerized by that sight, how about people who couldn't see it every day? Momentarily, I felt my homesickness kicking. I had an absurd thought. How would they react after I introduce them? Would my parents be alright with 2 girls? It does sound complicated once I think about it. I am still in the blank as to how they would react to it. Although, I am confident that my brother would be fine with it. Yet, he'll definitely tease me about it. I recalled the times I had the high ground. I was the one who teased him oftentimes, thus when he finds a way to fight back, he would definitely cling onto it. Then again, his looks only made me laugh. Come to think of it, he'll have a girlfriend in the next 3 years. I have to make sure that happens. Granted that I always change the future, but there are things which I prefer to be the same. Once I arrived, I subconsciously peeked through the entire residence. The information about the layout and the people present were sent to my mind. It didn't pose much trouble with my new status. What if I decided to be a little playful today? Artemis already saw me coming from this gate, but she wouldn't expect this. Skipping most of the liturgy, the magicka I was about to cast is something easy yet complex. Om. That single word held the entire spell in place. It is the equivalent of Namina Barbara that strengthened the magicka's firepower through their utterance. In simpler terms, it is using a higher order link to connect deeper with mysteries. Sanskrit symbols hovered around me. They were only a fraction of the spell. This time, however, several command lines appeared out of nowhere. They wrapped around the Sanskrit symbols before they were derived and copied, thus completing the spell. The next second, I found myself standing right behind her. I caught her in a swift hug which prompted a reaction. Orion! She squealed as she looked at me embarrassedly. It was a deadly sight that my heart skipped a beat. You startled me. I'm sorry. I thought it'll be fun to see you like this. A moment of silence entangled between us. Her shyness is one thing I wouldn't get used to quickly. What if somebody enters the room? Ah, that! Snap! Click! The door to this office was locked easily. With just that, there won't be any accidental events. You really? It's just me. My taller body placed me in a more delicate angle. I could see her neckline as well as her tightly clung chest in her usual hunting uniform. For a moment, my body started acting weirdly. It didn't become too noticeable with my dream organs and all, but it made me think for a while. My body's really messed up, hey. Orion. Artemis seemingly caught up on my thoughts. She wore a blush far deeper than before. You don't have to worry about this. Didn't we agree to it before? I said. Until both of us are ready. Mn. We indulged ourselves in this moment before we stopped. Kissing the farthest we could do as of now. Artemis is not exactly the bold type while I have this body issue where I am considered underaged. In fact, I am not. Due to this awkwardness, we didn't go to the next base. You have something to tell, right? She asked while looking straight at my eyes. Artemis likes burying her face on my chest. She could be this clingy. It's about Loki Familia. I am planning to tell them everything about myself. It will be harder in the future if I don't choose to do so now. That's good. But what about them? Them. I understood she was pertaining to the girls in the Loki Familia. After all, it is the place where I had complex relationships the most. I still remembered Ai's fleeting look during our last meeting. Even if you look at it from every angle, it is not something that is usually defined by friendship. Even if we forget Gakai for a while, I still have to settle things in my world. I can't simply leave the 2 girls that became my girlfriends in several iterations. In short, I am currently caught in a tough spot. Orion. I don't want to be selfish. I want you to be happy. She dug her face into my chest in an attempt to hide her current looks. I felt something else beneath her words. Was it jealousy? Or perhaps was it something else? Both of us are aware that it is bound to happen. If Artemis approved of it in the 9th iteration, she would also approve it at this time. Either way, I am aware that women would like to have their lovers for themselves, at least in my world. Swime's case is an extremely special one where everyone reached a balance on their own. I'm sorry. That was all I could say. If I didn't have these relationships, would things be better now? Of course, it is useless to think of it. I have the attachment and feelings to other girls despite having 2 girlfriends already. I am truly a scumbag. As long as you don't forget about me. That wouldn't happen. When she looked back up at me, I saw a smile on her lips. You're a smooth talker. Did you hone this too much in the future you saw? Perhaps. Maybe, just maybe. My 9th iteration could have been on Swimay's level when it comes to romantic matters. With you here, I have nothing else to ask. That wouldn't happen, again. You promised it. On a knight's honor, on top of that. A knight. You became more attractive after I saw this side of yours. Another round of our alone time began. The next day. Unlike the previous calmness, the Twilight Manor became quite lively today. Fight me. All right. Bet came up with a challenge when Nobu arrived earlier than the others. The former reckoned that it is the only time for them to be able to fight. As for the reason why, it is simple. Jealousy. Bet is not the type to head-on clash with others, but when it comes to his idol, his crush, he wouldn't back down easily. Ever since getting punished after joking about Ai's hidden feelings to Nobu, he realized that she is becoming farther from him. As such, even if he knew that Nobu could defeat him before, he still wanted to see how huge the gap was between them. The two went into their starting positions. Bet didn't ask where Nobu's weapon was. He understood Nobu's fighting style, which could be summarized in one word: irregular. The pair of golden pupils looked at Bet calmly. He really changed. He thought. What is this feeling? A forewarning popped up on his head. Why? I wouldn't lose that easily. Bet dashed straight at him. His footsteps became irregular to hide his next moves. He kept his guard against Nobu's surprise factors. However. What? Bam! He was surprised to find out that his roundhouse kick directly connected to Nobu. It was a solid hit, yet. What? His current thought process couldn't understand what happened. At this moment, Nobu is holding his foot with one hand. He seemed to be at ease holding the attack off. Before he could react further, Nobu tackled Bet's other standing foot. Consequently, he released his hold over Bet, making the latter fall to the ground. Su. PSSH. Nobu threw the training dagger beside Bet's neck. It landed deep in the grassland. Is this enough, Bet-san? How did you? Bet muttered in disbelief. It was the reaction of someone who didn't expect Nobu's true prowess. He wasn't told about it. Nobu mused. Is this one of Tiona's pranks? Unexpectedly, he discovered Tiona's future pranks that spanned 6 entire months. Every executive of the Loki Familia knew save for Bet himself. It was supposed to be a short-term prank in which Bet will unknowingly challenge Nobu without knowing his true strength. Only, it was gradually buried with Nobu's coma. It was decided that it would be settled after Nobu wakes up, but everyone seems to have forgotten about it. As for Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, they didn't pay much attention since Bet will know the truth one way or another. His way of handling that shock would be yet another chance for his growth. Bet realized something. That strong presence from 6 months ago. Inside the Gnosis, you were the one who dealt with it. Indeed. Tisk. I see. He replied. That brat. Oh? It finally happened. Just then, Tiona, Ice, and Leffy Yao arrived. Hey, serious? Did you happen to save his face on your magic item? You. Nobu smiled at their playful banters. After berating Tiona several times, Bet looked at him. You. Take care of them. The puzzled trio looked at Bet for his puzzling words. However, the latter simply left the courtyard. Really? If I didn't know he got around 3 girls gunning for him in the future, I'd feel complex. In reality, Bet only wanted a companion, someone strong enough for them to stay by his side. When his childhood friend died, it was because she was weak. When their familia captain died, it was because she wasn't strong enough. Coincidentally, Eyes looked similar to his childhood friend but without any disadvantages. She is strong enough to hold her ground. That was the reason behind his crush. Now that she likes someone outstanding in all aspects, it left Bet disheartened. It is the reason behind this fight in the first place. Could it be that Bet is giving up? Giving up? Lefia asked confusedly. Of course, it's for Eyes. As expected, Tiona was way too sharp regarding these matters. Eyes and Lefia froze before looking straight at Nobu. It has been a while since we last sparred. Akasaka-san. Yet. It's been half a year already. I'm sorry about that. It's a reckless move but I still chose to go with it. He replied. It didn't have only downsides, though. How about this? How about sparring with the three of you? Wah! Nobody expected him to challenge them all at once. I won't be using that, of course. The same goes for any Grand Magica or Phenomenon Mixer. You really became stronger again. Tiona remarked. At this moment, Eyes finally snapped out of her thoughts. His strength. I want to see it. The three were given some time before it started. There isn't much to plan since Eyes and Tiona are both accustomed to the vanguard role while Lefia is more of a support type with her current strength. It did increase with the new Magica she learned from Nobu, though she is not that confident it'll work against him even without his Phenomenon Mixer that practically hijacks the opponent's spells. Armed with their practice weapons, the two rushed towards him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Tiona was the first to make a move. Su! The huge great sword descended straight to Nobu. He stepped back to dodge it, only to be greeted by Eyes' sword strikes as he did so. Clang! Clang! While their swords met, Tiona wielded the great sword and spun her body. The momentum generated by it caused the great sword's direction to head towards him. In no time, Nobu was caught in a cage of swords. Crafty. It's something I would expect from years of their teamwork. He mused. Lefia is adjusting well, too. He noticed the spell that Lefia held off. It was one of her signature magic, Fusillade Fall Arika. It is a set of light missiles that would home in on a target. Other than that, she also readied another short chant magica. They became stronger, but it is still far from enough against the black dragon. Nobu realized how Althea felt upon facing that dragon. Gakkai would be fully ravaged by it if the current generation of adventurers didn't become strong enough. Well, it's on me to change the future. Once he was done thinking, he initiated his next move. Sets of command lines entered his mind before manifesting to reality. Nothing visibly changed around him, that is, until their swords were momentarily halted before being repelled. It's as if they hit a sturdy wall. Bam! Before they could react, Nobu already got out of their trap and singled out Eyes. The slightly bewildered Eyes took on his blows that felt heavier than before. Hub! Upon spinning thrice, Tiona aimed before letting go of her great sword. It became a missile whose sole purpose is to disengage the two. At the same time, Lefia let go of her magic. Buzz! Bam! Their combined efforts allowed Eyes to disengage from their fight. What was that magic? Eyes muttered. The blow landed but it didn't reach him. Like a repulsion. As for Nobu, he only had one thought in his mind. Satoru-san is insane enough to have something similar to this activated at all times. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Camelot, once more. Limitless. It is the innate curse technique that is used by Satoru-san throughout the iterations I met him. It works just as its name suggests. Simply put, it creates an infinite distance between him and the targeted object. It is something similar to imaginary numbers that extend infinitely. He could stand still and let dozens of nuclear bombs hit him, but he'll always come out unscathed. It even works against magic and magical energy in particular. Logic reasons that such a broken ability should have a limitation. It does. Limitless exerts fatigue to the user's brain. It is the reason why the Gojo clan doesn't have a huge number of powerful people. However, Satoru-san is the only exception. With his other gift, Six Eyes, he could precisely control his cursed energy in such a way that he wouldn't run out of it. It also enabled him to continuously heal his brain through reversed cursed technique. When the two are combined, it enables him to create a barrier made of infinity for as long as he wants. I tried to mimic it through Magicka and succeeded. All I have to do is to base it around Newton's third law. The repulsive force that acts as the barrier should always surpass the attacking force. If the latter is higher, the barrier would be broken. The price to use it is steep, though. My recovery could barely match it, yes, but I wouldn't be able to use it without my full-blown mana furnace. PSSSH. Bam! Ai's rapier was repulsed just as it was about to hit my shoulder. This time, I held her blade with my right hand. The repulsive force acted differently and dispersed the repulsive force within the sword. Crack! Shatter! The blade was turned into metal shards as it broke down. Eyes reacted swiftly and tried to create some distance. I didn't let her do just that. I grasped her right arm before locking it behind her. She was about to escape when I touched her back. She knew it was a harmless spell that was on my fingertips. It's your win. This concludes it, then. I released my hold over her arm. You really? What's your level? She asked. The other two, Tiona and Lefia, became curious as she asked about it. I singled them out earlier and were eliminated in this spar. Ai's was the last one to be defeated. Level 5. I said truthfully. The experiment I did worked wonders. Everyone was caught off guard by my words. I suppose it is that surprising to hear in someone else's perspective. Sirius is really something else. Level 5. It would take a few years. Tiona was still the same while Ai's and Lefia got affected by it. Knowing their personalities, I knew I had to say something. I'll be giving a surprise gift later. A surprise gift? But isn't it no longer a surprise since you already said it? I admit, that was my mistake. Fin-san is still busy. He's currently settling the expedition findings with the guild. It's a matter of cross-verification after the demi-spirits showed up. After the sparring, I headed to the library where I met up with Lady Riveria. This is still on me. Don't worry about it. He could handle it himself. Don't forget about the deal you gave us half a year ago. She is pertaining to the huge discount I gave them. Those 90 million valis is a sort of investment for Loki Familia to grow stronger. In the iteration I saw, Freya Familia is just as strong, but they are not as proactive as Loki Familia. A proof of it was their inactiveness when the demi-spirits struck. Only when it became bad enough did they intervene in the 8th iteration. It is for such a reason that I built a partnership with Loki Familia. Soon, our casual talks headed in a certain direction. If it is fine with you, I want to ask about the experiment you did. Sure. How dangerous was it? She started off with the main point. It depends. I was planning on playing it safe, but things did not go with my plans. It did give me several improvements. I see. I thought it was strange for you to take such huge risks. I would never do that, unless I was cornered. Just like my fight with Antares. Everything occurred around 4 years in the future. Artemis and her familia ventured around Gakkai to help others. When they found a ruined tomb of Antares, one of the strongest monsters before the Black Dragon came, they were surprised by its new form as a cursed spirit. About that weird feeling you emit. Oh? Lady Riveria felt it. She must be referring to the dormant dream organs I currently have. It has enough strength to obliterate Orario once fully unleashed. That was partly the result of my experiment. It served to increase the magicka I could cast. Something similar to a skill of sorts. I see. She replied while immersing herself in thoughts. Your magic. They really are unique. Hearing her words, I suddenly got curious. What's your first impression about it? Impression. It's otherworldly. It felt more advanced than the current magic we have. It's an amazing creation. Whoever taught you is a genius that could only be seen within a millennia. I smiled at her words. I didn't say anything as I looked at Lady Riveria. It lasted for several seconds before she realized something. Hold on. I knew it. She was just as sharp in this iteration. Am I right? She asked. Did it come from another world? Partially. It's not just my magicka, but me too. I came from another world. I didn't say anything else. A few seconds later, she exhaled deeply. So that's how it was. It explains everything. I apologize if I kept it from everyone. I said. I have some things I must protect. But why did you choose to tell me it now? Do you want me to keep it a secret? No. Well, it wouldn't matter if you told it to I-san and the others. Even Loki-sama is fine. Loki Familia is a trustworthy comrade. That was all I could tell when they led others at the forefront and sacrificed many bodies to the fight against the Black Dragon. Lady Riveria looked at me for a few seconds before nodding. While I'm glad you trusted us, you shouldn't tell this to others. Perhaps even Loki-sama might cause trouble in your world. That's how gods are. Lady Riveria is still her usual self. I didn't expect for her to speak against Loki-sama in this regard. Our world is not to be trifled with. We fought and banished gods on quite a regular basis. There are also threats stronger than the Black Dragon. If they did cause trouble, they would be the ones inviting them to Tenkai. Just the rank A magicians alone could deal with gods' projections. Magisters like Lord Netishime exist, too. Even until now, I haven't fully understood him. He seems to know many things and is one step ahead of everyone. If Tenkai did try to cause trouble in our world, aside from the Twilight Syndrome, those gods from the spirit realm wouldn't sit still. Lastly, I am aware that one other goddess knew about my identity, Freya of Freya Familia. Her eyes are similar to the magic pupils that grant a sort of ability. I am actually leaving. When? I'll see to it, but it'll be 2 months at latest. I couldn't stay here for much longer. After settling the arrangements for Orario and diving on the dungeon's lower floors, I will return to my world. I already have the complete coordinates for the world transfer magicka due to my meeting with Miku. As for Antares, it wouldn't move from its position. It is something that is verified by the data from the 9th iteration. I talked with Artemis and convinced her to stay until I returned. By that time, I will bring over some reinforcements before confronting Antares and the Black Dragon. I will also anchor this world's time flow to mine to make sure there won't be any potential hiccups. If something does happen to me, there would be backups to guarantee that Gakkai won't suffer from its demise. We talked about some arrangements such as teaching my world's magic systems to them. I also mentioned the Magisters who symbolizes the peak of my world. How about this? I can bring everyone to visit my world after my return. Visit your world? She muttered. It will be interesting. There would also be cakes, parfaits, and several other desserts that don't exist in Orario. Lady Riveria hid her fluster with her usual stoicness and silence. I knew about her sweet tooth when I brought over shortcakes once. She prefers her tea to have a matching cake. I admit it caught my attention. That's one more thing to look forward to, no. Everyone reacts to the things in my world. That sounds interesting enough. 3 months later. Phew. Nobu breathed out as he relaxed his body. 85th floor. I need to make some improvements. Ever since he delved into the lower floors, he always has several space anchors in his possession. These are the rectangular blocks that enabled him to teleport to a save point, much like a checkpoint in many games with dungeons. After stretching for a while, he counted his spoils inside his 5-layered storage space. The nanomachines ran out. The mobile army couldn't keep up with their spawn rates. From the moment nanomachines were successfully invented through his miracle maker, it replaced the conventional blitz strategy Nobu used to employ. Instead of hiding a legion of artilleries and a closed intranet inside several storage spaces, he started deploying nanomachines instead. It worked for both close and long-ranged attacks. All they had to do was to memorize the structures of the said artillery. He only had to bring in ammunition, which saved up more space. Of course, those nanomachines have varying metal types. Nobu refilled his previously exhausted stock of nanomachines. He directed it to the silver ring on his finger. The seemingly small ring could hold nanomachines that lasted him for 3 days of continuous battle on the deep floors. Just as he was about to exit the blank room, multi-purpose basement, a familiar itch ran on his chest. This is... He realized they are about to meet again. Galahad. Out of nowhere, the knight's image manifested in front of him. He wore the same attire as from the 9th iteration. Instantly, a feeling of solemnity engulfed the room. Galahad, a heroic spirit on the level of a saint, could change his surroundings just by existing. This is bad. His greetings caught Nobu off guard. Listen. You are about to be sent into another world. Hey! Galahad didn't waste much time. In our world, Camelot fell due to Mordred's treason. It is the proper human history. He said. However, there's a parallel world that sought us. It is an anomaly among anomalies, a forsaken world about to be destroyed by foreign gods. Nobu became serious as it went by. You can set up the return coordinates after you arrive. You can choose to return to Earth. But I want to ask a favor. At this moment, the expressionless Galahad showed a complex look. Our king. She went astray. It is painful to see her like that. As he spoke, a mix of anger and self-reproach could be heard from him. It's as if he is berating himself from not being able to do anything. At the same time, he felt disappointed and angry about his king's approach in that forsaken world. After a day passes and you didn't choose to return, it'd be hard to do so again. You'll have to retrieve the Holy Grail replica or wait until you have sufficient chances to return. Galahad explained. It is up to you to make a choice. I won't force it upon you. Nobu closed his eyes and immersed himself into thinking. His current processing speed went off the charts as he reached the status of a level 7 within these 3 months. Our king. Artoria Pendragon. The once and future King of England. She was able to raise Camelot's status from Rome's former vassal state into a legendary status. When he started to slowly retrieve his memories of that dream, Nobu also felt complex to her. In a sense, Galahad's failure to secure the Grail contributed to Camelot's downfall. He isn't the type to leave her behind knowing he could do something to make up for his failure. Galahad wouldn't show something like this unless it is extremely serious, but I can't have everyone worrying about me. Unbeknownst to him, Galahad already changed. If it was the former him, he would remain indifferent to his king's current state. He would reject her summoning without saying anything else. However, Nobu's human nature altered him slightly. These changes happened as the Grail fulfilled his soul wish. All right. Nobu connected to the internet in the basement. Ga Shujin-sama. A synthetic voice rang on his head. Save these records in your database. I might have to disappear for a while. Where are you headed? Another world's Camelot. Understood. After pasting the memories on her database, he swiftly opened the hidden storage crates beneath this basement. He started stuffing his storage devices full with rations and important resources. He also picked up 9 other silver rings stored on a shelf and wore it on all his fingers. It might be too excessive, but it's better to be safe than never. Explicandum. Deploy. Immediately, black nanomachines surged out from one of his rings and enveloped him fully. It only took a moment for them to have a similar shape as his arbiter. The palladium arinate from it was transformed into a set of nanites. Of course, all of them are blessed with mysteries to conduct his magicka better. Would you really? You said it once. We are the same. Seeing you far detached from what I know explains something. There are only a few times Galahad broke his stoicness. During those times, he felt extreme emotions. What Nobu felt while seeing the horrendous state of Camelot after his death is how Galahad would feel if he was the one who saw it. Also, I'll be sending Miku back to send a message. I wouldn't leave Gakai alone. Fuzz. A golden white magic circle appeared on the white ground. A black slit appeared, revealing a sea of stars beyond it. Current coordinates lock. Initiating return. I apologize in advance, Miku. It's up to you to tell everyone. Let the plan go as usual. Apology accepted. I will do everything in my full capabilities, Ga Shujin-sama. A combat suit was formed out of nanites. A white line appeared from beyond the black slit which led to a faraway world. Since Nobu was the only one who could cast it in an extremely stable manner, he already chose to do it. Once the combat suit flew, the black slit closed by itself, and so did the magic circle on the ground. I'm ready. You don't have to hold it back. Hearing this, Galahad simply nodded. If that's so. Save our king. Without any warning, Nobu disappeared from Gakai. This is, really. Romani was speechless. Just as the fifth singularity was resolved, the sixth singularity's rating changed to X. For reasons unknown, the readings became extremely blurry. All they could see was that Jerusalem is undergoing unknown changes as of now. But, it didn't stop there. The thing that Romani saw previously came true. A saint was summoned inside the singularity. A literal saint. Oftentimes, they are deployed as rulers inside the Grail War. However, the saint summoned this time is comparable to King Solomon himself. In short, a heroic spirit on par with a grand candidate at the very least. It became clear to Romani that the sixth singularity would be far more difficult than the previous singularity they overcame. I hope they could be talked with. A/N, this marks the end of the Danmachi arc. It is the first world that this FIC went to, hence it is special and had that insane length of 84 chapters. After that is a new world, Fate Grand Order's sixth singularity, Divine Realm of the Round Table. I planned for him to return to his original world after that arc. By then, he would be able to steamroll enemies like Yago and match difficult enemies like Sukuna, Kenjaku, and, of course, the Red Dragon that screwed him over and over. This is foreshadowed several chapters back. I hope it did not come off as out of nowhere. P.S. Since it is my birthday, I'll be informing everyone that Nobu returns to his world at chapter 114, exactly 15 chapters from here. Buckle your seatbelts and enjoy the upcoming small arc. I don't know why, but I wasn't able to make these world transitions divisible by 5, shrugs. Anyways, happy reading. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Foreign Star. A clear blue sky. That was what greeted me as I woke up. I could hear the serene wind gushing against my combat suit. Mana Archaeodius, overload. Mana Furnace, overload. What followed the full release of my dream organs are vast amounts of information. My intuition materialized itself as it provided me with a good scan of the surroundings. AC. Brown rocks. Several towns that are similar to Gakai's infrastructures. The one thing that stood out the most is the amount of salt that was detected through the air. Even with this inhuman state, I didn't choose to dismount my suit. I ran a dozen scans to check out the biological compositions in this place. In the end, it amounted to the findings that it is nearly the same as Gakai's and my worlds. Huge amounts of salt water. Could it be? The magnetic fields were twisted as I sent myself flying. The suit marked several factors and places before the results from its in-depth scan showed itself. Current salt content matches a recorded place on Earth, Red Sea. Current topographic data matches the records from more than 1,400 current era. Matched location, Jerusalem, Israel. Jerusalem. I thought I'd land in Camelot. Just then, I realized something. I took out one of the magic stones from the 85th floor monsters. They tried to emit an energy fluctuation but failed once I got a grasp on them. One of Arbiter's current functions is to serve as a monojammer. A familiar feeling of itch appeared on my chest. Charging complete. That was what it told me after absorbing a quaint amount of magical energy from the stone. It worked the same way as before. Although, it didn't reach the anticipated amount that I expected. It's lower. I see. I felt another segment of the cheat opening up. It possessed two more functions other than the previous future vision. One of them is to store enough energy for a miracle. That would enable me to pull off an impossible thing once. I might have been able to kill the Black Dragon as a level 3 if I had this. Also, it should be a form of providence and divine blessing similar to the luck skill that I already possess. As for the other one, it is still too vague. It didn't tell me that many details, only the fact that it is akin to a summoning type magicka. After reviewing these new functions, I felt more at ease. Even if I have my current strength, I wouldn't deny a new source of strength. Level 7. Strength, SS1084 Defense, S991 Dexterity, SS1059 Agility, SS1081 Magic, SS1198. Hacker, B Ubiquitous, B Luck, CB Knight's Body, CB Chain Attack, CB Abnormal Resistance, DC Hunter, DC. Orionids Moon Hunt. Historia Emendatus. Miracle Maker Creation Forge. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, C, 29% to be upgraded. Curse Hunter. Knight's Resolve. Pure Heart. Combat Lock. Holder of Mystery. Lord of Machines. Since the moment I stepped into level 7, I was able to raise many developmental abilities to a considerable degree. Their current ranks enabled me to achieve many things I couldn't do in the past. One such example is Knight's Body. I no longer needed to cast Mystery Distortion when using my sword techniques, in turn making them instantly cast. The rest of the developmental abilities also grew that strong in terms of their capabilities. Add to that the Holder of Mystery skill, I might be able to reach that level when I cut down the Black Dragon's wing in half. It is for such a reason that I went beyond the 79th floor. However, even with that, I chose to proceed with caution and covered the entire floor before advancing. That was how I managed to find metals to incorporate on my mechanical army. All of this happened within those 3 months. Strange. There isn't much magical energy. Could it be because of its uniqueness? I recalled the memories of Galahad. The main reason why Galahad went on a journey to find the Holy Grail is due to the gradually declining mysteries. As people believed less on the mystic and more on the scientific side, the firepower of their world's magic gradually weakened. If we take that in mind, swoosh! I decided to fly around the globe. My current magicka plus the suit's capabilities allowed me to reach Mach 10. Of course, I didn't forget to turn on my stealth systems. This should be enough. Barely bordering the stratosphere, I started my flight. I took around 5 hours before I was able to survey everything. The conclusion is that there's nothing wrong. That was it. I was expecting to find an anomaly of sorts, but I couldn't. There are no beings with high statuses, too. Everything seemed normal. Just like back then. Remembering those stupid things I did to confirm the supernatural made me cringe. There's still magical energy. I hope I'll be able to discover something. A few years later. I see. A tall man with dark skin brought the golden cup closer to his face. This is the infamous Grail? It's not within my expectations," he muttered before examining the altered landscape. From Jerusalem's previous rock and soil, everything became covered with yellow sand. Such was the result when the man summoned forth his entire kingdom in this world. "I'll take care of him." Suddenly, the man squinted his eyes. Not longer than a second later, someone appeared out of nowhere. The man wore a set of armor reminiscent to Western knights. Light blue particles came out of its back and feet as it twisted the laws of physics itself. An intangible force came out of the man, resisting the divine aura emitted by the heroic spirit. "So it was you who made those illusions?" the latter asked. "You shouldn't be here." The heroic spirit noted the man's anomalous nature. However, when he probed deeper, he discovered something else. "It took this long," the man muttered. "But it worked on my side." The armored man, Nobu, noticed the inherent divine nature of the heroic spirit. "It is something similar yet different from the Arcanum, Godheads, back in Gakkai. If I could see the future again." Solomon. He shook his thoughts. To possess potent clairvoyance. When he advanced his experiences for the 5th time, it became nearly fatal to Nobu. There was someone who vaguely caught on to his visions that aimed to render the future. It brought great danger to him. Even his full-state mana furnace warned him about it. Hence, he didn't use his cheat to see the future and instead focused on developing other things. Knowing the pharaoh's identity, Nobu decided to remove his armor. The nanites receded on the ends of his black ring. His appearance had changed greatly during his 3 years of wait. Having a height of more 182 centimeters, he is on the tall end of the spectrum. His face became more matured and refined, yet still possessing hints of cuteness when he is a child. His short white hair complemented his magician's outfit greatly. His clear golden pupils glinted confidently as he met the pharaoh's gaze. "I bid my greetings, Ramesses II. Your deeds made a mark in history. Even a foreigner knows about it. It is far-fetching, indeed." As expected, Ozymandias recognized his identity in a single glance. "What does a foreigner like you wish to do?" he asked. "I assume you didn't have any involvement with him due to your aura." Aside from the pressure emitted by his mana furnace, Nobu inherited Galahad's sanctimony to some extent. It reminded Ozymandias of his old friend, Moses. The very same person who led the Hebrews out of Egypt in an expedition known as Exodus. Albeit he is wondering how a saint became a foreigner, he didn't pry further. "King Solomon, wasn't it?" Nobu spoke out the name of the one he is wary of the most. 3 years had passed since my arrival. I expected I would be able to experience the events Galahad had warned about within the first 6 months, but it didn't. Fortunately, the charges on my cheat still accumulated. The only problem is one entity that I haven't accounted for. King Solomon. When I first used the cheat for combat experiences, those experiences became distorted at the end. There are several parts that ended abruptly. It didn't reach the 10-year mark. Even though I was still alive, the cheat couldn't bring me further from the events within so-called singularity. Everything was cut off after I leave this so-called singularity. Nevertheless, I found out many things from my repeated usage of it. I have a general idea of the flow of events as well as the greater threat that exists. King Solomon. For some reason, the former king of Israel went against God and used his Ars Goetia, the ring which commands angels and demons, in an attempt to annihilate humanity of this world. He used those demons to do something regarding time. When my first year passed, he somehow detected it and was about to do something dangerous to me. It is only through the gathered charges was I able to produce a miracle that prevented exactly that. Since then, I only used it to change the states of several targets as well as store miracles for future use. I am thankful I have enough knowledge on the events of this singularity. Gaining the cooperation of Ramesses II is a crucial step to reach the desired end. I presume you want this grail. I heard him speak. I won't concede it to someone unworthy. I see. Suddenly, I found myself to be inside the throne room. His power phantasm is the palace he lived in when he was still alive. It is an absurd concept, something just as unreasonable as Galahad's phantasm. Simply put, he wouldn't die inside here no matter what. I could say that the difficulty rose several notches up when I entered this world. Fortunately, I didn't slack off. Do you need assistance, Ga Shujin-sama? No. I can fare well on my own. Sitting on his throne, Ozymandias played with the Grail with interest before meeting my gaze. 4 divine beasts appeared on his behest. All of them are sphinxes that served him in the past. They have the head of a human, body of a lion, and the wings of an eagle. All of them wore golden masks which hid their identities. Mana Archaeodius, Overload. Mana Furnace, Overload. The dormant power within me awakened. It caused a visible quaking within the surroundings. The 4 sphinxes tried to attack me from different angles but to no avail. Military's Fortalicia. Military Fortress. Buzz. Just then, their coordinated blows came. Bam. 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 All sorts of attacks, claws, tails, and roars greeted me. However, they were blocked by the inviolable barrier around me. The first layer consists of the Force Absorber which nullifies their damage. It is a combination of Gojo clan's Limitless and Magica that created this absurd spell. Veritas Luciat id terrarum. May the light of truth illuminate this world. 4 lances made of light manifested and attempted to strike them down. The molecule's heat rose up greatly after manipulating physics with Magica. It turned into a beam of light that possesses unimaginable heat. PSSSHK. One of the sphinxes were struck down from his chest while the other has its wings pierced. The remaining 2 were the only ones who managed to escape and had their tails cut. Immediately, blood splattered across the golden throne room. Before Ozymandias could resurrect them, I took out something from my personal space. It was something I gained after having the Lord of Machines skill. It granted me a 5-layered storage to store my things. It was a sheathed katana. It has a one-edged metallic black sheath. It is simple and unadorned, yet it possesses the goddess power. Veritas luxury. The truth enlightens me. Sheeting. I made a swift draw. Mysteries converged into this blade as I channeled the technique into it. Buzz. Buzz. 2 sets of unique power were awakened inside it. They enhanced the purpose of this sword, that is, to kill. However, it does not end there. Entium Dies Ruina. Even gods fall. The ultimate anti-divinity magica I developed over the years. It contained every myth and legend related to God's fall. My increased processing speed far surpassed the Sphinx's. Ozymandias' eyes were startled upon seeing this sword's power. 3 mirages of myself appeared as they went towards the divine beasts. Only when the tips are a second away from cutting their necks did they stop. A second later, the mirages disappeared as if they never appeared in the first place. Lowering the blue katana, Sora, I placed it back to its sheath. Sheeting. The room underwent a moment of stillness before a rowdy laughter broke it. Impressive. I didn't expect for a mortal to hold such power. You truly are an enigma, foreigner. A golden object was thrown at me. It is none other than the Holy Grail that Galahad told me to acquire first when I came to this world. With enough power, it easily came to my grasp. Immediately, I sensed the foreign power hiding within the Grail. It is akin to the demi-spirit's corruption and vileness, but dozens of times worse. There was a bit of impurity hiding within that cup, but I trust you already know how to deal with it. Indeed. If I let the real Holy Grail take care of it, that would be an easy task. But, I have to be more discreet than anything. We have a deal. I said. Also, I will help you summon her tomorrow. I really made an interesting bet. He replied. After that, I simply disappeared out of the temple. A/N, well, there we have it. 100 chapters. It is the beginning of a new arc, and another time skip. The details that happened during the time skip would be better explained in this entire FGO arc. There won't be any points left out, as compared to the first time skip I did on the earlier chapters. Anyways, I would like to thank the readers who continued to support this FIC. I hope we'd be able to reach 200, or even 300, chapters for this FIC. If we're being more ambitious, 500. Although my update schedule could be a bit unstable due to uni, I won't drop this FIC as long as I'm breathing. I'll continue writing this until we reach the end, like my first FIC. By then, I hope it'd be able to bring enjoyment to the readers. P.S. Any questions that y'all want to ask, comment in this paragraph. I'll try my best to answer them, except heavy spoilers for this FIC. The said answers would be placed within the end of the next chapter. Happy reading!